mind. Losing my mind. Oh my God. Yo. What a dumbass, dude. Yo, this is content, dude. That's crazy. Oh, this makes me so giddy. Oh, dude. Bro, what is this? Yo. Why did they upload this? Yo, no way, dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. I said hell yeah. Bad news. I survived, bitch.
What's going on, everybody? Everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, hope all the girls, and I hope all the MDs having a fantastic moment, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Friday. That's right. It's Friday, November 3rd, 2023, 11:34 a.m. And I am a little bit late. It's 74 degrees and sunny here with 0% precipitation. Looking pretty goddamn good. It's November already and the year is about to end. That was HasanAbi X DJ Danarchy, Losing My Mind demo from 1 year prior. Of course, Fridays are cause for celebration. I think you guys know exactly what I mean by that.
We're finally here, right?
That's right. We're still back.
It's Friday then.
After 3 weeks
Saturday,
of nonstop
Sunday,
coverage,
what?
I think that this is the first Friday that I will say we are back. It's cause for celebration regardless, no matter where you are in the world, obviously. From the Gaza envelope all the way to Oakland, California. It's a motherfucking Friday. Okay? Unless you're already in one of those countries that's ahead of us in like Japan or some shit, then it's not Friday, but fuck it. It's the goddamn weekend. That's right. For all the wage cuts, this is your opportunity to feel a sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of freedom. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Okay. BO3 of 95, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Hassan, it's November 3rd. Why are you wearing a Bullet Bill costume? Halloween was a few days ago. I don't know what Bullet Bill is. But anyway, folks, it's fuck a fan's mom Friday. That's right, it's Flat Fuck Friday. Today, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on. There's a lot of commotion here in the house right now because my mom has like a deep addiction to purchasing furniture, like a really big addiction to purchasing furniture, and they're like literally building a fucking library right now on the room next door, so it's kind of killing me a little bit. But there is when is Kaya coming back? Kaya's coming back in 2 days. That's right. Well, not 2 days, 3 days technically. Kaya will be here on Monday. That's right. And let me tell you, I got a Kaya update for you as well. Not gonna lie, dude, the level of beard you have is optimal. It caused the right amount of rug burn on Chat's mom's pussy, not mine, because mine is dead. Yeah, I killed her after I ate her pussy too good. Fucking got him. All right. Folks. We are live. And this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. So anyway, last night I ended the broadcast, as you guys know, and I went over to a meetup with some of my favorite Semites, Noah Colvin, Felix Biederman, and we had a ball. Okay, we had a dang old good time, you know. We were raising money for the hell. What is going on here? Is this broken? My Twitter broken? Oh, it's not. We raised funds for the exact same charities that I've been raising funds for as well. Funds for Gaza. Fundraiser for Gaza was initiated at Non Plus Ultra LA, doors at 8 p.m. last night, raising funds for ANIRA, PCRF, MAP, and also Palestinian Red Crescent Society. These are the same charities, organizations that are working diligently on the ground, tirelessly on the ground, helping Palestinians. These are internationally recognized organizations that have gotten the classification necessary to be able to work and are still working and being bombed right now mercilessly. It was a lot of fun. It was great. Themasius, thank you for the playlist. We are going to, of course, talk about Hassan Nasrallah, the General Secretary of HEZBOLLAH, who finally came out and was yapping, dude. I mean, I'll tell you this much, okay? Before we get to the news, I'll tell you this much. Let me tell you. I did this. I went last night to this event. We talked. We were yapping. We were doing Yappington shit in front of this big ass crowd who I feel like weren't filled to the brim with HasanAbi heads. Luckily, this was the first time I went to like a leftist space that wasn't all entirely comprised of you guys. Possibly because I was a late edition by the time the tickets had already been sold out. But we talked a little bit about Israel, Palestine, what's going on, obviously. It was not streamed and it was not filmed anywhere, for the record. And they raised $10,000 last night. So, good on them. I couldn't get tickets, lol. Yeah, they were already sold out. They were already sold out by the time that I was added on. And yeah, Aaron J. Mate, I added on to the lineup as well. He was asking because he was in town. Whose dad I will be interviewing soon. Gabor Mate. You're an absolute legend. Keep up the good work. Fuck the haters. Yeah, I mean, fuck the haters. Whatever. But that was great. I came back home. I immediately fucking peeled out of there. You know, it was like 11:30 by the time I got out. Got home by like 12. I was real fucking tired. I passed out instantaneously. Woke up this morning at like around 6 a.m. to catch Hassan Nasrallah's speech. Fell asleep halfway through, and it kept going. And it felt like it kept going and going and going. Like, I literally was just like, I woke up and I was like, let me hear what this motherfucker has to say. Is he going to, like, invade Israel or what? Right? Like, I was like, what's going on? I mean, this guy, he's hyped it. He's hyped this so much, you know? I mean, I told you guys. I told you exactly what was going to happen, and that exact thing happened, by the way. Just want to point that out. Not to fucking hype myself up too much. Of course, he has to be reserved. He can't be like talking like a fucking, you know, PFLP supporter in a fucking college campus or some shit. But I told you he was going to set red lines and tell Israel what they can and can't do. They were not going to actually fucking go into direct conflict, which is precisely what he did. He set red lines. We're going to talk about that. The reason why I'm explaining this part to you is because, you know, news is now officially more of a part of my personal news. Like the real news is now more of a part of my personal news than ever before. It's fucked up. But, you know, it's just like I wake up in the morning. It's what he's known for. The meat of his speech always comes at the middle end. And in this case, it was very little, although there were a few interesting things, which I'll mention later. I mean, I'll be honest. I didn't see too much of it. I was not able to capture anything from that because I fell asleep. I went to bed at like 1 or 12:30, and then I woke up at fucking 6, and he had just started, I think, and then I fucking fell asleep again because he kept saying the same shit over and over again. He's a big self-repeater, you know. Do you know Arabic? No, I don't. Can you give me evidence that Israel funded or helped forming Hamas at its beginning? Yes, but not right now. There's an Intercept article that covers it a little bit, but that it doesn't matter. Like Israel's own divisive interest, like in dividing the Palestinian cause, is almost entirely irrelevant at this point. I know a lot of people always fucking use that, myself included, but like it's not. There's also a Haaretz article on it too. Anyway, where the fuck was I? What was I talking about? But yeah, that's it. That's it on my personal news side. I worked out this morning. Kaya update. It's official. It's official. Ladies and gentlemen. Kaya is 3 days out. She's the best girl. And she officially has gone into heat. That's right. On the last 3 days of her boarding school, Kaya has unfortunately gone into heat. No, there's no uh-oh. It's not scary. It's fine. She's literally with a trainer that, like... She's with a trainer that is taking care of her all day, every day. So that's fine. But it's a scary song because it's scary for me. That's right. Now the terror begins. Exactly. I don't know what is about to happen to me because I have no fucking clue what it's like to be the dog father of a female. But she's had her first period. Hopefully, she will never have a second period because I plan on spaying her before that time frame comes. But officially, I am the father of a bitch. Seems early, no? Does heat come earlier for big dogs? It's not early at all. It's actually kind of fucking late almost. They say it can happen between 6-month period to the 12-month period at any given moment. That's the first time it can start. And she's already like 8 months or 9 months at this point. So it's the perfect time. I don't know. She's born on March 5th. So make that, I can't do the math. I don't know how old she is. But yeah, find a trusted female friend to talk to her about the changes she's experiencing. You got to let the other dogs know that anything they do to Kaya, you'll do to them. Yeah, it's like weird because on my end, if she was a male, she'd be poking holes in her pillows and toys. I've had a male dog. I was the dog dad to a male dog. And for me, like, that shit was, I mean, that was whatever. You don't give a fuck. You just don't want your dog to be humping, right? But that's other than that, it's no problem, right? But you definitely, yeah, there's construction happening in the room next door. Anyway, but other than that, it's like not a big deal. Yeah, I'm gonna get diapers. I'm getting diapers for her. Is she a humper, lol? No, there's no dog tampons. And even if there were, you think I would put a fucking tampon in her? What are you, out of your mind? No. I do need to get doggy diapers though, because she's massive. She's like human sized. You know what I mean? So like, she's gonna fucking bleed a lot most likely. She's like 80, 90 pounds. But overall, I'm a little scared, but we'll figure it out. And that's it. Other than that, I got nothing else going on. Take off the hat. I love your hair. It's wet right now. She's a mixed breed, Chatter. Chat is kind of extra insane today. There's something in the water. Maybe. Yeah. Expect the liter of blood coming your way. Yeah, it's terrifying. I'll just get underwear and cut a hole for the tail, put panty liner. Super easy solution. Comfort for Kaya. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Oh, Israel is taking credit for a attack outside of Shifa Hospital in Gaza City. They said wounded. That witnesses say killed and wounded dozens. Videos from the scene show multiple bloody casualties near an ambulance. Israel said it targeted the ambulance because Hamas was using it. Nice. Thanks, guys. That's crazy. Maybe we should do another 8 weeks of back and forth while Israel keeps bombing fucking more children and more hospitals about like whether the veracity of these claims are true or not. Or maybe we can finally move on to the next stage of this fucking conversation, which is, was it valid for Israel to do a war crime? Well, they say it was Hamas, so it must be Hamas. It is a war crime. Anyway, god damn it. I was in a relatively tame, relatively good mood, and now I'm not. Okay, let's get fucking started. Starting stream always ruins your mood. That sounds like a warning sign to me. No, it's fine. Fuck. Okay, let's get started. Let's get fucking started. Jesus Christ, I hate this shit so much. Okay, fuck. France has officially gone full fascist. Yeah, I saw that. All right, let's just get... Okay. I'm just blasting off. Let's do it. Israel bombs an ambulance next to the hospital. Legislation. Anti-Zionism. Fuck, man. Fucking fuck. Okay. HEZBOLLAH speech aftermath. Blinken in Israel asks for humanitarian pause. Okay. Dude, how can I ever be in a fucking good mood, man? How is that even ever possible? Like, I just started off thinking like maybe we'll have some lighthearted coverage a little bit before we lean into it, and immediately it's like, yeah, I mean, I was gonna like do some Hassan Nasrallah memes, you know what I mean? Do some Hezbollah memes and shit like that, which is obviously not going to be lighthearted in general, but like at least something that you can like meme about, right? And now it's just like, well, sorry, Israel just blew up an ambulance next to the Shifa hospital and openly took credit for it. So, and UAE is sending aid to Israel. What the fuck is wrong with this world? Brother, I don't think you understand. I told you guys already. I told you that this is how it works. I told you the Gulf state leadership and the Gulf state population are not aligned on this issue. Gulf state leadership are a bunch of fucking crooks who have been American dogs in perpetuity. The last time that they had like a fucking legitimate backbone, okay? Gulf state leadership and the population is very different. Their opinions are very different. Their reaction is very different. The population looks at this and goes, oh, I know exactly what the fuck is going on with the Palestinians. They're just like me, okay? Why can't you attack Israel in the chat? What do you mean? We ban people that are outwardly saying dumb shit because there's like a million different fucking monitors in here looking at any opportunity they can to fucking claim that people are being anti-Semitic. If you don't recognize that by this point, I don't know what to tell you. Since day one, I have been incredibly even-handed and incredibly tempered in my coverage. I've been incredibly even-handed and incredibly tempered in my coverage for obvious reasons, even though inside of me a fire burns, okay? Like, how can you not be deeply frustrated? How can you not feel at your core that this is completely and utterly impermissible and yet for some reason is totally justified and totally valid by our leadership, by our media? They're doing everything in their fucking power to basically allow the ethnic cleansing to continue until morale improves. Pretty much, the beatings will continue until morale improves is exactly the current Israeli position right now. Democracy Now! Just covered the U.S. official dude that quit over supplying Israel arms and confirming how U.S. officials were told not to have any ceasefire stance. Yeah. Have you talked about how the original Likud platform had from the river to the sea? Yes. I mean, I don't know if I've ever brought it up here, but yeah, of course. Yeah, Mehdi Hassan's G word we already watched.
Given these bombs.
So, yeah, we'll watch the Joyanne Reid MSNBC video on it in a second. But anyway, let's just get started. Unhinged Israeli Foreign Affairs Ministry video you have to watch. The expulsion of Jews from Arab and Muslim countries. Oh, this is my favorite. Dude, I've been watching. I like revisiting a lot of the stuff that I already know. I highly recommend you do it as well, whether it be like an ebook or something, or whether it be like an audio book, or whether it be like actual old articles that you read before. Sometimes I watch YouTube videos on like that dive into certain parts of the history, or rather have a broader contextual analysis, a framework of like the peace deals. Like one of the ones that I watched recently, which I think is pretty instructive because like it goes into the weeds of like every single aspect of the negotiations, is from a channel called Beast Process by, I believe he's Palestinian himself, living in diaspora potentially. I don't know. I might be making all that shit up, but I've been watching, like I watched his video, The Palestinian Israeli Peace Process, How It Really Happened. He made this a year ago. It's a very long video. It's very good. It's a very good video. You could just like play it on the background if you want. You know, it's this guy, but I highly recommend it. But anyway, one of the things that I was reminded of, especially during Camp David, was Camp David 2, was the Ehud Barak camp dropping a fucking classic, certified Israeli classic banger of being like, oh, you want a right to return, except we can't really do that, obviously, because we have demographic concerns, to which Arafat, of course, responded. At that point, he's like perfectly, completely neutered, utterly neutered. He's like willing to do whatever the fuck the Israeli government will even claim that they care about, like just specifically so that they can get any fucking deal on the table whatsoever. And he immediately retorted with the retaliation was the classic, oh, well, we can't actually do this anymore because think about all the Jews that were expelled from other Arab countries, as though this is simply the Palestinians' fault. Like, what an insane thing. It always, it almost always feels like Arafat offered a deal that only allowed 150K people a year and respected Israel's demographic concerns. Yeah, I know. To which he said, we can't even do that deal anymore either, because guess what? All the Jews were actually expelled from Arab and Muslim countries. And it's like every part of this process, if you are honest, if you are earnest, if you are legit, if you are literally not just looking at this with like the hypercritical, hyper-Zionist lenses, okay? If you're not reading, like, no matter how much of a psychopathic moron you are, no matter how much of a bloodthirsty moron you are, okay? Unless you have been conditioned and primed your entire life from like middle school onward, okay? It is almost impossible for you to look at every single aspect of this conflict and leave feeling with the idea that like what happened in more recent history to the Palestinian Authority versus Hamas is not like the actual unofficial yet actual way of dealing with the Palestinian Authority in general, like whoever it was at any given moment. It all comes back down to this being an ethno-state and its necessity. It has to be an ethno-state, and it all comes down to might is right politics. You cannot look at the history of this conflict and literally come out thinking, oh man, Palestinians sure are fucking violent, rabid dogs in this circumstance. It's like pure fucking projection. And it blows my goddamn mind that people just like still try and make this assertion over and over again. Please don't watch the propaganda. They have done 3 massacres today, even at Shifa Hospital. We are so tired of debating and debunking. We just want this to end. No, I know, my friend. I know. I'm with you. Okay? I'm with you. I know. Really fucked up. Thoughts on going to Disney right now? Is boycotting them doing anything when our government's paying the way already too? I don't know. I mean, I'll tell you this much. I love Sweetgreen. I eat at Sweetgreen. I used to eat at Sweetgreen every goddamn day, as you guys know. Then I saw the fucking CEO of Sweetgreen say some unhinged ass shit, and I'm not eating at Sweetgreen anymore. It's your own consideration. I don't give a fuck, okay? If a brand wants to go out of their fucking way to be like, no, I love this ethno state, I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Okay? Like, that's my shit. That's how I have always operated, and that's how I will operate. Don't buy Sabra hummus. Well, don't fucking buy Sabra hummus anyway. Like, that shit, that's dog shit. Sabra hummus has always been fucking dog. It's the easiest thing to fucking boycott, okay? Fuck out of here. You eat at Chick-fil-A all the time? I mean, wait, what? Yeah, of course. I do. Why? Is the Chick-fil-A fucking psychopathic Christians also come out and we're like, we love Israel and they should keep doing their ethnic cleansing? Because if that's the case, I don't give a fuck about how homophobic they are. But if they're also fucking on top of that going ethnic cleansing is good, then yeah, no, that's a different problem. Anyway, it's funny as fuck to see neoliberals unironically saying base Saudis in response to KSA announcing their plans to continue the normalization of relations. Because neoliberals do not have any fucking coherent ideology. It's just like repeating whatever the fuck they read on MSNBC so they can sound smart, okay? And ultimately, for a lot of people, that's it. That's all you need. All you need is the comfort that, like, you're actually right. You're right. You know, these are hard decisions that we had to make. Sorry. These are hard decisions that we had to make time and time again. There's no reason for historical context. There's no reason for any kind of analysis. There's no reason to understand anything, really. Just repeat whatever the fuck is coming from MSNBC, add a couple edgy slurs in there, okay, into your commentary, and all of a sudden, you're not like MSNBC. You're doing something totally different. You know what I mean? Except, no. Wait, so homophobia is okay? No, of course homophobia is not okay. Shut the fuck up. Actually, you know what? Yeah, it is okay. All right? That's right. Yeah, I've decided. It's fine now. Until the gays get together and fucking organize a BDS against Chick-fil-A, I'm still eating there, okay? The one dude, maybe not the gayest dude we know, but, you know, one gay man that I have on this broadcast daily can't stop eating that garbage, okay? Anyway, I don't want to start off with this one, but yeah, I tweeted this last night, and like everyone is mad, I guess. Free Palestine from the river to the sea means Palestinians no longer live in an apartheid state and are free of the occupation and have equal rights and representation, not genocide of the Jews, just like Black Lives Matter never meant white lives don't matter. Okay? And people are so desperately being like, no, that's actually false. It's genocide. And it's pure projection, dog. It's pure fucking projection. This, on the other hand, is anti-Semitic. The conflation between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism is one that the ADL in Israel uses regularly. They claim Israel represents all Jews, and there's monolithic support from all Jews for Israel. This is not the case. It's anti-Semitic. Okay? Louis Keene, the Jewish history mural outside of Cantor's Deli, an iconic Los Angeles restaurant that has been open longer than the state of Israel has existed, was defaced with graffiti last night. Yeah. Like, you don't have to fucking go to, like, Jewish institutions or Jewish areas and fucking say free Palestine. And then I followed it up with saying, I've also heard the Confederate flag represents Southern pride and cultural heritage. This is my favorite type of fucking idiot, because, like, this type of idiot inherently doesn't fucking understand that, like, he is on the reactionary side. Okay? He's like, oh man, yeah, Southern pride and cultural heritage. That's right, because Palestinians fighting against an apartheid state is the same as, like, as slavers trying to do slavery. Anyway, if you were to graffiti a random wall with ISIS, fuck ISIS or whatever, or ISIS sucks, that'd be entirely different than tagging an Islamic cultural center or a mosque or a halal restaurant. The latter is an Islamophobic hate crime. That's it. Like, this is the type of shit that happens as a consequence of, one, anti-Semitism running wild, and two, anti-Semitism increasing in times due to Israel constantly saying, we're doing all of this for Jews, by the way. We're doing this for Jews. All Jews love this. They love it. They love the ethnic cleansing that we're engaging against, like, a population that, 2 billion people on the planet identify with and see as, like, a group of individuals that are understandably, like, a group of individuals that are being ethnically cleansed from their fucking ancestral homes, And it's just like, it's great. It's great to just personally, unironically make Jewish people unsafe by making this conflation. Okay? My girlfriend and I got to go to a screening of this. She was a Zionist Jew up until a few years ago, and this was such an eye-opener for her childhood. Oh, Israelism?
Some American Jews who...
I've seen this. I've only seen the official trailer. I've never actually watched the whole thing. Did you want Hezbollah to join the war? What? What is it, from the river to the sea chant from Arabic? Look. This guy, just curious Andy. What is the from the river to the sea chant from Arabic? Doesn't it have a caveat? Yeah, dude. The Arabic version of from the river to the sea says, like, we want to kill all the Jews. They see it secretly in Arabic. And that's the caveat, right? Is that I've seen this counter. I've seen this counter from people being like, hey, so how does it come across in Arabic? Doesn't it mean like we need to make Palestine specifically for Arabs and kill all the Jews? Isn't that what that means? Nice, man. Thank you for the good counter. Totally. Okay, got it. So walk me through this really quickly. Okay, walk me through this in your mind. Do you think, like, people in America, like, what do you think that the American Jews, American Christians, American Muslims, like, people in the Western world that are, we're on Hasbara Z team now? I know, it's such a fucking stupid, like, such an idiotic thing. I'll have you know, sir, C in Arabic means final solution for Jews, actually. Yeah, contrary to what you think. Anyway, did you want the Hezbollah to join the war? And then he follows it up with, did you want the Hezbollah to join the war? Sorry if you've already given your position. I just tuned in. First of all, it's not a war. It's an ethnic cleansing campaign. Secondly, I want the ethnic cleansing campaign to stop. That's what I want. Okay? It's talking points I've heard. I'm not on any side. Interesting that, like, you're revealing your own personal position here, antisocial butterfly, with your sock account that you're in here with. Man said, sorry, I wasn't able to clip you if you said so earlier. Yeah. I know you say apartheid is bad, but when you translate that into Arabic, it scares me. Explain that. Yeah. You want all Jews dead. That's what you want. Yeah, totally. That's definitely, you got me on that, dude. Secretly. That's why I've been fucking fighting against anti-Semites for the past 10 fucking years, while many of you fucking dipshits in here who aren't Jewish, who are just literally were like 4chan Nazis last year, are coming in here to be like, you just want all the Jews dead. Ooh. Like, I'm glad you went through your own personal online trolling experience, and you were able to, like, find a new medium for all of your fucking personal anxiety. Okay? Fucking idiot. Similar insane logic when libs get weird about Arabs saying Allahu Akbar. Like, bro, that's a very normal thing. You're the one making it weird. Liberals get weird about Allahu Akbar. Liberals get weird about jihad. Liberals get weird about, or not weird. It's not weird. It's racist, okay? That's what it is. It's just racist. Like, that's the problem. Martyr, the concept of martyrdom and martyr. People look at that and go, dude, I fucking know. Actually, I know what you're doing. Like you're saying secretly that those Palestinian babies were fucking Hamas. Like, they got martyred. When you say glory to our martyrs, you mean, like, you know, they were doing jihad. Yeah. International Jihad Day. I have a cousin, his name is Jihad. He lives in Canada. Yeah, watch out. Yeah. This is my favorite thing that this is my favorite part of the Hasbara Ops, okay? Which is wake up. Ton hell. The West is next, which is pretty cool. I mean, this would be pretty fire. Could you imagine if we had a robust metro system like this? Like, Hamas came in and built tunnels under Manhattan, and then we finally had like a decent ass fucking railway. I mean, that'd be sick. I would be totally on board with that. Okay. Inshallah, brothers. Inshallah. Okay. One day. Inshallah. One day. Public transit. And then we can have Hezbollah come in and fucking lay down optic fiber, dude. I am down. Hassan Nasrallah, what are you doing? Instead of fucking talking a big game about how, you know, your thoughts and prayers over the Palestinian people, how about you come to Los Angeles right now and build some fucking fiber optic? Go wild with it. I know you motherfuckers have fiber optic cables down there. Okay, I know. I've heard it. I know. Get over here right now. Get over here right now. Do a little bit of jihad here, okay? The struggle of my jihad every day is against fucking my ISPs, okay? You hear about who the daddy of that psycho settler lady is? No. That's Rabbi Shmuley's daughter. Oh my God. This makes so much more fucking sense now. Holy shit. Okay, for those of you who don't understand, remember that lady with like the fucking Brooklyn accent who was like, oh, I'm so excited. I'm watching like bombs fall on Gaza and every 10 minutes a baby is dying down there and it's fucking awesome. Who then like got really mad at fucking what's his face? Drake. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Of course, dude. Of course she's fucking, oh my God. Of course she's like Rabbi Shmuley's daughter. Holy moly. Here. This is the lady.
Drake was completely silent for weeks about
dude, this is awesome. They keep it up. Keep this up. Honestly, Israel is killing 10 children. Israel's killing a child every 10 minutes. Okay. And simultaneously, all of the pro-Israel sentiment is literally like yelling at Gigi Hadid for being Palestinian publicly, or yelling at Bella Hadid. Or yelling at fucking Drake for saying we need to have a ceasefire. Like, just the gall, the audacity, the arrogance. It's like, what are you doing? I mean, please keep doing it. Please keep doing it. Go ahead, keep popping off. Most people are going to look at this and go, you are insane. You're an insane person.
About the massacre of his fellow Jewish brothers and sisters in Israel. But this week he called for a ceasefire. Drake, you have no guts. You have no identity. You don't know who you are. You've spent your whole entire life, like most people in the world.
He's a part of the Ummah, my friend, okay? MashaAllah, my brother Drake, he has come out. Aubrey has found the light of Allah, okay? It's very obvious to me. This is what happens when you live in Toronto and you rip so much like Arab and Muslim culture in general and like incorporate it into your brand. You know, all of a sudden, before you know it, you are also Allah's bravest soldier. You are also a part of the Ummah. You are also doing jihad. Okay, you don't get it. You don't understand it. This is what happens. Abood Graham. I cannot believe that the Israel ethnic cleansing campaign has like made Twitter fucking turn around and defend Drake, dude.
Proving to everyone and to yourself that you're special. But this week you proved that you're ordinary. You don't know who you are. Big whoop. You can make some good music. When it comes to the things that matter, you have no identity. You will do anything to be famous, to have friends in Hollywood, to make money, to be successful. You couldn't say anything about Israel until it was officially cool to say something about Israel. The ceasefire. There will be no ceasefire until Hamas is destroyed, until our hostages are back. You are a coward. You are such a disappointment. Wow. Not a word about your fellow Jewish brothers and sisters in Israel who were massacred. I was there. I saw it after it happened.
Brother Drake is doing gambling sponsorships. Okay, to be fair, I mean, you know, Muslims do gamble a lot. It's just, they even drink alcohol. It's just, as long as he doesn't eat pork, he's good. He is halal. As long as he stands with Palestinians, he's halal. As long as he doesn't eat pork, he's halal.
But not just that. After being completely silent, like the coward you are, you sign a letter with Gigi and Bella Hadid.
Wow, public enemy number one, enemies of Israel. Bro, Israel's greatest enemies, Palestinian children, okay, inside of incubators, Gigi and Bella Hadid. That's crazy. That's crazy. Thank you for openly stating this. Felix brought this up yesterday at the thing that we were at, where he was like, on the one hand, you're doing the classic stuff where you're like, October 7th is devastating. It's vile. It's inhumane. It's barbaric. And then you're turning around and like weaponizing that against like campus leftists, which is something that, you know, the Israeli foreign ministry has engaged in for years and years. And then the next day you're going, wow, Voldemort thinks Hamas is evil. And you betray your cause. Like, you betray the seriousness of your cause when you do that. Like, if you don't have consistent fucking messaging on the matter, you can't on the one hand be like, this is the worst thing that has happened to us since the Holocaust, and also Voldemort thinks it's bad. You know what I mean? It just, it doesn't make any sense. Like, even if you're like a serious person, even if you're a serious person who's like, oh my God, this is so devastating, you can't fucking turn around and read the Israel account being like, war crimes are necessary. Like, you can't see like the Israel account treating the situation like a fucking Tumblr girl who's doing like standpoint theory to defend ethnic cleansing. Okay?
Whose father compared Israel to Nazi Germany today on Instagram.
Wasn't Felix reacting to genocide and saying, wow, no man, not fucking XQC dummies, Felix Biederman. When I talk about politics and I bring up Felix, it's my friend Felix Biederman, not the fucking Goblino, okay? The fuck is XQC? What are you saying?
You are a disappointment.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to alienate my last juicer. Yeah, Drake is Jewish, by the way. Aubrey Graham. But as of today, he is a part of the global Muslim community. I believe I speak for all Muslims globally when I say, at least for the time being, until he says some like corny ass shit or does some like fucked up shit again, DJ Khaled, out of the tribe. You're done. DJ Khaled, you're done. I don't know you. I don't want to know you. I never knew you. Okay. We're swapping DJ Khaled with Aubrey. What did DJ Khaled do? It's more so what he didn't do. Israel's ambassador to Ireland should be expelled until a ceasefire between Israel and Hamas is imposed. Oh, fucking awesome. Dude, this is huge. And this should happen more frequently. 100%. And I'm you know, once again, the Irish are a part of the Irish have consistently been incredible on the subject historically for obvious reasons. They too were subjected to colonial violence from the British. So they fucking understand it. Anyway, yeah, I mean, dude, this is how unserious this shit is. Look at this. Mind you, Bella Hadid's family was forcibly kicked out of the Palestinian home by Israeli settlers in 1948. Are Bella Hadid, her criminal father, Angelina Jolie, or that elderly guy from Pink Floyd really the people you should be relying on for opinions on the Middle East, says Hen Mazik. No, we should rely on whoever this fucking guy is instead. You know, please stop the ethnic cleansing. Haircut example. Hasbara operations crumbling west. Some old guy from one of the most successful Western music groups in the last century, dumb fuck who paid Elon money asking for a free service. Yeah. Roger Waters is who he's talking about, by the way, which is if you're even like a little bit familiar with the Palestinian plight, you know for a fact there is not a globally there is one guy that all Zionists hate, okay? And that is Roger fucking Waters, okay? Oh my God, in England, I mean, this happened like a couple months back where they literally were, there was a thing where like in England, they routinely try to cancel Roger Waters for his opinion on Palestine, like all the time. And they tried to shut down one of his shows because of his depiction of fascism in Pink Floyd The Wall. And they tried to call him a Nazi for it, which is like the entire point of that art is anti-Nazi. So, you know, that was in Germany. Yeah, exactly. It's so insane. It's so fucking stupid. He's the exactly. He's like Jane Fonda of the Zionist community, 100%. Like the I'll never forgive you, Jane Fonda. The Vietnam rememberers hate Jane Fonda to this day, just like the defenders of Israel hate Roger Waters. Also we're still on it, but here this is censored luckily. But CNN on the IDF claims that they bombed an ambulance convoy because Hamas was using the ambulances. The evidence that we're getting from the Red Cross does seem to contradict that. They instead of trying to fucking claim that like Islamic Jihad did it again, this time they were like, yeah, we did it. So what? It's actually Hamas.
A convoy that was heading south towards the Rafah crossing. The Red Cross had been informed that the convoy was leaving the hospital towards the Rafah crossing. And perhaps most damningly, we've just been hearing, Jessica, from the Red Cross, who confirmed that they had been given information about this particular convoy that was due to leave the Shifa hospital on its way to the Rafah crossing. What we know about the attack is that there are several casualties, many wounded as well, and that this does appear now to have been a convoy of wounded Palestinians.
Yeah, 100%. And they openly confirmed it, by the way. This fucking
could be more.
This fucking fat-faced monster is back at it again. They have openly confirmed it this time. So what's up? What's going to happen? Oh, well, it was Hamas. Because guess what? They did it in broad daylight. They did it not in the darkness. They did it without any kind of internet cover. They didn't shut the comms off because they're increasing the stress. Why are they doing this? Are they doing this because there is a legitimate intelligence coming in that says this is Hamas? Of course not. The reason why they're doing it is because they can't do a ground operation without taking a shit ton of casualties, okay? They keep getting murked, and they're afraid of that, so every time they get murked, they want to fucking punish more. Who are they going to punish? They can't fucking punish. I love fat shaming Zionists. It's not even fat shaming. I'm saying he has a fat head. Like, he's not fat. I'm saying, like, he has a giant Sebastian Gorka-ass head. Like, looks like fucking Frankenstein's monster, dude. Jesus Christ, this fucking guy. The joke I made last night was he looks like, Trump's remaining last Catholic lawyer. That's what he looks like. Shut your big old head up, dude. Shut that big ass head up.
Being taken to the Rafah crossing that was hit as part of that IDF strike, now claimed by the IDF again, with the idea that this was part of their operation.
Like, dude, I know the posturing from, these liberals always is like, oh, we have to do everything in our power to try to look at the situation with the lens of like Israel's in the right and the Arab dogs are in the wrong. But like, there's only so much atrocity coverage that you can dedicate before you go, okay, well, this is a little fucked up, I think, right? Like, maybe we shouldn't do this, because no Western country, because the West sees itself as like this beacon of prosperity, okay? The West sees itself as like the arbiters of liberal democracy and the rule-based international order, okay? So it's insane to have, and it's not real. Obviously, it's not real. And like, America gets to do this. Obviously, America gets to do this. It's the one country that is perfectly allowed to do this, and America's allies get to do this as well. as long as it's not like super consistent and it's not like an ongoing thing. If you keep ethnically cleansing over the course of an entire 3-week process and you get to the 4th week, after a certain point, attitudes are going to shift. Attitudes are going to be entirely against you. Israel, once again, is suffering from its own success and its own endless thirst of like ethnically cleansing and ethnically displacing Palestinians from that area. That is the major problem here for Israel. If they just like do some bombing campaigns, kill a bunch of children, and then fucking back away from it when America says, stop it right now, then it still wouldn't be fine, but at the very least, they could continue their apartheid regime. But now there is this bloodthirst. There is this bloodlust that I am seeing. I'm seeing in anecdotal references that I look at from some of the Israeli accounts I see, some of the like liberal Zionists that I listen to, that normally spend a lot of their time talking about like how bad the settlements make Israel look, but now are just straight up like, no, we have to kill Hamas like once and for all. And it's not something that you can it's not really something that you can keep doing and have the Western world go, yeah, no, that's fine. Eventually people are going to start pulling their support. You're seeing like, veteran congressmen be like, this is unacceptable. Even with the Jabalia camp, veteran Congress people came out and were like, this is not acceptable. This is a war crime. You can't do this. Like, I was in Afghanistan, I was in Iraq when there were civilians in the area. We just came up with a new fucking plan. You can't just like blast through civilians 100 at a time. And it's virtually impossible for Israel to keep continuing doing this and like have the entire Western world and the entire Western leadership champion it over and over again. Okay? Yeah. CNN reporting that Biden is warning Israel that the Gaza carnage, it doesn't have long before support erodes, which is fucked up. It should have eroded from day one. Everyone knew what the fuck was going to happen. I'm an idiot, and I knew what the fuck was going to happen. I could have told you what was going to happen. Everyone knew that this was going to happen. And the goal was, like Anthony Blinken tweeted on October 8th, to immediately call for a ceasefire. He tweeted that and deleted it immediately because he's a bitch. He's bitch made. Apparently, Israel right this moment bombed a UNRWA school. Jesus Christ.
To take on Hamas. The evidence that we're getting from those sources, not just inside the Al-Shifa hospital, but again, from the Red Cross, does seem to contradict that. These ambulances were part of a convoy that was heading south towards the Rafah crossing.
Yeah. Support is eroding, and it should fucking erode, dude.
Could be more ambulances carrying Hamas terrorists?
Almost. The difference being not plan, but execution. This is a practice. This is an established practice. And for those of the viewers who have been around and saw the war in 2014, we showed video footage of it back then, of Hamas operatives, armed operatives getting into ambulances, going from one place to another, using them as their taxis on the battlefield. What we're seeing now is exactly that. We know, and we have shared with different intel organizations, and we will expose to the world.
Do not stop protesting. No matter what the fuck happens, keep emailing your congresspersons, keep sending, keep phone banking. It's just like, it's working. The pressure is working. It's not just the pressure though. It's not just the pressure. It also is like how brutal and ruthless Israel is, because they think that they can just like get away with this.
To those that are intellectually honest enough to listen, that Hamas uses ambulances as their ways of getting around the battlefield without being exposed to threat. We will show pictures of it and maybe even video. And the bottom line here, that this is a common denominator. Hamas abuses everything, the civilians, everything that is supposed to be protected, schools, UN facilities, mosques and hospitals. The Shifa hospital is basically a big military compound controlled by Hamas. And that is what it should be condemned unequivocally from the UN offices in New York.
Yeah, that should be condemned unequivocally, not blowing up a fucking fleet of ambulances, dude, on like right next to the fucking hospital. No. dropping the pics in 2025. Just wait. No, they're gonna fucking drop some like fake ass bullshit. Okay, that they snapped. That is like granular from 2014 and be like, look, see, we told you. And I'm gonna fucking lose my mind when every dick rider of Israel unironically uses that as proof that this is unequivocally Hamas ambulances, and that's why it's totally valid to blow them up. I'm gonna fucking die when I see that. My head is going to explode. Okay? They're gonna do like a fucking shitty ass Photoshop. Here's the paramedic who miraculously survived the ambulance convoy massacre just hours ago is now sharing his harrowing testimony about the bombing of this ambulance. Like, there are, you know, Al-Shifa Hospital has a shit ton of international doctors in it, right? Like, the idea that, like, this is a Hamas headquarters, this is a Hamas base, is ridiculous to begin with, okay? Like, there are white people there too, guys, okay? If you don't want to fucking trust the scary brown Arabs, okay? There are white people there as well. What the fuck?
الحالات إلى المنطقة الجنوبية من القطاع ويعني وإحنا في طريقنا
On our way to near the junction near Road 10, we found the road closed by dirt mounds.
لقينا الطريق مسكرة بالردم وضرب صاروخ
زلنا في الأرض فما
قدرناش نمشي يعني فبكلم الشباب
زمايلي اللي معايا
بقول لهم بدنا نرجع
I said we have to turn back because the road is rough
نمشي فيها أو في صاروخ
and we can't drive through it and there's a missile creating holes in the ground.
فقررنا نرجع كلمت الإدارة عندي.
I called the operations center and informed them. Yeah, they're gonna say like they intercepted the phone conversation again, and in the phone conversation he's gonna be like, Ahmed, I promise, bro, I love taking over ambulances. I love doing Hamas stuff and taking over ambulances. And then everyone's gonna be like, well, there you go. Here is the fucking proof. Here's the fucking proof. Once again, we should kill everyone in Gaza. That's like the ultimate goal, right? I mean, it's totally justified, it seems. Yeah, the fake phone call I showed you guys yesterday was perfect. Like, come on, guys, don't forget about 9/11. The Turkish guy with the weirdest accent I've ever fucking heard in my life, where he's like, go back to Auschwitz. Don't forget 9/11. We're here to fuck up America, guys. Like, that's what the Turkish guy was saying before the Israeli shock troopers fucking, jumped into Mavi Marmara that cut through the blockade with humanitarian aid and slaughtered like 11 fucking humanitarian aid workers. You know? What? Explain what? U.S. officials have asked the Israeli military to explain its deadly airstrike on the densely populated Jabalia refugee camp in Gaza this past week, according to the U.S. and Israeli officials. Yeah, explain. They don't have to explain shit, dog. You have to stop them. You have to stop them. That's it. You have the power to stop them, and you're not, because you're a fucking piece of shit, garbage, monstrous, genocidal freak. Okay?
York, all the way down to World Health Organization and the Red Crescent and the Red Cross. They are violating the sanctity.
Dude, what the fuck? He's saying the Palestinian Red Crescent, the Red Cross, and the World Health Organization is Hamas. They're collaborating with Hamas.
In the special status and protection, which is supposed to be provided to ambulances on the battlefield, which we respect, but that protection is void in specific cases when we see and perceive a threat and when we see that they're abusing it.
Real quick, I want to ask you about the regional conflict and the possibility this is going.
That's insane, dude. It's insane. It's insane. Every single fucking thing. Yeah, World Health Organization, more like World Hamas Organization, right? Exactly. Thank you, Chatter, for that joke. That was a good one. Yeah, the Ha stands for Hamas. Yeah, I know it.
Going to escalate further in the region, but do you know specifically how many?
I love that Fox News is just like, yeah, totally, I believe you. Thank you for telling me. There is no equivalence to this, right? Like, there's no foreign nation that just like has a fucking permanent spokesperson that basically is sitting inside of the fucking headquarters of like any given American media platform that they immediately call upon to contextualize the unjustifiable ethnic cleansing campaign's newest iteration. Blinken also said he wants Israel to minimize Palestinian civilian casualties. Fucking animal dude. He should be saying Israel should eliminate civilian casualties. Exactly. Yeah. That's what he should be doing. He's not going hard enough, dude. Blinken should be saying Israel should eliminate all the civilian casualties. All of them. As in eliminate all the civilians. Blinken being a fully he's not giving a full-throated support to Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign. Yeah. Sorry, misunderstood what you were trying to say. You said reduce or eliminate civilian casualties in general. I heard eliminate the civilians. Instructions unclear. The bombing campaign continues. This is minimizing.
Hamas terrorists, how many operatives were killed in that particular strike, Colonel?
There were a few in the car. We're working on names, affiliation, and what they were doing and what they were busy fighting. But it is clear to us that they were certain terrorists, 100% sure that they were terrorists, and they were combatants on the battlefield, which our troops saw getting in to that ambulance and then speeding, and they...
Bro, I don't know if this motherfucker is aware, but like when you blow up an ambulance next to the hospital, it's not just like the supposed enemy combatants that you're killing. You know what I mean? There was children there. You know what I mean? I saw the videos. Like motherfucker said they were speeding.
Received a threat. They understood that there was a threat, and therefore that ambulance was targeted.
Colonel,
it's absolutely insane to think that if Israel acted like the U.S. did in Iraq and Afghanistan in terms of not killing civilians, it would be an improvement, but it honestly would be. I mean, yes, Israel has, first of all, America killed 1 million Iraqis, right? So think about how fucking devastating what Israel is doing is from that framework, because there are numbers for this. Operation Iraqi Freedom, hilarious. That bombing campaign, when it first started, killed less civilians in the same time frame, in the same 24 days than Israel's bombing campaign in Gaza. Exactly. If you watch the videos, even if a few Hamas members were in the ambulance, which we have no proof of right now, you can see dozens of civilians dead and injured on the ground nearby. A violation of IHL and a clear war crime. Exactly. It is fucking ridiculous. I hate that they always try to use this thing where it's like, well, certainly this ambulance now is an enemy, is being used by enemies. Okay? Is being used by enemies, so we have to kill them. We have to kill everyone around them. Like, no, you can't. You can't do that. I'm just here to listen to the bullshit Hassan is going to say now. Do you mean Hassan is in like Nasrallah, or do you mean me? Are you trying to racistly say that I'm the double S Hassan? I love looking at an ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign and being like, what's my least favorite political commentator who thinks this is morally repugnant have to say about this? So I just sit here. I can't wait to sit here and be like, actually ethnic cleansing is good and necessary. I'm really smart, by the way. Anyway, here's the... We're returning the patients back to Shifa. He told me, but we have coordination and we were given the green light. I said, despite that, we can't continue to drive because the road is rough. And the ambulance isn't moving. Heading back, I reached Abu Mazen Square to Ansar. Once the ambulance went up from the road, from the coastal area, they hit the hood, hitting the engine itself. I couldn't endure the hit and got injured in my feet.
وحاجات تانية يعني صعبة جدا.
I saw my fellow paramedic. He was looking as asleep with blood running from his head. I jumped out from the vehicle and thought he was killed. I told another ambulance nearby, take me with you back. They took me inside. Yeah, he survived the fucking bombing campaign. At this point, they can't even make the human shield argument. They're going out of their way to attack Hamas in the most densely populated areas they can, Hamas by proximity. I mean, that is the... Guys, if you know anything, if you have any understanding, like even a novice, like if you have an intermediate understanding of the conflict, you recognize that this is completely unacceptable, and it is a very consistent principle behind trying to desperately justify the ethnic cleansing campaign that Israel is engaging in. They've done this time and time again. The goal is always to fix the demographics. The goal isn't and to take over more land. The goal is not to, criticize Hamas or attack Hamas or whatever the fuck. Anyway, we're going to talk about the Hezbollah leader now.
Live, Israel says its troops in Gaza are engaged in face-to-face combat with fighters from Hamas. The Israeli military says its troops have now completely encircled Gaza City in the north of the territory, almost 4 weeks since the start of this war. The US Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, has been back in Tel Aviv as Washington increases the pressure for a humanitarian pause. Antony Blinken talked about Israel's right to defend itself, but also the need for concrete steps to minimize harm to civilians in Gaza. Meanwhile, the leader of Hezbollah, like Hamas, a prescribed terror organization, has spoken in Lebanon. Hassan Nasrallah praised the Hamas attacks and said the possibility of total war is realistic. One other important line to update you on: more foreign nationals have been getting out of Gaza at the Rafah crossing point into Egypt. 124 British nationals are on the list of people who are being allowed to leave. Well, the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says more than 9,000 people have been killed in the Strip since October the 7th, after Hamas killed 1,400 people in the attacks in southern Israel. Well, we'll be covering all the latest developments here with my colleague, the BBC's chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, and she joins us from Jerusalem. Lise, over to you.
Yes, and welcome back to Jerusalem. We had a few hours ago a split-screen moment here across the region with the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken addressing the press after his meetings with Israeli leaders, emphasizing how much the United States would do to assist in easing the suffering of Palestinians and working, he said, with the U.S.'s partners in the region to avoid an escalation. At the same time, the Lebanese leader, Hassan Nasrallah, making his first public speech since the war began after October the 7th, blaming the United States for what he said the crimes of the Gaza war, and as we've just heard, warning of the possibility of an all-out war.
No, I'm not going to listen to the entire speech because the speech is long as fuck and he just repeats himself over and over again. So, no, I'm not going to listen to the entire thing.
Well, let's look at those two top stories, starting with Antony Blinken. He spoke to the press after he met the Israeli President Isaac Herzog. He reaffirmed his solidarity with Israel, but he also mentioned his hopes for what is being described as a pause, a humanitarian pause in the fighting.
That was an important area of discussion today with Israeli leaders. How, when, and where these can be implemented, what work needs to happen, and what understanding.
You're a fucking dog. Fuck you. Okay? These are bloodthirsty, genocidal pig dog freaks. Okay? Every single one of them. They love wearing these Westerners. They love wearing their little fucking suits and their tie and acting so fucking proper. But the reality on the ground is that they are engaging. They are engaging in an ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay? Remember, the aesthetics of it, due to so much Orientalism, is that Arabs are the barbarians, right? They're the barbarians. They wear like clothes that are not Western, and you know, they give off the presence of poverty due to obvious you know, external factors, but they're somehow lesser than human. Meanwhile, the people that are dehumanizing them are the ones who are wearing the suits. They speak like you. You understand what they're saying. They speak with liberal language about how unfortunate the human casualties are. Meanwhile, what they're fucking doing is justifying an ethnic cleansing campaign. Aren't you dehumanizing them in the same light that you wouldn't want be given to Palestinians? Dude. This is dehumanizing a fucking Nazi for the crime of being a fucking fascist. Suck my dick if you can't comprehend the difference there. Okay? I can't believe I would dehumanize the Secretary of State. Come on. And it's not for an inalienable, or it's not for some unchangeable quality that I am fucking saying that they're disgusting pieces of shit. Okay? It's a quality that I want them to change, which is, again, to take a stand against ethnic cleansing, okay? Don't come in here and be like, Antony Blinken is a, small bean neurodivergent minor, you know? It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, dude. Not inalienable, immutable, yes. Immutable characteristic. Political stances are not an immutable characteristic. I said inalienable. The correct term is immutable. This is an important thread regarding Israel's targeting procedures and its views of acceptable civilian casualty thresholds. In recent days, I have seen many asking, how does Israel justify killing so many civilians to kill one man? I want to explain the concept of non-civilian cutoff values, essentially the number of civilians a military deems acceptable collateral damage when striking. Let me start with caveats. NCVs is an American term. There isn't any public evidence that Israelis use the exact same system. Well, they might have like a similar foundation, but their numbers are way fucking out of control. I would say that I guess like the last time America behaved like this was like in Vietnam. The Dahia Protocol dictates that the civilian toll has to be very, very high. The concept is that every single person technically is valued as an enemy combatant when you are going to war with a militant group. It does not matter. Yes, there is an economics of genocide. Yes, there is. For example, as we have discussed on this broadcast before, the Dahia principle implies that, and it's something that America has used in the Korean War. It's something that America has used in Vietnam. Okay? It implies that the territory that you're taking over when you're fighting against an insurgency is going to now officially be considered full of enemy combatants. The Dahia doctrine, not the Dahia principle. Thank you, Elent News. So every single building, every single civilian infrastructure, blow it all to shit. The goal is to demoralize and break the backs of your enemy. Everyone is an enemy combatant at that point. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what their own political aspirations are. It doesn't matter if they've literally fought against the militancy in the past. They are all now an enemy combatant. Now, in previous wars, I guess, before World War II, we did not have stringent protocols on who is an acceptable target and who's not. And these sieges would be relatively brutal. And then we wrote rules on how to wage war. And then America, of course, violated those rules every step of the way. I would go so far as to say Israel's violation of those rules is even more bloodthirsty than even America's violations of those rules. If you are looking at the actual respective population numbers and also how small of an area that they exist under and also how much control Israel has over that occupied group of people. Okay, here. But their system was based on the US-UK one, so something similar likely exists. Israeli war lawyers I have spoken to say they aren't as explicit. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm relying heavily on two brilliant books, The War Lawyers by Craig Jones, The War Space, who fact-checked this thread, and The Bodies in Person by Nick McDonald, plus conversations with Mark Gerlasco, who is, of course, friend of the show, Mark Gerlasco, who works for Human Rights Watch, who I've talked about before. Shouts out to Mark's daughter. If you're in here, I'm sorry that I said your dad was a war criminal for blowing up a building where he thought Chemical Ali was in there and getting excited and then resigning the next day to go work at the Human Rights Watch. Chemical Ali was not there. 17 other people were. Anyway, but he's a missile specialist. Every journalist I've talked to has said only great things about Mark. They've said he knows his shit. Okay? Journalists that I trust say Mark, he's on the money with his missile knowledge. Maybe not the best at targeting, but he's on the money with his missile knowledge. And he works at the Human Rights Watch. Anyway, that's irrelevant. He's missile man. Final caveat I'm explaining, not justifying. I'm not saying whether any particular strike is legal or proportionate, but explaining how military lawyers, JAGs in the U.S. system, like Ron DeSantis, decide if a strike that will kill civilians is within the realms of international law. Targeting law is based on four key principles: necessity, distinction, proportionality, and humanity. If, as in the case of Jabalia, a military knows a strike on a military objective will kill civilians, and the crucial legal term is proportionality. Geneva Conventions, more like the Geneva Suggestions, and specifically Article 51.5b of Additional Protocol 1 says a strike is indiscriminate or disproportionate if the impact on civilians is excessive in retaliation or in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. Okay? So here it is. These are considered indiscriminate. A, an attack by bombardment by any means any methods or means which treats as a single military objective a number of clearly separated and distinct military objectives located in a city, town, village, or other area containing a similar concentration of civilian or civilian objects, and B, an attack which may be expected to cause incidental loss of civilian life, injury to civilians, damage to civilian objects, or a combination thereof, which would be excessive in relation to the concrete and direct military advantage anticipated. So, given the population density of Gaza, almost every single target that you strike in Gaza, even if it's valid, is most likely going to fall under this category, okay? Because of the siege that you are engaging in on an urban population full of civilians, full of children, right? That you've basically trapped. This is the reason why you mustn't deal with Hamas in the way that you have tried to deal with Hamas in the past and failed to deal with Hamas in the past, right? That's why it's not necessarily dealing with Hamas every single time that since pulling out of the Gaza Strip, every single time that Israel has engaged in bombing campaigns within the Gaza Strip, they've considered that to be mowing the lawn and not necessarily dealing with Hamas, even though the military objective always is, we are eradicating Hamas this time. We are eradicating Hamas this time, when that is not the case, right? This is an inherently open question, though. The excessiveness, I mean. Excessive to who? Like, some might consider the top of the hour ad break to be excessive because there are not that many people that are maybe subscribed and they will see the 3-minute ad break. I do not. You will be seeing the 3-minute ad break now. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to continue. How does the "there are tunnels everywhere" defense hold up in this context? Arguably a single military target spread throughout a large area. There are tunnels everywhere. That is true. There are tunnels. There is a tunnel system underneath the entirety of the city, pretty much. Under Jabalia, I'm certain that there are tunnels, of course. They have 400 kilometers of tunnels underneath Gaza. Okay, that we know of. The problem is the targets above the tunnels are civilian. So you can't blow up a civilian target and claim that you're actually trying to get underneath the civilian target to get into the tunnel. This is excessive. This is completely and utterly objectionable. It is completely ridiculous. How do you weigh the life of civilians, including in many cases young children, against the military gain of killing a particular individual or hitting a particular site? In the early 2000s, as America fought wars in Iraq and Afghanistan and drone campaigns in Pakistan, Yemen, and elsewhere, this question grew. To quantify this, lawyers under the President Obama invented the concept of NCVs through previous presidents. Though previous presidents had comparable mechanisms, NCVs were not legal. They are a policy interpretation of international law. The idea being it would impose restrictions on civilian harm. In practice, over time, it became a system by which the U.S. military and its lawyers decided how many civilians was proportionate. If a strike was expected to kill 8 civilians and the NCV was 10, it would go ahead. Strikes with a higher than typical expected number of civilian deaths, NCV +1, were not absolutely prohibited, but they required specific permission from the U.S. Secretary of Defense and President. And they were given, by the way. It's like how the hospital graphs, the target, are spread around so they can justify hitting anything. Exactly. Yeah, also, if you know anything about prior airstrikes that Israel is engaged in, you know that the airstrikes actually don't hit the tunnels at all. Tunnels are oftentimes 10 meters underground. So no matter how hard you fucking bomb the residential properties that civilians live inside of on top of it, you're not blowing the fucking tunnels up. Okay? You're not. So all you're doing is just blowing up the fucking buildings and punishing everyone in Gaza collectively for Hamas tunnels. That's the goal. That is the actual goal, by the way. Anyone who tells you that that is not the goal is wrong. Okay? These are concrete tunnels built 10 meters underground. The only way to blow them up is by actually finding the entrance of a tunnel, and dropping a bomb inside of the tunnel from said entrance, or different kinds of munitions that you can use, like bunker busters, which Israel does use, except they use it only after they have completely reduced an entire area to rubble and have pushed everyone outside of said area. They do it and not inside the densely populated Gaza Strip, but usually on the outside of the cities, the city structures that exist. Okay? I don't know how advanced Hamas is to create tunnels below heavy structures. The distribution of the weight itself would collapse the foundation of a structure. Except for that one time they went to Iran has been living in my head. What do you mean? Palestinians don't want Israel to exist. How can they live together in peace? How do you respond to they voted for Hamas? Palestinians don't want Israel to exist. How can they live together in peace? My friend, read anything. Like, read the Wikipedia pages. Read Wikipedia. I normally would not say that, right? But in this circumstance, just read the Wikipedia. Like, it's virtually impossible for you to literally look at the situation and maintain that same position that, like, Palestinians simply don't want Israel to exist. It's pure projection. There's one party that holds all the power in this, okay? There is an asymmetry of violence. There's one party that has all the power. It's the party that is currently engaging in an apartheid regime against the Palestinians. And time again, Palestinian leadership has capitulated to the demands, no matter how fucking unreasonable they are. And even then, the Israeli administration would turn around and either have a swap from the Labor Party to Likud, or a more moderate party or a more moderate leader would come in, even though that leader would also follow along with the exact same fucking strategy of undermining and ruining the collaborative elements within the Palestinian leadership, specifically pushing a broader swath of the population directly towards violently pushing back against Palestinians. One pivotal moment is like when Israel pulled out of Lebanon. Meanwhile, they were trying to have fucking talks with Yasser Arafat. Why the fuck would Palestinians ever look at that situation and go, well, okay, Israel couldn't do shit to Lebanon and they fucking fought back violently. Why the fuck wouldn't we do that? Like, what's happening? They're not doing anything. We're trying to fucking collaborate. Our leaders are getting absolutely dicked down every time we fucking sit at the table. They're getting ruthlessly humiliated in the deal makings process. America, they're supposed to be siding with the Palestinians at least a little bit, keeps hanging them out to dry. The population sees that. Israel is the wrong. Thank you. I mean, there's two concepts here that you asked me a question. There's two concepts you asked here. Okay? They voted for Hamas is not adequate for ethnic cleansing. There is no legally permissible ethnic cleansing. You can't fucking nuke the entirety of Israel because 83% of the Israeli Jewish population is perfectly comfortable with civilian casualties in the way that Israel's currently engaging in Gaza in as a retaliation for October 7th. You can't nuke Israel and go, sorry, 83% were polled by the Israeli Israeli Democracy Institute and has decided that Palestinian fucking casualties, civilians, is fine with them. That's not moral. That's immoral. You can't do that. Okay? So that's number one. Number two is Hamas's popularity has only grown throughout time as a consequence of Israel's actions. And even then, it's not like it's not a broadly popular movement. They've never reached a fraction of the popularity that Arafat had, the PLO had. Never. They might be more popular than ever now as a consequence of Palestinians seeing that there's nothing. There is no one out there to help them, to save them. You won't recommend Wikipedia after this? What is this? Course Zionist editing on Wikipedia? I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No matter how hard you try to fucking edit Wikipedia, I'm telling you. We looked at it. We looked at the Rachel Corrie situation. Wikipedia in its entirety still, of course, favors whoever is fucking editing it as aggressively. And of course, Israeli Foreign Ministry has a genuine interest in making sure that it's like genuinely making sure that it's like as the least amount of moral objectionability that you can point to, but the actions are so glaringly obvious and so ruthless and so awful that it is virtually impossible, even if you fucking read the Wikipedia pages, to come out of that equation thinking, oh, dude, yeah, no, Palestinians deserve the situation that they're in. Anyway, this became the way in which advanced militaries, particularly U.S. and others, decided whether a strike was proportionate. This is not to say they did not try to prevent civilian harm in other ways. They did, but the NCV was a key factor. From the beginning, critics says it was pretty arbitrary. There was no fixed rule on what the number was. It changed over time depending on the decision of the political and military leaders. It was not even the same in different war zones at the same time. At one point, American NCVs allowed killing 10 civilians in a strike in Iraq and Syria, but none in Afghanistan. Even with coalitions, member nations applied different rules. During the war against ISIS, for example, the Belgians were understood to have a figure of 0, meaning no strike took place if a civilian would be harmed. The American figure, though classified, was far higher. Now let's return to Israel. Generally, Israel, like the U.S., has looser rules regarding civilian harm than other advanced militaries. Okay? The U.S. and Israel tend to have more permissive rules of engagement for targeting than non-U.S. NATO members. But each strike against a large non-dynamic target will typically be signed off by a lawyer. Jones outlines how they operate inside Israeli military meetings. I'll tell you something about like the legally permissible kills. The IDF has openly stated that in the Great March to Return in 2018, where Palestinian civilians, no weapons in sight, no Hamas in sight, openly, peacefully demonstrated as they walked towards the fence, the border wall that separated Gaza from Israel proper, and hundreds of them were sniped by the IDF. And the IDF openly stated, both on their fucking Twitter account, but also IDF military commanders have openly stated to American media that they gave legal confirmations for every single sniping. Every single time a sniper rifle was fired in the vicinity, in the direction, or directly targeting to wound a child, tens of thousands of civilians were wounded egregiously. There was a legal permission given by high command. Okay? You need to understand that. Every single one, 42 knees in one day. Israeli snipers open up about shooting Gaza protesters. Over 200 Palestinians were killed and nearly 800 were injured during the almost 2 years of weekly protests of the Israeli-Gaza border. The Israeli army snipers tell their stories. There's also the shooting cry principle that I don't want to even get into right now, but 8,000, not 800, sorry, 8,000 were wounded. So there's a special page inside each folder. These folders contain a mix of printed and electronic files where the legal advisor writes her/his opinion on the operation, often only a line or two. Sometimes they will be straightforward and the target receives legal approval. Other times, the lawyer will set conditions, and only when these conditions are met will an operation be considered legal. In Jabalia, a reasonable pre-strike assessment would have expected dozens, probably hundreds of civilians to be killed in a series of strikes on a heavily populated refugee camp. So far, we at Air Wars have tracked almost 100 civilians killed, with full research published next week. Israel justified the strike as necessary to kill a senior Hamas operative and other militants. This is a tragedy of war. We have been saying for days, move south, and the civilians that are not involved in Hamas move south. That is to imply that the civilians that stayed behind, because they do not want to be pushed out of their homes and never to be able to return, which, by the way, if you're Palestinian, that is your life. That's your entire life. That's why you're a permanent refugee status. Then you're declared Hamas. You're also Hamas. Something to consider. This suggests that Israel sees its decision to tell 1 million Palestinians to flee to the south of the Strip has some bearing on the civilian status of those who remain. Most international human rights lawyers will totally reject this. Most humans, okay, that aren't fucking animals, that aren't bloodthirsty monsters, would look to that and go, that's insane, okay? So if the lawyer giving approval to insane Zionists, all bets are off? No, they are. That's not a thing. There's no lawyer that says, hey, you can't do that. Said lol Hassan seething. Brother, I need you to understand something. If you look to the situation where ethnic cleansing is occurring and you say, wow, that's really insane, that's really fucking unacceptable, okay? That is the expectation. That's the expectation I have of you as a fucking human being. You turn around and go, oh my God, you're seething because 10,000 people have been ruthlessly slaughtered over the course of the past fucking 3 weeks. Like, oh my God, you're so seething. Yeah, I am seething. I'm seething over a genocide. I'm seething over ethnic cleansing. Okay? Like, how are you not? Why are you not angry? That's the question I have to ask. Why are you not angry? I do not think that you will ever be happy if you look at the situation and go, lol, so mad. You look at this completely unjustifiable situation and go, oh my God, you're so mad. It's awesome. It's awesome how mad you are about ethnic cleansing. Because if you're not mad about it, that means you're not like, you don't have a heart, you don't have a soul. You are probably going to be pathetically upset for the rest of your life until one day you decide to just, maybe have a permanent peace. It'll come. Even came for Adolf Hitler. Maybe, given how similar your perspective is on want and punishment against the collective, against the population, seems to me like you can go out the way he did. Follow your leader. If this strike was signed off by Israeli military lawyers, despite the expectation it would kill up to 100 civilians, it indicates a major loosening of rules of engagement. In effect, the NCV or Israeli equivalent has radically changed since October 7. Yeah, except, this thread is good. It's informative. It's instructive. Thank you, Elint News, for sending it to me. But, the reason why the rules of engagement have changed is not because they're reacting to the violence of October 7. It's more so that their rules of engagement always were questionable, and the reason for why they were always questionable was because the reason why they fucking bombed these targets is not to actually fucking end Hamas. I'm sorry, I do not believe this idea that everyone in Israel in military command and everyone who holds political power in Israel is the dumbest person on the planet, and they simply don't realize that blowing up 2 million people over and over again after 75 years of brutal occupation, 55 years specifically of the most brutal form of occupation and maintaining an apartheid state is going to, this time around, it's going to definitely end the violent emancipatory need. It's not. It's not. And those leaders know it's not either. They're not doing this because they legitimately want to end Hamas. They know you will make Hamas too. They know how Hamas came to power. This is just a way to make it seem more legally or morally permissible to Westerners who basically are watching from afar and don't understand the full context. And why should they? Because the media doesn't tell them what the full context is. How many times has Western media used the term apartheid state? How many? Because that's what it is. That is the legal designation for Israel. How many times on off seasons or on seasons right now has Western media ever used the term apartheid state? Even Mehdi Hassan, who did a video on the G word, genocide, I don't believe he used the term apartheid state. It is a big no-no. Think about that. Something that is absolutely correct, a legal standard set in previous apartheids, or in the previous last apartheid, is completely acceptable to say Israel is, because it is an apartheid state, and the media refuses to mention it like that. It is a loaded term. It is a loaded term. I do not consider anyone who refuses to recognize that reality to be a serious actor in this process. Israeli here, I literally asked a family member of mine if Hezbollah started attacking and things started to look bad, will we fly elsewhere? And they said no, because this is our home. A few days later, they say Gazans are stupid because they don't move south and get bombed. Yeah, I mean, because they don't see Gazans as humans. And why should they? It's so much, there's been so much propaganda their entire fucking lives. Israeli leadership see Palestinians as a serious threat to a serious demographic threat. This much is clear. They've mentioned this time and time again, very openly. Mehdi Hassan used it apartheid in a debate we watched the other day. I know, but did he say it on MSNBC? I was asking a very specific question. Maybe he has. I don't know. But outside of a select few, like John Oliver, for example, the broad majority of news coverage that talks about Israel refuses to use the technical term that is a legal designation, that is the correct designation. John Oliver's reach is marginal. It's fractional. It's nothing. It's like saying, I say apartheid, so therefore people in American media are saying it. Okay? I'm nothing in the grand scheme of things. There is so much media coverage that is afforded to this, and of course there should be, and yet for some weird reason that media coverage doesn't feature a key detail here. Are you going to watch an interview with the Hamas representative? What, the one in Lebanon? I have seen it. Yeah, where he's like, we're going to do October 7 a million times, which is so funny that people are just saying well, look, see, that's why we have to do a genocide, because he's saying that he wants to do a genocide. It's a loaded term, but it's basically the most simple thing to understand. If your government segregates people into classes based on race or ethnicity, etc., then it's an apartheid. And that is undeniably what is happening in the most basic terms. It's actually worse than the South African apartheid, by the way, but we don't have to get into it, you know? Do you have any idea why John Oliver's previous video about the previous Israeli-Palestinian conflict a few years ago was deleted? I don't know. I didn't know that that was actually deleted. I saw a local journalist share that video and cite it as a reason to reject any talks for a ceasefire. I lost respect for that journalist. I know, it is ridiculous. The Israeli propaganda going on Reddit too. Top 2 posts on map porn right now. Yeah, I mean, it's really fucking so Reddit to just look at this situation. Democracy index in the Middle East. Rainbow colors in the Middle East. Thank you, map porn. 9,000 upvotes. It's like, first of all, it's so ridiculous to fucking look at Israel as this like shining beacon for gay people when in fact they're currently moving to first of all, you can't even get gay married in Israel. Okay. That's number one. And number two, the IDF literally uses gay Palestinians and chooses to out them. Okay. Specifically to use them as CIs. So that's number two. So it's not like they fucking give a shit about gay people in general. And last but not least, I mean, don't worry. This is just pink washing. It's still an apartheid state. You can be gay as fuck, okay? You can be literally sucking dick on the streets while simultaneously maintaining a violent apartheid state. It will not change my perspective on the brutality of having an apartheid state, okay? Don't matter. And the same goes for supposedly democracy. The notion that Israel has a democracy is silly. It is a ethno-state. It is a Jewish ethno-state. By design, you cannot be democratic. Y'all are so fucking mad about Reddit. I mean, it is definitely one of the places where there's so much propaganda online. Like Twitter goes in either direction, but holy fuck, dude. Reddit is like completely lost. There is no way to counter the propaganda going on there. And it happens to be the most like annoying fucking people. All right, let's watch this.
Standings must be reached.
By the way, at 3 p.m., I will have Noah Colwyn on, and we're going to go through Ben Shapiro's ahistorical video that has like 4 million views about here's the actual truth about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a comprehensive history.
We recognize this would take time to prepare and coordinate as well with international partners. A number of legitimate questions were raised in our discussions today, including how to use any period of pause to maximize the flow of humanitarian assistance, how to connect a pause to the release of hostages, how to ensure that...
Man, this is so anti-Semitic. Yo, Blinken better be blicked up, dude. He speaks, he keeps talking this anti-Semitic game, dude. I don't know.
Hamas doesn't use these pauses or arrangements to its own advantage. These are issues that we need to tackle urgently, and we believe they can be solved. We've agreed to have our teams continue to discuss practical solutions. I've instructed our special envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues, David Satterfield, who's been doing remarkable work here over the last couple of weeks, to continue these discussions. Ultimately, we believe this can be a critical mechanism for protecting civilians while enabling Israel to achieve its objectives of defeating Hamas.
Anthony Blinken emphasizing those issues of humanitarian aid, a possible pause. Those are issues which matter to Arab leaders across the region. And now that his talks in Israel have finished, the U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken is heading to Jordan, where he will meet the Jordanian foreign minister. Jordan, of course, has already pulled its ambassador from Israel. Well, let's look at the other top speech this hour by the leader of the Iranian-backed Lebanese group HEZBOLLAH. He delivered, Hassan Nasrallah, his first public speech in secret since the beginning of the Israel-Gaza war. It was a speech that was widely anticipated and quite a lot of concern that his address could inflame passions and be a catalyst for a wider conflict. Sheikh Hassan Nasrallah said in his 90-minute speech, said the attack by Hamas, which, like Hezbollah, is a designated terror group by the British and American governments, was, in his words, right, wise and courageous and at the right time. But he emphasized that the battle was 100% Palestinian and it was for the Palestinian people and did not relate to any regional issues, in effect saying that pushing back against accusations that Iran, Hezbollah's closest ally, was behind what happened in Gaza. But the Hezbollah leader did warn of the possibility that a possibility of all-out war was, in his words, realistic. We didn't broadcast that speech live, but we can bring you an excerpt. Let's take a listen.
This is the first operation which has been a historic point and blessed point. This was a Palestinian decision, 100% and supported by the Palestinians, 100%.
Hassan Nasrallah.
All right, so let's just go through it. Seamus is really good, obviously, and he broke it down for everybody. If you don't want to watch the entire thing, because like the translation is like kind of rough and hard to listen to. Yeah, he has a Herman Miller. Hassan also has a Herman Miller, just as I do. Okay. Anyway, speech from Nasrallah is starting off with an obviously somber note, making sure to mention all the groups in Lebanon who have had fighters killed by the IDF, and also includes mentioning the journalists targeted by the Israeli artillery in South Lebanon. Nasrallah gives assurances to the families of the dead that they should be comforted by the idea that those who were killed by fighting for Palestine died for, from a human perspective, from an ethical perspective, the most clear battle in the world. Nasrallah, by the way, for those of you who don't understand, like, Nasrallah is an incredibly important political figure in the Islamic world. Okay, like this person is a pivotal figure in the Islamic world in general, in any kind of movement against like Western imperialism in general. So the reason why this speech was important was basically the most important non-Shia voice outside of Iran. So no, he's not just in Iran. He absolutely is. He 100% is important. What the fuck are you talking about? Non-Iranian Shia voice outside of Iran. He is an incredibly important voice. You're absolutely incorrect. I watched the Al Jazeera live translation as well, but it's just like too long. I don't want to go through it. Yes, he is Shia. Sorry. I was reading Delayed Autistigabi. He corrected himself. So Nasrallah gives assurances to the families of the dead that they should be comforted by the idea that those who were killed by fighting for Palestine died for, from a human perspective, from an ethical perspective, the most clear battle in the world. Okay? Nasrallah moves to criticize this extremist, stupid, idiotic government in Israel, with this stupid minister responsible for abuses against Palestinian prisoners, undoubtedly referring to Itamar Ben-Gvir. I think it is obvious that even if you're not watching it, but Nasrallah has been turned up to 10 from almost the second minute on. Nasrallah shoots down any suggestions that the Hamas attack on October 7th was planned alongside, saying that it was a 100% Palestinian decision, and that moreover, they hid the plans from any other party within Gaza and the larger axis of resistance, which includes Hezbollah. So this is consistent with both what the IDF has said. It is consistent with both the American State Department's messaging. It's also consistent with what Iran has said as well. So there is, at this point, no reason not to believe it. At first, I was skeptical because I thought there's no fucking way that such a broad military operation, such a broad militant operation would be done without without Iranians knowing about it. And I thought even that America saying that Iran was not involved, okay, in this operation, Iran was not involved. This does not mean that Iran isn't giving them weapons and training, by the way. Of course they are. Of course they are. Make no mistake. Iran absolutely is training militants inside of Palestine, inside of Gaza. They 100% are doing that. Okay? They are definitely doing that. But this operation in and of itself was not conducted with the Iranian go-ahead. Okay? That's an important distinction to make here. So in Lebanon, Shia had the image of shoe shiners and were historically the poorest in the country. Shia in the country view Hezbollah as not only the power that removed them from Israeli occupation, but they also experienced immaterial improvements under Hezbollah as well. I don't like Hezbollah, but just explaining things. No, I mean, I think it's a pretty valid take. Hezbollah has always had, while Hezbollah is treated or is perceived in the West as like a I am technically Sunni. I'm Sunni Muslim. I'm not Shia, okay? My name is Hassan. I'm Turkish. I'm a Sunni Muslim. I'm from a Sunni Muslim family. I am not Shia, okay? This doesn't have any bearing on my analysis of the situation in any capacity whatsoever because I'm not even like a practicing religious Muslim, okay? So, yeah, a lot of Shias are also named Hassan, including Mehdi Hassan. Mehdi Hassan's name is not Hassan. His last name is Hassan. My first name is Hassan. But anyway, it doesn't matter. There are Shias who are named Hassan as well. The reason why I brought it up, oh my God, why is everybody trying to pick apart every single thing I'm saying? The reason why I brought up my name is so that you understand that yes, it is a Muslim name. Hassan is a Muslim name, but I myself am not religious, okay? That wasn't to say that I'm not Shia, okay? Yes. Hezbollah in the Muslim world is praised because of its emancipatory results from the Israeli regime. Exactly. Israeli occupation. So Nasrallah says the choice for Hamas was either to act now or to accept the West Bank and Al-Aqsa to be lost and Palestinian prisoners inside Israel to all die, and that Hamas anticipated Israel's massive response to its attack. Nasrallah brings up the testimonies of survivors of Hamas's attack on settlements around Gaza about how the IDF ended up killing many Israeli civilians in the initial counterattack on October 7th, possibly referencing the report made by Electronic Intifada. This is still held in question. We still don't know. The only testimony we have is from Yasmin Parat, who was one of the Israeli victims on October 7th that survived, one of the Israeli survivors from the attacks on the kibbutzim. She spoke to the Israeli state radio broadcast, and that broadcast has now been completely fucking lasered off of the internet. It is, that there is definitely a very clear cut. There's definitely a very clear interest in just, trying to communicate October 7th as like as clearly as possible, trying to message around it as clearly as possible. This does not mean that October 7th wasn't brutal. I'm not saying that I'm not saying that the Palestinian militant movement was Palestinian militants were not shooting random civilians. They absolutely were. Okay, they were 100%. Anyway, let's continue. Nasrallah brings up the multitude of different goals Israel has set to destroy Hamas or some wing of Hamas, and brings up that Israel set similar goals in 2006 during its war in Lebanon for Hezbollah and evidently failed. Nasrallah mentions yesterday's video of the Hamas fighter running up to the Israeli tank and placing an explosive on it, and asks, how will this army, the IDF, fight in such an environment? Which they won't. They won't. No matter what happens. If they withstand like any casualties, they'll just go back and keep fucking bombing civilians and blow up ambulances and shit. If Palestine were currently in the process of genociding the entirety of Israel, I'm fairly sure Hassan would speak out about it. I'm pretty sure the dude just doesn't enjoy genocide. Yes, 1,000,000%. If the roles were reversed, yes, I would absolutely be speaking out about it. If there was a dominant Arab Muslim population that had pushed a Jewish population that lived there into fucking ghettos and was routinely bombing them and engaging in the act of ethnic cleansing, that America was like somehow also funding and facilitating this ethnic cleansing, I would absolutely be against it. Of course. Yes, I am and always will be anti-genocide. Okay? Nasrallah calls out the focus on false reports of children being beheaded by Hamas when it is being largely ignored that there are children who are being shredded apart in Gaza. Nasrallah commends correct and courageous attacks by resistance Axis fighters in Iraq against American military installations, as he says the war in Gaza is entirely America's decision. This is also correct. Nasrallah says that those who remain silent about Israel's war on Gaza should reconsider their humanity if they're really humans or not, and their religion if they belong to a certain religion, and reconsider their honor if they believe they have any honor. Nasrallah specifically mentions that the victory of the Palestinians is in the national interest of Egypt and Jordan, the first two Arab countries to have made peace with Israel. Nasrallah just took another drink of water, and the crowd has launched into chants of Labaik Ya Nasrallah, here I am at your service, Nasrallah. Nasrallah says that many people expect him to announce that Hezbollah will start intervening today, but reminds viewers that they started fighting the day after Hamas attack despite their surprise at the attack itself. Now, this is important because it shows the level of response that Hezbollah will engage in, which means it's not going to be like a real retaliation in the way that Israel has been afraid of before. Like, Israel has always had to regulate its actions in the Gaza Strip every time it does a siege because there's always a fear of another front opening up, right? This to me indicates that another front is not opening up in northern Israel. As I said, I told you before the speech that he would probably set red lines on what he finds to be completely unacceptable, the boundaries of what kind of set boundaries for like the brutality that Israel is engaging in, and then and basically not commit to a full-scale invasion. Okay, this is the reason why the I think Iranian foreign minister said that even before the speech, the Iranian foreign minister had said that yes, there are Hezbollah militants that have immediately started intervening and immediately started firing on Israeli territory. However, these are militant factions that are operating outside of our control. Of course, they're going to do that. We think it's great. They should do it. Like, basically, they were saying this is totally morally permissible, except it's not being directed by us. This is what the official Iranian position was, which is also important to consider here. The speech is now pivoting to making the current border clashes with Israel take on more importance, saying that they are unprecedented since 2006 and they will not be limited to this scale. Hezbollah says if it were satisfied to just claim solidarity and hold regular protests, Israel would have sent its entire army into Gaza. But because of Hezbollah's involvement, half of the IDF soldiers are on the Lebanese border. He says this is approximate, not exact. So he's taking credit for at least splitting some of the IDF. I don't know how truthful that is, by the way. I'm sure that there is definitely, I know that there is mobilization in that area as well. Specifically, I know that they've also evacuated some of the villages, for example. But I mean, it does seem like he's saying like we're pulling. He did not say half, but a third. Nasrallah says the blood spilled by Hezbollah and Hezbollah allied fighters in the south thus far sends a message that you, Israel, will commit the biggest act of stupidity in your life if you do this. Invade Lebanon. Nasrallah uses that eternal phrase, we love an American foreign policy. All options are on the table. It's absolutely an applause line here, though. The crowd is going nuts because the expectation from the entire world that is watching this, that is not aligned with the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign, is that the Axis powers, like the Iranian coalition, is supposed to intervene to put a stop to it, or at least intervene enough that the Israeli forces are withered, and they are focusing on two different fronts now with a serious enemy that they have lost to in the past. Nasrallah now hitting out against the threat of American intervention, saying that U.S. Navy ships in the Mediterranean don't scare us and never did, and asked the U.S. to not forget its humiliating withdrawal from Afghanistan, as well as its defeats in Iraq and in Lebanon itself. Nasrallah says that America can end Israel's aggression on Gaza because it is their aggression. He says that Israel's aggression is America's aggression, which he's right. The onus to stop a possible regional war is entirely on America, and that American interests, naval ships, and soldiers will pay the price if they expand their role. This part is very, very important. He's literally saying, he's not just like saying, listen, Israel, we're going to fucking invade. He's saying we are going to attack American soldiers. Like, we will open up and turn this into not just a regional war, but a global one. Nasrallah addresses Gaza and the West Bank and tells them that just as Iranian leader Khamenei told them in 2006 that Hezbollah will come out victorious against Israel, he's telling them the only outcome of this current war is certain victory against Israel. the hotly awaited Nasrallah speech is over. No overt declaration of war, as I think many people anticipated. I did not, but certainly raises the stakes of the current border clashes on the Israeli border, and I think makes Hezbollah's current calculus with Gaza clearer. So, I think this was expected, given the actions taken so far from Iranian-backed forces. The fact that it's like mostly just Yemen engaging in bombing on Israel, and at least some militancy against like American positions and Israeli positions in Syria. But overall, why do people say Hezbollah won against the IDF in 2006 when they neither won or lost? I mean, think about it. Why do people say that about Vietnam? Why do people say that about Vietnam? Would you say that about Vietnam? Would you say that about Afghanistan? So is Hezbollah Lebanon's army, or is it a terrorist group as the United States claims? Hezbollah isn't just an army, is not just a standing military, but it also, on top of that, has like local governance duties as well. Not dissimilar to how Hamas operates in Gaza. Hamas has a military, a standing army, alongside other standing militant groups as well. However, Hezbollah is not the Hezbollah is a militant group that also has a political party and has political aspirations and works in governance as well. So, for example, Hamas has the entirety of the political power of governance in Gaza, right? That wasn't the case for a very long time, but since the failed coup that America tried to do, shouts out to George W. Bush, Hamas has completely controlled Gaza ever since 2006, 2007. So what that means is there's also you can't just like be a fucking militant group. You have to also run hospitals, and you have to redirect funds, and you have to have schools. You have to have a working sewage system. Like, these are all the things that you have to do. And Hamas, of course, runs all of that as well. So there's a political faction there as well. This does not mean that they're monolithic. This does not mean that there aren't internal rifts, both in the foreign demonstrations, like both in the foreign policy makers and on the Hamas side. There's different factions within Hamas as well. And I would say that the internal governance inside of Gaza is not entirely removed from the paramilitary, or not entirely removed from, like, I guess if you want to call it the standing army, but certainly their interests are very different. So by saying they bested them in battle, they legitimize the ops and they manufacture consent for military spending and actions. Israeli here, I know the most important thing for Israel is to stop bombing fucking civilians if they want to stop Palestinian extremism, among many other problems. But regardless, is there a way for Israel to give Gazans money and resources without it being snugged by Hamas, maybe through UN organizations? And yes, obviously this would never happen, just a hypothetical question. Well, my point is this. It depends on what you mean by Hamas getting the resources, right? Like, Israel will say the fuel is going to Hamas. Now, if you're talking about the fuel going to the hospitals run by the Gazan Health Ministry, then yes, technically the fuel is going to Hamas, because Hamas as a political party is the Gazan Health Ministry. That there is truth to that, but those are fucking doctors. Those aren't the militants. It's not going to like rockets. You know what I mean? So no matter what you do, because this is the environment that Israel has created, it's one that Israel also personally understands is one that they have to like work around. It's really strange because, like, in times of siege, Israel will go, everyone's a Hamas target, everyone's a viable target, that's why we have to kill every single person. But in times when there's no siege and there's just simply an occupation, of course they work with like the politicians to a certain degree, knowing full well that some of those funds will end up in the hands of militant groups as well. This still benefits the political calculus that Netanyahu is engaged in up until October 7th, when Israel paid a very vicious price for said political calculation. That political calculation turned into a miscalculation the moment that this endless cycle of like ritualistically humiliating and effectively neutering the collaborative entity that represents Palestinians by showing Palestinians, if you collaborate with us, you are the Palestinian Authority. We are going to do nothing for you. We're going to keep killing you. We're going to keep fucking you over. We're going to keep taking more of your land. We're going to steal it. And there's nothing you can do about it. And there's nothing the Palestinian Authority can do about it. Pushing people into the violent emancipatory side, understanding that, okay, well, there's no other option here. There's like no other option. We're trying to fucking collaborate, even though you're spitting in our fucking face and killing us. And, you know, I guess like there's no way to retaliate. So Hamas's goals overall on October 7th, and it's not just Hamas as well. This was militant factions across the board. Their goal overall was to basically say, at least my assessment on the situation was that we're done. There's no more Western support. There's no more fucking possible support from anybody else. Israel has to understand that there is a price to pay for the endless occupation and the endless brutality that Palestinians are subjected to in the West Bank. There has to be a response for it. And the response was bloody, and the response was brutal. The response was ruthless. Okay? But never forget, it is always the occupying power that sets the standard for brutality. Because like I always repeat, the first intifada was fought with rocks and fought with strikes. The second intifada, at a time when negotiations were ongoing, where the Israeli government was openly humiliating and withering away Arafat's political power amongst the Palestinian population deliberately, at a time when the more militant factions like Hamas recognized and openly stated the only way to fight back is through violent means, okay? Israel had all the power to show the world and show the Palestinians that, yes, we can and will collaborate in good faith with those who are opening up their hands and meeting our demands, no matter how fucking unreasonable and how utterly unjustifiable those demands were from the Israeli side. Arafat said yes to everything, pretty much, every step of the way, until it was like, and while that was going on, Hamas clearly had different opinions on the matter. For example, Hamas even sided with the Syrian opposition in 2012, which led to a falling out with Iran and Hezbollah for a time. Important to understand Nasrallah and Hezbollah's position in the Sunni world, which is overly very negative. His comments are seen as coming an organization that in 2013 participated in the essential ethnic cleansing of Sunni Muslims in Syria, who sided with the Syrian opposition, killing 500,000 people and participated in about 10 to 20 Gaza Strip-style sieges in places like Eastern Ghouta, Kalamoun, Aleppo, etc. For example, Hamas even sided with the Syrian opposition in 2012, which led to the falling out with Iran and Hezbollah for a time. Wait, I have to pee really quickly, but I'll be back in a second. We'll watch this
across
for now,
Lebanon today. Massive screens were set up for public viewing. Many would have watched that speech there. Let's go to southern Lebanon to join our Middle East correspondent Hugo Bechega. Hugo, I'm not sure whether you've had a chance.
Before I do that, also here's the 3-minute ad break now.
To speak to people in Lebanon, what they made of this widely anticipated speech by Hassan Nasrallah, and the general assessment seems to be he didn't go as far as many feared he would.
Yeah, I think, Liz, lots of people are relieved here in Lebanon tonight. So I'm here in Beirut. I was at one of those screenings that had been organized by Hezbollah, a screening in a southern suburb of Beirut, which is a stronghold of the group. And I think there have been these concerns that this violence along the Lebanon-Israel border could escalate and Lebanon could be dragged into this conflict. So I think to give you some other lines of what Hassan Nasrallah had to say, he said that all options are on the table. He also said that the only way to prevent a regional conflict is to stop the war in Gaza. But again, we didn't have any kind of indication, any announcement that Hezbollah is preparing a major escalation in this conflict, which is perhaps, positive news given the recent fighting that has been happening along this border. But again, I think he left open the possibility that Hezbollah could escalate its attacks against Israel. He said that this would depend on the situation in Gaza and also how Israel responds to what Hezbollah has been doing. But again, before this speech, there was a lot of concern here that Hezbollah could be planning an escalation of those cross-border attacks that we've seen over the last few weeks since this Israel-Hamas war started. But today, after this much anticipated speech, we haven't had any announcement that Hezbollah is preparing to.
My man keeps saying Hamas, Hezbollah.
To escalate the situation along the border.
That has come as a huge relief to the people of Lebanon, as we've been reporting now almost since this war began, that they're mindful of how much they suffered in the last Lebanon-Israel war in 2006. So much, even in Beirut, was destroyed. And Hezbollah did suffer enormously too, even though Hassan Nasrallah mocked the United States and said, you're saying you're going to destroy Hamas now. Well, you said in 2000.
Israel is saying that journalists who are in Gaza are in on the Hamas propaganda. They're justifying killing them. Yeah, I know. I saw this. Jerusalem Post covered this, which I think is fucking ridiculous, like completely ridiculous. It is a fucking way to try and justify, I think, killing journalists. It's, you know, it's the same principle behind everything that they've done so far.
You're going to destroy Hezbollah, and here we are.
Exactly, and over the last few weeks, I've spent a lot of time, traveling along the border, visiting some villages. Some of those villages that have been hit by those Israeli strikes in response to those Hezbollah attacks. So lots of people still remember the devastation brought by the 2006 war. But Lise, I think we've got to say that Hezbollah is now a much stronger force than it was in 2006. It has an estimated 150,000 rockets, including precision-guided missiles that can strike deep inside Israeli territory. It also has tens of thousands of fighters, many of them who fought in the civil war in Syria. So it is considered by Israel a much more formidable force than Hamas. So that's why I think there have been these concerns from the Israelis, from
Hamas did work with the Syrian opposition against Bashar, who was an ally to Hezbollah and Iran. There was a falling out. Or I mean, I guess there was a minor, brief split, but Hamas was not pro-ISIS at any point. That part is incorrect. There was sectarian splits, potentially, but they were not, they were always anti-ISIS. They were always I hate having this conversation about Syria. I don't like, I don't like getting into the Syrian war conversation, because it is, I would say, by my estimates, even worse than the people that have incredibly strong opinions on it, or even worse than fucking people who consider me to be a anti-Ukrainian actor who is like pro-Russia or whatever. They get way more aggro about it. Okay. There was a brief split between Hezbollah and Hamas on religious issues, but Hamas was never pro-ISIS. They very quickly changed their position. Syrian civil war was a mess. Yes. There was no, and it doesn't matter, because those issues have clearly been resolved, because ultimately, and I've said this before, the sectarian differences have almost never been an issue, other than minor exceptions, brief interruptions. Because the ultimate goal for Iran has never been I don't think they have an honest interest in the emancipation of Palestinians. I think that the Iranian forces and their interest in Hamas or any kind of militancy has always revolved around not like religious boundaries at all, but instead a way to disrupt Israeli politics, a way to use militancy against Israel when they feel as though Israel has over leveraged themselves. That's it. Their goal is to basically disrupt Israel's regional influence, especially when considering that the other enemy that they have is Saudi Arabia, Iran. I mean, there's of course a more important sectarian infighting in that situation, like religious disagreements in that situation, but even then, it's still about having influence in the region. And Saudi Arabia, just like, especially modern Saudi Arabia, just like Israel, is seen as an extension of is an extension of American foreign policy in the region, American intervention in the region. These are American proxies.
From the Americans, many others, that the situation here could escalate and this could become another front in the conflict. I think what was also interesting in this speech by Hassan Nasrallah was that he said the group wouldn't be intimidated by those warnings from the Americans, from the Israelis, and that the group wouldn't be intimidated by those fleets, those ships that have been, warships that have been sent by the Americans to the region. So again, I think what Hezbollah is trying to do is to say that the situation can change, but today we haven't had that announcement that Hezbollah is planning a major escalation of the situation here.
Hugo Bachega, thank you very much for joining us. Yes, Hassan Nasrallah, a lot of defiant rhetoric against the United States, even using the phrase that has been used in Iran since the Iranian Revolution of 19...
Al-Qaeda and ISIS-K members were funded and trained by American proxies in the region to fight the Syrian government. Also, Al-Qaeda was prominent. I guess, like, actually, prominent is not the right word, but Al-Qaeda operatives were also in Yemen as well, at the behest of Saudi Arabia, once again, using our American weapons again. I don't know if you guys know who Al-Qaeda is. You know, they did a little thing called 9/11. So, you know.
1979, that the United States is the...
Iran doesn't care about Palestinians. They want to become a global power, and thus the U.S.'s interest being the same leads them to competing and it being beneficial to Iran to destabilize U.S. proxies. I mean, I don't know if they want to become a global power. I think they want to become a regional power, which they are, and they want to maintain their regional influence. I don't think Iran has the capacity to become a global power when they're effectively shut off in a world that is completely dominated, completely dominated by America.
The great Satan. Let's get a bit more analysis of what the head of the Lebanese Islamist group had to say a short time ago.
Well, here's a question I have for some people. I've seen this a lot in my chat as well. There's a lot of people from Yemen who said, Hassan, your coverage of Yemen has been frustrating as someone from Yemen. What I don't understand is, like, do you think what Saudi Arabia was doing is good in Yemen? I am legitimately asking. No, okay, both sides suck. I agree with you. And the way I always operate when it comes down to it, when I look at a situation, I look at my own personal experience. I always use the same example, okay? And similar principles for Syria as well. The exact same thing happens in Turkey too, okay? Obviously, the material conditions are much different because Syria and Yemen are not in the Western sphere of influence in the same way Turkey is, being a NATO ally and being a very important NATO ally during the Cold War, right? However, having said that, America is genuinely incredibly involved in Turkish affairs, internal politics in Turkey, and what ends up happening, at least by my assessment, by my estimations, always is that I am most likely going to side with a nation's right to self-determination, and in a situation like the Turkish coup that occurred after a parallel government was established by Fethullah Gülen, a CIA asset, who literally came up within the same forces, within the same religious forces alongside Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and that's why they were able to set up such a solid network of operatives inside of the Turkish court system, inside of the Turkish police force, inside of the Turkish military. And when the coup happened in Turkey, this is not a cap. This is not cap at all. This is 100% real. I despise Recep Tayyip Erdogan. I am not sure if I would have my freedom if I went back to Turkey. Okay. But having said that, most Turkish people, even those who also are still in Turkey who fucking despise Recep Tayyip Erdogan, will openly state this. Fethullah Gülen is a CIA asset, and Fethullah Gülen facilitated the coup in Turkey. This is 100% true. Like, undeniably true, and it's something that Erdogan's greatest opposition will also admit. So why? Why is it that as someone who is like, who's been threatened by the Erdogan administration before, or someone, a proxy from the Erdogan administration before, for my coverage over the coup in Turkey, as a matter of fact, why am I still saying that I would much prefer Recep Tayyip Erdogan to continue controlling the country instead of Fethullah Gülen. Why? Because I understand that no matter what happens, okay, Erdogan is the enemy that you know, okay? He's the enemy that you know. He's the enemy that is still Turkish, whereas Fethullah Gülen is an American power. That is very different. Do you get it? So my understanding, and maybe it might lead me to be misguided in certain instances for other countries. It's not always a one-to-one comparison, of course. But my understanding always comes from, if you're stuck between two separate powers, one is a regional power, one is the global superpower. The global superpower that is funding and facilitating the other regional power, Saudi Arabia in this circumstance, is almost always going to be worse than the militant faction that has been funded by the regional power. On the other hand, it's always being, what is this? Do you realize how stupid Hassan is after the complete sidestep of an answer and just yap fast? It's funny that you say that, but the dude from Yemen says he's nuanced and correct, and you're an idiot. I love white guys. I love the fucking swagged out, quirked up white boys being like, wow, I can't believe you sidestepped the answer and didn't give a clear-cut definitional answer. I wonder if the reason why it's so easy for you to make these assertions is because the only way that you can understand what happens in this fucking region is by reading a goddamn, like, American Enterprise Institute cutout article that you read that gives you clear and definitional answers, like black and white, as though that is how you're supposed to look at this. I'm Iranian. I fucking hate the IRGC. I also don't want the Pahlavis in power, and I don't want U.S. involvement in the country. What you say speaks to me very closely. Yes, Iranians living in Iran understand this reality better than anyone else, because Iran is the country that was completely fucking destroyed by Western forces. Like, the Iran that you know of today, is directly an invention of American intervention. Completely. In many respects, it's like it's America's involvement in Iran, in the most reductive terms, is very similar to Israel's involvement with I'm diaspora, but yes, lots of diaspora is fucking insane. Oh yeah, well, I thought you were actually still in Iran because of your takes. Most people that I hear from Iranian diaspora are like, we need to glass Iran immediately. Anyway, let's continue.
I spoke to our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, to ask about the statements emphasized by Hezbollah that the attacks carried out by Hamas in southern Israel on October the 7th were 100% Palestinian.
They know, because it's been made very clear to them both by Israel and the United States, that if Hezbollah gets involved, if it embarks on a full-scale war with Israel, which would be hugely damaging for Israel, it would be devastating for Lebanon. And Hezbollah is not just the most powerful military force.
The greatest, when I gotta say this, what I gotta fucking say is this. If you want these countries to have autonomy, if you want them to fucking fight for democracy, a secular democracy, you got to let them be, because opportunist reactionary forces will always seize control, because they are the most violent ones oftentimes, and they will always seize control, and they are the most aggressive anti-Western movements in said countries. Taliban is another example of this too. It's just, it has happened, I guess by accident, in every fucking Muslim country that America has involved itself in. Even if they're Muslim Shia, Muslim Sunni, doesn't fucking matter. I think one of the issues people may have is the massive division in Yemen between the two centers of power, the Iranian-backed Houthis in Sana'a and the Saudi-led coalition-backed government in Aden. I mean, I know that's what a lot of people are upset about, but I'm not saying one side is better than the other by, I'm saying it's more complicated. It's not like the situation it's not like the situation in Palestine, but I do know what Saudi has done. I do know what the Saudi-led coalition has done so far, or has allowed so far to happen to Yemen. So yes, I think in a situation where you have one side that is bad, and the other side that's much worse, I'm going to go with the side that's bad rather than the side that's much worse. Like, one side is doing a fucking famine. Like, no, I think maybe people are misunderstanding. If people refer to Houthi actions as that of Yemen, again, that's my speculation. You can't both sides this again. No, I'm openly stating that one side is an American proxy that has instituted a blockade that literally created a genocide. This is not my statement on the matter. This is the assessment of international human rights organizations. And in a situation where you have the American proxy doing genocide to an entire population over their interest in who gets to control the who gets to control the fucking government and who gets to control the people, then yeah, I'm gonna side with the people that didn't do that, the people that fought against that, regardless of who's backing them. And that's the reason why I say Yemen instead of specifying it as the Houthi regime. I'm ignorant on the matter, but weren't the stage coup power grab allegations in the Turkey coup? Any insight on the situation? No. There were allegations that it was a stage coup, but it was a real one. Like, people fucking got ruthlessly slaughtered. There were planes that were getting fucking refueled on American military bases. Like, this is a real thing that occurred. Erdogan took advantage of that. America has a long history of facilitating coups, some of which fail and end up with an even more reactionary or even with a more galvanized, newly galvanized, more fucking reactionary center of power. This is what happened in Turkey. Turkey changed its entire constitution with a referendum, by the way, like that they democratically voted on, changing it to a presidential structure rather than the parliamentary one. And that was a consequence of the coup that failed. It doesn't ever go in the opposite direction, though. There's no, like, you just described the entire 20th century in Latin America. Well, in 20th century Latin America, usually those coups still work, though. Maybe by proxy, or maybe because of the proximity, or maybe because of America's power overall at the time. But usually those coups do fucking work. You know what I mean? Usually those coups do work.
In Lebanon, it's not just an Iranian allied and backed militia. It's a very it's a vital part of the Lebanese political scene, and a lot of Lebanese have been saying, please don't do this. Lebanon's economy is already in crisis. It pretty much collapsed 4 years ago. It's not in a good state, and Israel has made it very clear that if there is a full-scale war, at the moment there's a kind of low-grade skirmishing taking place on that border between Lebanon and Israel, that northern border of Israel. There are casualties on both sides. There's exchanges of fire, but it's limited. It's calibrated. It's been carefully calibrated by Hezbollah to show their support for Hamas, but not to provoke Israel so much that they get a devastating response in return. But reading into that speech, I think the big subtext, the word that was missing that I didn't see, maybe you did, Iran. They're at great pains to say this Hamas attack on October the 7th, which they praised, which has been condemned by much of the world, certainly most of the Western world, but also by leaders such as in the UAE. They've made it clear that was a Palestinian operation. In other words, Iran wasn't behind it. There was a big suspicion in Israel and some other places that Iran had somehow given it its blessing and its backing. Iran has said, no, we approve of it, but we didn't do it.
Yes, very interesting using this phrase that the Hamas attacks of October the 7th, which, of course, in his vocabulary, describing them as glorious, a seismic earthquake, as he put it, was 100% Palestinian. But also, Frank, not just saying that this wasn't the doing of Iran, but saying that groups like Hezbollah, like the militias.
I think, once again, all right, I want to mention something here. Every single Turkish person, every single Syrian person, every single person from Yemen, every single Egyptian person that is in this chat right now that may agree or disagree with me on my assessment. But if there's one thing that unites every single person in the region, okay, especially if they have a moral compass, is Israel's actions against Palestinians. Like that's it. It doesn't matter what your ideological background is. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you despise in your own governance. This is something that I saw in the Turkish protests, where you had like the Turkish Communist Party okay, pulling up with PFLP flags, okay, Popular Front for Liberation of Palestine flags, alongside like Islamist components within Turkey pulling up with fucking Hamas flags and Islamic Jihad flags to protest alongside one another, with liberals, of course. Not a lot of liberals, but with liberals, of course, nowhere to be seen. Liberals across the board are, both in Canada and everywhere else, are the ones who are the most like pro-Israel. This much is consistent. If there is like something, if there's something I can point to, I would say it's usually liberals that are like, whether they're in Canada, whether they're in the United States of America. Well, in America, both sides are liberals, but yeah, those are the motherfuckers that are always like, no, Israel, what Israel's doing is pog.
In Iraq and Syria and Yemen also had their own leadership, that this was simply not the doings of Iran, to say don't make it look as though we are the puppets of Iran, which of course has been part of the
I think one aspect of this conflict that everyone needs to understand is that this is the standard going forward. It does feel like no matter what happens, it feels like any other conflict in the future, from this point on, it is going to be America versus the Fuck America coalition. Straight up. Like, it's not even, like, this is the reason why the first countries that immediately, the first countries from the Western Hemisphere that have come out and spoken in favor of Palestinians have been some of the Latin American countries, right? And it will continue no matter what. Like, no matter where there is any kind of like political confusion or any kind of political movements, it's usually going to be people speaking out against American intervention and those who defend American intervention. Now, as it stands, European powers, with the exception of Ireland, are standing firmly on Team America's side, firmly and unconditionally. Countries that are not immediately in the sphere of Western influence, however, are slowly but surely ranging from, subtle criticisms all the way to unambiguous support, turning around and defending Palestinians.
Dialogue surrounding this war, this concern that Iran will, in effect, turn the tap on with this so-called arc of resistance.
Yeah, I don't think many people will buy that, the disassociation of Iran from this, because Iran has been very heavily involved in spreading, partly through its Quds force, which is part of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps. It's the external operation arm of the Revolutionary Guards, the Pastaran. It has been very effective in spreading its military influence right across the Middle East. So in Iraq, it's got what's called the popular, and when Arabs use the word popular, the actual Arabic word is sha'abi, which means peoples, rather than popular as in beloved. So the Popular Mobilization Forces is an Iranian-allied militia in Iraq. There's them, there is Hezbollah in Lebanon, there are other groups in Syria, and then of course there's the Houthis in Yemen, who have recently been firing missiles towards Israel. They've all been shot down either by Israeli or US warships. But this is when people talk about regional escalation. There is the fear that various fires could be lit, perhaps fanned and encouraged from Tehran, but hard to actually trace their hand in it directly, that is surrounding Israel. Now, the big fear here is that if Hezbollah, and this is why this speech today was so important, I'm not seeing anything in it that says we're about to go to war. So there's, I think, a little bit of a relief there. But if Hezbollah was to fully join in a war together with Hamas, Israel would find itself fighting a war on two fronts, and quite possibly when the US says to Israel, we've got your back, that would mean the involvement of US warships offshore in the Mediterranean, probably using some of their firepower to hit Hezbollah.
Analysis of that first Hassan Nasrallah speech by our security correspondent around the world and across the United Kingdom. You're watching BBC News.
The latest on the crisis in the Middle East, Secretary of State.
Sorry if you already talked about this, but do you think something like this protest sways the U.S. government at all? Which one is this? Oh, the U.S. military vessel, Bay Area all out, block the boat, no weapons to Israel. A ship destined for Israel is docked on the port of Oakland. Happening now, U.S. military vessel destined to take military equipment to Israel, currently at the port of Oakland, Community is currently protesting. We call on everyone to come out to the port and say enough is enough. No more U.S. weapons to Israel for genocide. I saw this. It's pretty fucking fire. It's pretty pog. I'll admit. It's very cool to see this. Very cool to see this happening. Here it is. There it is. This is the video. This is some actual wild shit. I'm not going to lie. Ship slated to carry military supplies that Israel has been occupied by the picketers and is effectively shut down as of 30 minutes ago. They're currently in the vessel, dude. They had to, I guess they had to redock it. Because of the protesters' relentless determination, they have retied the lines and redocked the ship. We're hearing that this protest is causing crew members on board to have doubts about whether they should continue. Here's a post from someone on the ship. I'm just a contractor. This feels terrible. Nice. Police are violently trying to break through a peaceful line of protesters.
Say no! Hey! Say no! Say no!
Fuck you, assholes. What the fuck are you doing, you fucking pieces of shit? Dumbass.
Say no! Say no!
Israel's watching that clip and they're like, why aren't you guys throwing these people in prison? No, they're watching the clip going, didn't you train with the IDF? What the fuck are you doing? We taught you what to do. You're supposed to dome them immediately with less than lethal. Like, arm yourselves with less than lethals and directly target their heads so you can fucking take out an eye or two and then get in there. Like, what are you doing? Mass detention. Dragnets. Come on. What the fuck? Report food supplies have run out in many places in Gaza from Levant Kemal. The Gaza Strip. Wait, hold on. I want to make sure that we don't. I don't show you something that will be TOS. New Gaza Strip Chamber of Commerce and Industry announced that all food and cooking supplies in the strip have run out. The largest food bank and supply shopping center in Khan Yunis has closed due to a lack of products, and bakeries that were not bombed are about to close. Yeah. The video underneath is a very grim video that I don't want to show you because it's not censored, but it's a lot of dead bodies piled up on the streets as like a biker bikes by and shows all of these dead people on the street. Yeah, it's really fucked up. It's less lethal. No such thing as non-lethal. I didn't say non-lethal. I used less lethal deliberately. How can the U.S. say they support a two-state solution while not recognizing the state of Palestine? My friend, anytime the American government says we support a two-state solution, anytime the Western world says that, anytime the Israeli government says that, what they mean is a means to continue the brutal occupation and the slow churn of ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement that is occurring. The goal is to claim that you want a two-state when nobody actually wants it. The goal is a one Israeli Jewish state, rid of all the Palestinians that currently are living on that land. That's it. If you look at the history and the back and forth and the dealings that have taken place every single time as the situation has worsened, Israeli officials that have played a role in the negotiations process has openly stated time and time again that their goal is to simply keep pushing. I believe in, which year was it? In the 90s, in the early 90s, the American government offered $10 billion in loans to Israel to specifically build settlements. This was one of the last times, I would say, that the American government was actually legitimately critical of what Israel was doing, and openly stated that you have to stop building settlements, to which Israel could, said fuck off and continued to build settlements with. Throughout that entire process, they never stopped. And the goal always was to just utilize the possible two-state solution and the idea that like there will be a Palestinian nation state maybe later down the line somehow, somewhere, in an effort to continue blocking and pushing, effectively neutering the Palestinian resistance movement, the Palestinian organizations that were desperate for international recognition that finally got it, were effectively humiliated, deliberately humiliated as a matter of fact. And in that entire negotiations process, they kept building settlements. They kept refusing to comply with the very reasonable demands that the Palestinians were making. And time again, Arafat, openly conceded, both behind closed doors and openly, at least according to the written record on the matter, conceded to the unreasonable demands that Israel kept making, with no genuine interest in actually following through on those demands anyway. It was utilized, the two-state solution on that process was utilized as a rallying cry from the Palestinian side. But the reality is that the Israeli government used that as an opportunity to continue building and populating the West Bank. They never even offered contiguity in the West Bank. They saw the idea of like not having Israeli troops on the Jordanian border to be a impossibility. Like they were like, nope, it's not happening. It was always a nope, you're not allowed. You can't even have your own standing military type situation. No respect for a right to return, even if that right to return, at least according to the last Camp David, the last Camp David negotiations, was supposed to be taking into consideration to Israel's own demographic concerns. Like, these people fucking said they would literally be like, we know you want an ethno-state. We'll let you have the ethno-state. Please give us this fucking land back and let us have autonomy and a right to self-determination, please. And Israel was like, fuck no, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. So it's just been ruthless. Polling in Lebanon regarding a war between Hezbollah and Israel. A poll published by Al Akbar, a newspaper sympathetic to Hezbollah, found that 68% of Lebanese did not support a full-fledged war with Israel. Even among Lebanese Shias, the main base of Hezbollah support, opinions were mixed. 51% were in favor of war, while 49% opposed it. Yeah, this is a consideration that Hezbollah has to have, no matter how much like Americans say, or no matter how much the Western world says, like, oh, Hezbollah is a terror cell. They don't give a fuck about like the Lebanese population or whatever. They do have to actually factor this in. They have economic concerns. Lebanon could not withstand a entire fucking city blocks being reduced to rubble when Israel decides, oh, you guys are a hostile entity and we're just gonna fucking kill all of you. So yes, there's no way for I mean, this is one of the reason why Hezbollah has not retaliated and opened up a second front, in my opinion. Gulf states pledged more than $1 billion for reconstruction after the war in 2006, but have tired of Lebanon's chronic dysfunction and corruption and Hezbollah's stranglehold over politics. They would not be inclined towards generosity this time. Yeah, they do participate in the Lebanese political system and part of the coalition. Barnaby Rain has stopped responding. I think he's like under a lot of scrutiny right now, so I'm holding off on that. But I will be having Noah Colwyn on, like I said, in a little bit, as a matter of fact. So.
Antony Blinken landing in Israel overnight to push for humanitarian pauses in the fighting so more.
Do you personally think the two-state solution based on the borders in 1967 is the fairest solution? No, I think of one-state secular solution, one secular state for equal rights and representation for all people, with the right to return for Palestinians and reparations given to Palestinians, and with war criminals on either side of the equation getting adequately punished for their crimes. And if you think that I mean like most of the Palestinians will get tried in some kind of criminal tribunal, you're wrong. I'm talking the Israeli governments of the past and the current one, and members of the IDF as well. I'm perfectly fine with leadership of Hamas also being tried in a similar process as well, for sure.
Aid can come in and hostages have the chance to come out. It comes as Israeli forces advance into Gaza City to battle Hamas. Chief Foreign Correspondent Ian Pannell is in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, George. That's right. Secretary Blinken is here in this high-pressure visit to try and push for more humanitarian aid to be allowed into Gaza, possible pauses in the fighting, and also to talk about trying to get those more than 240 hostages out amid growing concerns about the situation in Gaza and that ever-rising death toll.
Overnight, relentless Israeli missile strikes in Gaza. Fire and smoke lighting up the night sky as Israel says its troops are now surrounding Gaza City. Amid the death and destruction, Secretary of State Antony Blinken touching back down in Tel Aviv this morning, meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu and Israel's war cabinet.
As Israel conducts its campaign to defeat Hamas, how it does so matters.
As the Biden administration urges a humanitarian pause, saying it would allow humanitarian aid to get in and the hostages to get out. But they're not calling for an end to the attacks.
We do not support a ceasefire, and that gives time.
That's crazy, man. Yeah. No, ceasefire gives time to Hamas. We got it. Yeah. No, just like no ceasefire, no end to the ethnic cleansing, just a pause to the ethnic cleansing. Please, bro, please just do a pause.
Time for Hamas to regroup, which is something that, again, would put Israeli citizens.
It's funny that you say that. I will be the silly advocate. Why not make both Palestine and Israel non-armed zone and policed by a multinational UN force? That was actually a Palestinian suggestion in the last round of negotiations, where they said that at least the West Bank or the Jordanian border should be controlled by a UN military, which would have American forces stationed there as well, in order to give Israel the confidence that like nothing terrible will happen. And Israel, of course, said, abso-fucking-lutely not. Why would we do that? We want to ethnically cleanse the Palestinians. They didn't say the second part, but that was the real reason. They were like, no, we're not going to do that. And you can suck my cock is basically what they fucking said.
And others in danger.
Nearly 4 weeks in, more than 9,000.
And the worst thing is like like Bill Clinton is a fucking liar and a son of a bitch who openly fucking tried to massage Arafat and utilize the PLO as like trained them, gave them CIA forces, basically said, we're going to have your side. We're going to have your side. And then literally fucked them over every step of the goddamn way. And then turned around and said that they were fucking lying. Like they always, every single time, almost every single instance, like no matter how much they fucking, for example, despised Benjamin Netanyahu personally, because he was gross. He was interpreted as a gross person. How would you interpret this behavior? I don't know. But Benjamin Netanyahu was seen as like an open liar. Arafat was not a baby. He was the one that fucked us. See, the reason why people feel this way. So look, Arafat was a traitor. This motherfucker spoke for like 2 hours for nothing. Law was talking about. See, the reason why people feel this way is because Arafat thought that if he aligned with the United States, that like he would be able to legitimately carve out some land for the Palestinians, which would have been probably unacceptable for the overwhelming majority of Palestinians. And yeah, exactly. No, I know, I understand where you're coming from. The way that people see Arafat now is exactly the way people view the Palestinian Authority as well, which is anytime you try to cooperate with the Israeli state, they will fucking make you look like a bitch. Arafat had incredible broad support when he first started this endeavor. By the end of it, he was fucking despised. People see him as a crook. People see him as like someone who is very wealthy and like may or may not have been assassinated. Who knows? That's still disputed, I guess. But still, he like died with a tremendous amount of wealth and like took a lot of the money from America. And in the beginning, they called him a terrorist. And by the end of it, he was a collaborator. And when he was a collaborator, he was seen as a person. He was seen as a person who sold out the Palestinian population. See, look, Fatah is continuing his mission. There you go, 100%. This is quite literally. That's quite. See, look, that's because at first he was actually fighting for our cause, then he conceded and submitted. Do you understand? That's what Israel did. Okay, because Arafat's personal proclivity towards corruption would be completely meaningless if Israel offered dignity to the Palestinian population at any part of this process. But they did not, and they didn't on purpose, okay? They did not on purpose. And every step of the way, Arafat said, sure, okay, like, please give us like a smaller piece of land. It's fine. Give us a smaller piece of land. Please, come on. Please, please, please give us any land whatsoever. Yeah, he's not a traitor. He just tried to get, he tried everything to get people a good life. He got betrayed by the West and let him drop the rifle. Yes. I think that he tried his best. I do believe that. There is a little bit of corruption there for sure, but I do think that he legitimately thought that there was a way to engage in a peaceful solution. Like, he recognized the circumstances, he recognized the impossibility, and yet still tried as best as he possibly could. And he did everything right. Not to do like the fucking, I did everything right and they indicted him, but in terms of like negotiating in good faith, trying to negotiate in good faith with the Israeli government, every step of the way he got fucked over. And it wasn't just Netanyahu. No, Arafat didn't know he was dealing with a belligerent acceleration as Netanyahu. It wasn't just Netanyahu. It was a lot of right-wing forces in every kind of in every negotiations team. There were still a tremendous number of right-wing forces that had no fucking interest in like pulling out of the settlements anyway. It's not an accident, guys. In 1977, there was like fucking 4,000 settlers in the West Bank, okay? How the fuck do we get to 500,000? In like the 90s, there was maximum, I think like what? By 94, 95, there was like 100,000 or something. How do we get there? How do we like quintuple the population of settlers? How? How did that happen? That cannot happen without the Israeli government's like diligent interest in filling this land with settlers. Elat News, I feel very bad for him. He was used and did everything he could, but it wasn't enough to achieve a state. I don't know what else he could have done. Yeah, I mean, the only other thing he could have done is, I guess, never refuse to put his arms down and just like violently fight. You know what I mean? That's it. Like keep fighting, which by the way would have been an impossible battle to win regardless. I mean, look at the situation with Gaza right now. Hamas is doing that. Hamas did not put down their arms. They were the ones who fucking put pipe bombs in negotiations processes because they recognized the negotiations were not going in the way that would benefit the interests of any Palestinians whatsoever. Meanwhile, the people that you're trying to negotiate with, I need people to understand something. Like the forces that you were negotiating with, you were negotiating from a condition of subjugation. Like you are. How can I talk to someone with a sword on my neck is the most prescient fucking sentiment expressed throughout this entire process. You were trying to talk to people that were your jailers, okay? Maybe every now and then you had a prison riot, okay? And sometimes that prison riot actually became like very violent for some of the jailers every now and then, maybe their families too. But ultimately, you are in jail. You are occupied, you are in jail, and you're negotiating with your jailers who have all their guns trained on you.
Civilians have been killed in Gaza, according to the Hamas-run health ministry, as Israel responds to the massacre of more than 1,400 people.
The quote I was repeating was Ghassan Kanafani, not Malcolm X.
And the capture of hostages. More than 240 still remain trapped in Gaza, including Americans.
Seven anlaşmasının Filistin versiyonu, evet, hatta bunu söylediler aynen bu şekilde.
Unarmed Reaper drones above Gaza to help get hostages out. The drones equipped with cameras and sensors that can intercept voice and data communications. And on the ground, Israeli forces advancing. Its troops fighting Hamas in face-to-face combat inside Gaza City. But they're facing rising losses. At least 24 soldiers killed in action since the ground invasion began a week ago. Fighter jets and warships are backing up the ground offensive, Hamas being targeted by air, sea and land.
We've just heard the sound of a fighter jet dropping its payload into the city. They say that they're targeting Hamas. But also, we know that there are still civilians in there who haven't listened to the order to leave, and many of them continue to die every day.
South of Gaza City, another massive explosion laying waste to another refugee camp. Israel says it's targeting Hamas and its infrastructure, but civilians are also being killed in many of these strikes. These scenes have become all too familiar in this war, searching for family in the rubble, calling out for loved ones. The grief overwhelming. And resources growing ever more scarce as food and money run out, fights breaking out over basic necessities. While millions of Palestinians can't leave, those with a foreign passport are starting to get out, including scores of Americans trapped in Gaza, now making it through the Rafah crossing into Egypt. Like Maha El-Banna, an aid worker from New Jersey who sat down with our Maggie Rooley in Cairo.
I have PTSD. I've been through a lot. If I hear like a loud noise, I jump. I had a panic attack.
Lena Baseso and her family.
Refusing to leave seems like a weird way to word it. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think that they're refusing to leave, some of them, because you talk so much Turkish that I'm thinking you're from there. What the fuck? I am from there. I grew up in Turkey until I was 18. I'm Turkish. I am joking. Oh, okay. I thought you didn't know, maybe. Some people can't afford to leave. Some people don't want to leave. Some people do want to leave but can't. Some people wanted to leave and got on the safe routes and got bombed. So there is so many different interests here at play. But there are plenty of people who don't want to leave. Okay? Why do they not want to leave? Because they are in Gaza, because they left once. They're internal refugees, okay? They lived in villages literally right beyond the Gaza envelope, okay? They lived in villages and they can never go back to their homes. That's why they're in a fucking permanent refugee camp. So permanent that it's no longer a tent city, but instead actually concrete, okay? That's precisely the reason why they don't want to leave, because they know if they do, the humanitarian corridor is opened up and they go to Egypt, they will never be able to return ever again. This is something that every Palestinian knows.
Also finally making it to the border. Her grandson Aden, here with his passport stamped, sharing a brief, brave smile. But this is a tough farewell for all of them.
I'm happy but sad at the same time because I have friends here. They might die. Maybe I won't see them ever again.
Well, just heartbreaking, those stories. Israel saying it's on very high alert in the north of the country amid rising tensions and exchange of fire across the border, not just with Lebanon, but also Syria. Something to look out for later today. The leader of the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah expected to speak for the first time since this war broke out. George?
Yes, that is significant. Okay, and thanks very much. Let's bring in our chief White House correspondent, Mary Bruce. Mary, the secretary has a tricky balancing act in Israel today, pushing for humanitarian pauses, but not a ceasefire.
Yeah, he sure does, George. This is a difficult diplomatic mission for Blinken, conveying America's support for Israel's military operation and right to defend itself, while also urging Prime Minister Netanyahu to do more to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Look, the White House has been increasingly vocal about the need to protect innocent civilians. But there is growing political pressure for the White House to do even more, even facing those calls to push for a ceasefire. The White House has been blunt in saying that would only help Hamas. Instead, they are pushing for this series of temporary humanitarian pauses, breaks in the bombardment, which they hope would allow more aid to get in and more innocent civilians and hostages to get out, George.
And Mary, there appears to be a stalemate in Congress over President Biden's request for military aid to Israel.
Yeah, George, a bill has passed in the House, but it is dead on arrival. This is the first big step by the new House Speaker.
Fucking sick step, by the way. Like, taking away funds from the IRS in this, like, distorted, twisted PAYGO initiative that they're implementing, which is so stupid because taking away $1 from the IRS actually increases the deficit, not the other way around. If you give money to the IRS, that's actually that actually improves the situation. That actually decreases the deficit because the IRS is the mechanism that controls the taxes. Anyway, that it's just like, it's so stupid. Biden already said he would obviously understandably Biden said he would obviously and understandably veto it, and it's not going to fucking work in the Senate anyway. And if you're wondering what the difference is between a humanitarian pause and ceasefire, a ceasefire is permanent, or is supposed to be permanent, whereas a humanitarian pause is a way to either obscure the same principle or basically to say, like, no, please, you can do your fucking ethnic cleansing campaign. Like, it's fine, but just, like, please let us, like, bring in some supplies. You can't do ethnic cleansing to this degree. Ceasefire is also temporary, but, like, as a concept, it's an understandable concept that people see as, like, it's supposed to be permanent, right? Whereas a pause implies that there will be a continuation. A ceasefire does not. Then, I was saying, we are going full steam ahead. When is the world finally going to see this guy as a fascist warlord? The thing I will never understand about, like, liberal Zionists is always, like, how much they fucking despise Netanyahu, but then, like, champion everything he does as it pertains to foreign policy. I guess it's, like, very similar to liberal Americans, like Democratic Party voters who are like, I hate Donald Trump. He's the worst. And then, like, I guess they don't mind as much, like, what Donald Trump ends up doing. Like, they'll say, oh, I don't like what Donald Trump did with the Abraham Accords, but then Joe Biden is, like, continuing that legacy for no fucking reason whatsoever. And then they're fine with that. Like, I don't get it. I guess it's just very unprincipled and rather just team sports for them, in the sense that there is no real team when it comes to America's foreign policy. Both sides engage in the same fucking team. There's bipartisan support for foreign policy. And they only hear about it a little bit and go, oh, I kind of hate what Trump is doing, right? Did you guys hear what Trump is doing? Oh, I don't really like it. Oh, he has Jared Kushner dealing with the fucking Israel-Palestine conflict. Oh, I'm sure he'll solve it any day now. But then Joe Biden and his camp has completely vociferously supported the Abraham Accords. They've continued it. They've continued the immigration policy to a certain degree. They've continued the foreign policy loudly and proudly as it pertains to the Middle East. I mean, fuck it. They even continued the Afghan withdrawal. Like, think about that. That's how fucking bipartisan this shit is. Joe Biden technically demonstrated moral courage, but like actually followed through on the Trump Afghan withdrawal program. Didn't even change it a little bit. Didn't even slightly modify it. A program that maybe Trump probably would not demonstrate the political courage to follow through on, in my opinion. Interesting stuff. Meanwhile, the White House has requested an unprecedented loophole. By the way, in these times, directly DM'd me to cover this story. So shouts out to them for this incredible coverage. White House has requested an unprecedented loophole that would obscure arms sales to Israel. This at a time when the fucking arms guy in the State Department, the death dealer himself, the Lord of War, the American Victor Boot, personally, publicly resigned because he saw the writing on the wall and he was like, this is completely, utterly unacceptable. Genocide Joe is pushing this measure, effectively giving Israel a check to purchase $3.5 billion in arms in complete secrecy. What the fuck are we doing? Buried within the $106 billion supplemental national security funding request by the White House sent to Congress on October 20th was a highly unusual exemption. As a part of the $3.5 billion earmarked for foreign military financing funding for Israel, the executive branch sought permission to unilaterally blanket approve the future sale of military equipment and weapons like ballistic missiles and artillery ammunition to Israel without notifying Congress. I got to say something here. Ronald Reagan, Jimmy Carter was obvious, but Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush would look like anti-Zionists in comparison to what our government has become in the way that they deal with Israel. Literally, if you looked at Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush, and the way they treated Israel at that time, and expected our government currently to do the same thing, to at least like rein it in a little bit, and make no mistake, they were still very much allowing Israel to behave in psychotic ways, okay? But literally, like looking at the situation with like Reagan and George W. Bush, like and what our policy with Israel has become, it blows my fucking mind. Even George W. Bush condemned Israel for blowing up a fucking refugee camp in an effort to get at a Hamas commander that killed like 4 extra people. Think about that. Bush Sr. and Bush Jr. Biden might be the most overt ultra-Zionist we've had in power. Like, up there with Trump. Trump probably takes the cake. But Biden has continued Donald Trump's administration's Israel policy, which is odd because he says he's Irish. The fuck? You would expect him to have some epigenetic memories, you know what I mean? From his ancestors of fighting against British colonial occupation, but nope. Bitch ass, fake Irish motherfucker. Suck my dick. Anyway, fake Catholic didn't listen to the Pope. Exactly, dude. Is there any hope for things not escalating in the region? I mean, who knows? I think the dire economic circumstances that befall all of the regional partners that would be interested in arming the Palestinian cause or supporting the Palestinian cause is perhaps the greatest reason why it's not escalating at this point. It's not like Lebanon can't withstand a endless bombing campaign. This is genuinely what I think holds back Hezbollah from any kind of military operations. I would say something similar for Iran in general. They like the most you'll see is regional leaders that want, like Turkey and Russia, that want more that want to take pot shots at American hegemonic power. They'll say like they side with the Palestinians. They'll like openly criticize it. But before the Western military enclave falls, there will never be a scaling back of the Israeli violence. But I don't think that no matter how bad it gets, I don't believe that they will I don't believe that other regional actors will take action against Israel in a dramatic way, in a way that like actually is violent, in a way that actually hurts them. All they'll do is sit back and watch the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour as I move on to having Noah Colwyn on the broadcast. About to call in a friend of the show, Noah Colwyn, as we look at some of the stuff that's going on, and also a Ben Shapiro video about the history of Israel. Okay, here's the 3-minute ad break now, which you can avoid by subscribing for $5 or for free. All right. Hello? Hello, hello, hello?
What up?
What's going on, Noah? You look very handsome today.
Thank you. I am in a sunlit room. I've sustained major brain damage from watching a Ben Shapiro video to prep for this, but
Hell
I'm
yeah.
ready.
Hell yeah. So we did an anti-Semitic gathering last night, as I told people earlier today, and it was great. It was wonderful. We raised some money for some of the same charities that I've been raising money for these past couple of weeks, and it was great overall. I was like, damn, we got to do this. We got to do this more. I didn't get enough of it, and one of the things before we get into do you have a notepad? Did I just?
Yeah.
God damn,
Yeah.
dude, you took fucking
Nope.
notes. Holy shit.
Well, yeah. Listen, some of us didn't mind homework, you know?
Yeah. Okay. I got, yeah, that's crazy. We were just talking about the Indies Times reporting that, hold on, I'm gonna share my screen real quick so you can take a look at it as well. But
I mentioned it last night. I remember it.
Yeah. But here you can take a look at it as well. I know you know this already, but we were just looking at how they want to hide the $3.5 billion, and I was saying that like in comparison to George H.W. Bush and like Ronald Reagan, like those guys would look like anti-Zionists from today's perspective, like the way we treat the way we treat our allegiance with Israel now.
And it's also worth mentioning that, like, you know, the arms control stuff is a really interesting and kind of important point to sort of seize on, because like Israel is just sort of like it's our way into seeing this like crazy and stupid fucked up system that has just like deteriorated in the last 40, 50 years. A really good example of this is that we actually literally used to have something called the U.S. Arms Control Agency that was scrapped in the 90s.
Can you say that again? You got cut off.
I think that there is.
Can you say
that?
that?
Oh, sorry, no. That
arms control. In the 90s,
so like there used to be an agent, like a U.S. Arms Control Agency that was around in the until the 1990s. Like we used to keep track of this stuff, and it mattered. It's like this episode is sort of like it's. I think one thing I've just been thinking about since last night is how like this is the logical consequence of us cutting, like everything that we did to, actively monitor what we did with the weapons we sent abroad and how they get used, let alone decide whether or not we should keep doing it.
Yeah.
Like Reagan, when Reagan and Bush were better about a lot of parts of it. As you were saying, like there's just the standards have slipped, even from the days of those geriatrics.
Yeah. And it's not like those guys are, they're kind by any means, they're not
No.
they're not nice guys. It was just like a race to the fucking bottom.
Exactly. Like we are just like, this is like, we say fallen world. This is what we mean.
Yeah. Hold on. I'm tweeting that together Noah Colwyn and I will look at another viral Ben Shapiro video covering the history of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. We're
gonna break down the truth.
How viral Ben Shapiro video covering the conflict. He lies about the history. Okay, that's like fine, I think. All right, that's a good way to do it. Here, blast it. I'm gonna blast this real quick into my chat as well, so they know. But yeah, things have deteriorated dramatically, I would say, and they've gotten worse and worse and worse. There's also the Ben Shapiro Israel versus Hamas and why he would never support Biden over Trump.
Oh, that's really. I love what I liked about when prepping for this is that like the optimal way to absorb Ben Shapiro and his full Ben Shapiro-ness is to play the videos at 1.5 times speed.
The optimal way is to speed him up by 1.5. I feel like my brain would explode trying to hear what he has to say. Or you mean by slowing it down? Hello? I think I dropped you. Hello? I can't hear you anymore. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We lost him, chat. Hello? Can you hear me? Hello, hello, hello? You're still cutting off. You're...
How are we?
You are... Okay, you're back.
Okay, how about now? I'm back.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find the video real quick. Oh, here it is. Here's the truth about Israel versus Palestine.
It explicitly...
Please put it on at 1.5 speed. You can get a feel for what I'm talking about. He sounds awesome.
I will not be able to understand what he's even fucking saying if I put it at
you don't have to do
speed. Sure, I'll do it. I'll do it for you. But oh fuck, you're getting cut off again. Your internet is shit right now. Hello, hello, hello. I think you're back.
Alrighty, so today we're going to talk about the history of...
Uh-oh, I lost them. We lost them, boys.
Hold on, can you hear me yet? No.
Bro, the subtitles think it's Vietnamese. I'm losing my fucking mind. Why? Why does it think it's... Oh my God, this is so annoying. Oh, he's gone. Noah's fully gone now. He's gone. We lost him. My camera is off. Bro, that's crazy that the auto translation automatically assumes that it's like Vietnamese. I'm fucking losing my mind. No, man. How do I do this? How do I turn the subtitles on, chat? Hello? Noah, can you hear me? Noah's back.
I think I can hear you. Can you hear me? My internet stinks right now. So I'm just going audio. I turned off my... Yeah, I just turned off my camera.
As long as you can watch, what's going on, I think it should be fine.
Yeah.
If only we had the fiber optic that Hezbollah apparently has. When I found out about this, did you know this? Did you know that Hezbollah has its own like personal fiber optic cable network?
I absolutely had no idea. So it's like impervious to bombing.
That and also like they have a completely shut off like communications network, I guess, that like Israel can't hack into or tap into through traditional means. And when I found this out, it made me so fucking mad that in Los Angeles, California, I do not have this. And now
they probably have zero pen.
I want Nasrallah to fucking come here and take over. I am perfectly fine with a Shia takeover of this part of Los Angeles, at least. Close an YouTube for a reset fix in CC. Okay, hold on. Let's try it.
Jerusalem is not controlled.
Nah, it just thinks it's Vietnamese, man. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I legitimately, dude, the system is so broken. I guess we're not gonna have any subs, chat. I'm sorry. But anyway, let's do it. Let's go. Let's get it started.
Alrighty, so today we're going to talk about the history of the Israeli-Palestinian-Arab conflict. In order to discuss that history, we have to go back in time, like way, way back.
I like that he immediately starts off by saying Palestinian-Arab conflict because this is a funny little very racist thing that Zionists regularly engage in, which is to say that like Arabs are a monolith. And it's like one way to engage in the myth making and the necessity of a Jewish ethno state, because like all of the surrounding Arabs are one track minded, and that like it's a way to also associate like purges and things that have happened in other Arab countries with Palestinians, as though like the Palestinians played a role in that at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and also it's like trying to basically erase the fact that like there are such things among Arabs, like as opposed to just the being like, oh yeah, they're all the same, totally interchangeable, nothing like, just race. It's racist. It's racism. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, that's it. It's anytime you want to understand, an argument as to like, anytime you want to understand an argument, it's like either going to revolve around might is right, or it's going to revolve around just straight, pure, unadulterated Hitlerian racism towards Arab people. That's it.
In time. First, this particular video is sponsored by our friends over at ExpressVPN.
Oh, fuck yeah.
The
Thank
Jewish
God.
homeland has always...
He's like, guess what? I'm going to do some ethnic cleansing denial here. This light genocide denial is sponsored by ExpressVPN.
Been the dream in Israel. Okay, to understand how tiny this slot of land is, you kind of have to look at this map. Okay, so this tiny area right here covers Israel and actually some other countries. Okay, the entire map, if you were to zoom out and
what about the Palestinian land then? It's even smaller than that. Fucking got 'em, owned. See, I don't have a notepad, but I'm quick with it, Noah. You see that?
Yeah, no, I see it. I mean, it'd be looking different. By the way, my internet's better, so if you just don't hear me for a second, it's because I'm doing maintenance. I'm making improvements over here.
Okay, making improvements. Nice. All right.
take a look at the Arab world, what you would see is this enormous swath of the globe. And then you would see like this tiny pinprick about half the size of New Jersey, and that constitutes modern-day Israel. It's a very
small bean
plot of land. And if you were to look at this area, like the narrowest part of the land is currently constituted, you'd be looking at about 9 miles.
Wait. Why is the Egyptian flag upside down? What's going on there? He just kind of slapped it on without even thinking about it. Okay, never mind.
The Jewish history with regard to the land of Israel begins approximately 1300 BCE, before the birth of Christ. Moses leaves Egypt somewhere around 1300 BCE. There are various sort of attempts to date this. A little bit later in the century, Joshua enters the land. He crosses the Jordan River, right? So the Jewish people go out here. They pass through the Red Sea. They end up wandering around in the desert, and then they enter the land of Canaan, right, which is this whole area. By about 1000 BCE, the kingdom of David is established.
Right,
Jerusalem is the capital, right? This is the first that Jerusalem matters sort of in world history. Remember?
Done.
So
sorry, I was gone for a second.
No, it's all good. So I still think like this is the I wanted to sort of just put a pin in at this moment with this part of this, where like I think with this subject you're really just kind of beginning from way behind if you have to begin your explanation for like why your side is right in like 2000 years ago ancient history. Like if that's where like you're beginning it, like you're just like at that point like the stuff that you're just treating as like historical fact and you're giving the same weight as, you know, he'll go on to like events of the 20th century. Like that's crazy. Like just the idea that like there were like the same stable understandings, you know, and so like it's such a like I just want to point that out that like this is
a time when there's no nation states even. Like the concept of like a nation state was not going to be established for like 2000 years. It's fucking insane.
When we get to time code 4 minutes and 20 something, believe you me, my notes have me going in on that.
Yeah.
But you best believe it is not.
And also, I mean, to be fair though, as a Pan-Turnus myself, I do agree with this. I think like the Pan-Turnus Mongolian Turkic Republic must seize control of everything all the way to Europe, in my opinion. So, you know, because technically we were there. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. This argument doesn't work in any capacity. It is immoral. It is silly. It's laughable. The fucking Palestinians, some of which are Christian, some of which are Jewish, some of which are Muslim, that you have slaughtered are also when you go back long enough in time, are literally the same people that Ben Shapiro is talking about that did not get purged from the area and just simply converted to Christianity, converted to Islam.
Well, when he gets to, I want to show you, I do want to, like, hit play, because in a second he starts talking about what the world was like at this time in like 1300 BCE, and I found a map that made me laugh about it. I'll send it.
We're still 1,000 years before Christ. By 957 BCE, the first Temple of Solomon is built. It is built in Jerusalem. Now remember, this is still a good 1,600 years before the rise of Islam. There's a lot of infighting among the Jews. There's a separation between the kingdom of Judah and the kingdom of Israel. Those are two.
Like the people that he's talking about are literally the Palestinian people that stayed behind. Like, shut the fuck up. Some of which.
So it's so funny.
It's so stupid. Also, like,
it just makes no sense.
I love, dude, you know what though? I do love the fucking psychotic like defense of trying to create an ethno state. So like no matter what you do, the mythos has to be so, again, Hitlerian, where you have to do like
exactly.
There's no way to engage in this without like. There's no way to engage in this like.
I'm sorry, are you saying that there's a connection between the blood and the soil?
Yeah, exactly. It's like exactly. It's so psychotic to be like,
well, you know, I'm doing blood and soil, but I'm actually Jewish, so it's fine to do the blood and soil argument. Is a ridiculous
Well, every other
thing to
nation,
say.
every other nation in the world gets to have blood and soil. Why not the Jews? Like every other nation gets to have a Hitler particle. Why can't the Jews?
Like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna fucking look at like the teeth of the Palestinian children that have been slaughtered to like find that like they are also descendants of the same people in comparison to like Ashkenazi Jews who probably aren't, by the way.
Keep going, because in about 10 seconds, Ben is about to really cook.
Separate kingdoms, and you end up with ancient maps that look sort of like this, right? This ancient map is the kingdom of Israel, which was 10 of the tribes, and then you have the kingdom of Judah, which is the one that was governed by the
to make a
Davidic
geopolitical
line.
point.
The first exile that happens to the Jews happens in 722.
Wait, what the fuck? Where did he get this guy? Wait, is he PragerUing? This is a PragerU ass thing to do, to be like, look at this map.
Yeah, no. He's got the map on the whiteboard that he's not using any of the whiteboard features of, I should note. He could have just had a static map. I don't know why he has that map there on the whiteboard, because he's not, whatever. Like he's not, and then the map that he's holding up is literally just like, it's like a map of biblical literature. Like it's about like where we believe the different tribes of Israel, the literal 12 sons of Jacob, and like their descendants went. Like he went to Sunday school on your ass.
Yeah, this motherfucker went source God. Okay, yeah, owned. Get fucking owned. Source the Bible. Thank you very much. Have you heard of it? He is such a little bitch for fucking Christian evangelical Christians. Like, it's not even funny, dude. It's such a bitch. Anyway.
BCE, when the Assyrians rush in from the north. You can see the Assyrian Empire at the top of this map. They rush in from the north. Then there's another exile that takes place in 586 BCE. This is the Babylonian exile. So from way the hell out here on this map, the Babylonians come in, they conquer the land, and they destroy the first temple.
All right,
in 515 BCE.
If Ben was really on his Bible shit and not just a player hater and, you know, a kind of a poser, then he would know that like the kind of famous thing about the Babylonian exile is that the book of the prophet Jeremiah, which is really, he's the prophet who tells the story of what's going on among the Jewish people, you know, in that time before they go into this exile. It's like all about how like they're doing child sacrifice and like there's moral degeneracy, and that like this exile is in many respects like a punishment for sins that they had committed against themselves, and this is God's way of punishing them. So I will say, Ben, you know, demerits on your biblical scholarship here, because he's leaving out some key elements.
Thank you. I don't know anything about these religious justifications, because I usually just skip this part and go, yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, no. I mean, I did some fact checking on when he starts to just try and do like Roman history on the fly, which is pretty funny.
There's this great return from Babylonia, and the second temple is built in 63 BCE. The Romans.
God, I really wish that they went with Uganda. It would have been so funny. Like in moments like this, I'm like, oh man, it was so close. Could you imagine?
It definitely. I mean, just like a whole nation of people being asked to move from under the air conditioning. Yeah, I can. And like the hottest.
No, I'm
just hot, humid plain. I guess no. Yeah, Uganda's really huge. It's jungle, right?
Yeah, but I was thinking more along the lines of like Ben Shapiro trying to do like this backronym ass like religious justification for Uganda. He'd have to like make up like what kind of mythos would they have for Uganda other than the fact that like the British government thought that this would be the best place to send the Jews.
I mean, it's actually kind of like it's a joke question, but it's actually like a really good point, because like, you know, the Soviets did try, and they actually did set up like a pretty insane failed experiment to create like a Jewish state in the Far East, like in the Stalin years. And it didn't really go anywhere for a number of different reasons. Most of all, it was in like a shitty part of Siberia, you know, like already a pretty shitty part of the world to try and live. And but it was called like a
sending people to Siberia.
Absolutely. I mean, it was like a great, and like, imagine like a bunch of Jews come up, like a bunch of Yiddish scholars come up to you and they're like, excuse me, Mr. Stalin, what if you sent this out there and you could just have all your Jews out there? And, you could think of it as like retraining these bourgeois, merchant Jews into being, good, Soviet worker types. Right. But then, of course, what happens is like, everybody goes out there and they see like bugs that are the size of peaches and they're like, fuck this, I'm out. And it never takes off. But that was like their idea of like a Jewish autonomous region.
He sent the Tatars there too, right? I thought.
I don't know if he sent them to the same place. I read like one book about this a few years ago, but I think the comparison is just that, like, in Uganda, like you would have basically, like, at least there, it would have been a different kind of settler colonial project, but like you wouldn't have had like the potency of this, of this myth animating, why Gazans can't be allowed to have electricity.
A myth that the fucking secular founders did not also believe in personally, but thought dummies would get on board with. Like, I feel like there was no, like, the reason why Palestine was chosen is because it was more so like there's some like kind of religious myth making that we can engage with here with respect to Palestine that we can't with like Uganda or anywhere else. On top of the other ironic argument that the British thought that the native population in Uganda would be violent, like would be way more violently resistant to populating the area with Jewish settlers at the time, which, of course, obviously happened with Palestinians as well. But
yeah,
but it was like the religious justification is not like the major reason here, right? I always felt like it was more so not one that was held on to by the.
Shapiro actually touches on like when he gets to the like 19th century period, and he talks about Herzl, like it was a like a frame, like he frames it as a like what was because of these secular political concerns, which is like is true. But the thing that ultimately, that like I think that like, we are now seeing and we've sort of been seeing for some decades, the bill coming due on like, a bunch of secular guys trying to take what is fundamentally a religious national myth and hide that character of it. When, as Israel gets on in the years as a state, it sort of emerged that like the only people with like a cohesive, organized plan to maintain and expand the political structure as it exists are these, religious wackos, so I do think like that to me is kind of one of these, it's like, well, I guess that kind of does show that, perhaps there was a really just fundamentally religious bent to this shit all along that just could not be denied. And
I think that the religious bent, the fundamentally religious bent, in my opinion, contributed to the unimaginable success of the Zionist project, in my opinion. Like, I would not sit here and say that this was not a successful project if you look at the original goals, right? I mean, they established a lot of the original goals of the project in general. It was incredibly violent. It was incredibly brutal. But I feel like the myth-making has stuck.
This video is a good example of the myth-making because he really does, like, he tells one side of the story, not just in the presentation of it, but, like, literally he does not talk about what Palestinians experienced, period. Like this is honestly like a 40-minute book report. And he also kind of like loses the chronology meaningfully about halfway through. And then he just starts explaining what Iron Dome does and stuff. So it's also a classic Ben Shapiro joint in that like, and a Daily Wire joint in that like, they clearly gave up on trying how to make a thing like halfway through it. And assumed correctly that YouTube viewers who are their audience just wouldn't notice.
Yeah.
Romans take over. So Pompey, at that point, not the emperor, but just the general, takes over the area, and Judea becomes a vassal state. And Judea remains a vassal state of the Roman Empire, basically through the end of an independent Jewish kingdom. It's called Judea at this point. It is not called Israel. 70 CE is the destruction of Jerusalem. There's
Everybody
Jewish
can
revolt.
just like they could, be eating popcorn right now and chewing loudly. There's none of this matters.
Yeah.
Although the next part he tells a kind of funny lie.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
Against the Roman government because of bad administrative practices and because of infighting and because of a crackdown on religious practice, and Jerusalem is destroyed. And not only is Jerusalem destroyed, the Second Temple is destroyed at the time as well. 130 to 136 CE, there is a massive revolt by the Jews under a general named Simon Bar Kokhba. The Bar Kokhba revolt was extremely damaging to the Roman Empire. They had to expend extraordinary resources in order to stop the Bar Kokhba revolt, which is
not true. There is like not evidence that Bar Kokhba was like, that is just like straight, that is just like nationalist myth making. And in fact, the Bar Kokhba myth was only really resuscitated, as I'm sure you could imagine, like, in service of the creation of the state of Israel. There's a number of myths that are, that sort of speak to this. I mean, the Masada myth being the biggest one, this idea that like there were a bunch of Jews who would rather commit suicide than live under Roman rule on this mountaintop near the Dead Sea. This is the building blocks of,
but it's important. This is important to understand because it also shows you like the post-Holocaust understanding, or even the treatment or mistreatment of Holocaust survivors. And like, I think that the culture or the attitude that Israelis had towards like how militant they are. It's like very jingoistic for that reason, I feel like, where it's like, yeah, yes, you guys actually did not fight back, which is false, of course, but like you didn't fight back hard enough. And we are going to make sure that never happens again.
Exactly. It's, you have to like, it's not enough to have acknowledged that like there was this like grievous wound dealt to the Jewish people. It's the idea that like, well, our overcorrection will be the only thing that protects Jews ever again, when in fact all we're doing is making it so that we both revisit the same crime on other people and make Jews elsewhere in the world very unsafe.
Yeah, but making Jews elsewhere in the world unsafe quite literally fits the goals of the Zionist project. So that's
it gets interesting. I mean, that's yes, exactly. Which was also something Herzl wrote about. Like Herzl believed in anti-Semitism as sort of a natural course of history because Israel did not exist, because the Jews were this, nation that did not have their land. Because Herzl, he was like he's a guy coming up with like a very, very 19th century solution to the problem of, what to do with like the pogroms in the East, in the Pale of Settlement. That are emerging, and that is the genesis of the first wave of immigration to Israel. Before there's really even an organized Zionist movement on the level, of the Herzl stature. There's a famous event in the 1880s called the Basel Congress that kind of is considered the kind of inciting event for like the Zionist movement, and there's this. Really, really, really deeply felt idea that like, anti-Semitism is like, if it's a natural force in the world, then our corrective to it has to become a nation, among the others. It's pretty simple logic to the point that it's, fairly disturbing that it became the constituent of, the world we live in.
Yeah.
Which is why it was almost an independent kingdom for a solid 4 or 5 years there. They renamed the area Palestine as an insult to the Jews. That's why it was named.
That's fake. That's fake. Not real. Sources right here sending to you. Boom. Ben Shapiro. You are a liar. You are the clown of the week. You are a fucking punk. Fuck
How many
you.
Pinocchios? How many Pinocchios?
We are going with 5 Pinocchios.
That's really fucked up because you just used an anti-Semitic cartoon. First of all, what's Pinocchio known for? Having a big nose. That's number one. Number two, you said a Jewish man is lying. It's fucked up. You did that.
Not
I
cool,
disavow.
man.
I disavow. I disavow. I disavow. Yeah. Ooh, from Forward.
Mm-hmm.
This says the real history of the name Palestine. You know what's really funny? I had what's his face? God damn it. Zach Foster on, who literally did scholarly research on precisely this, where we talked about it, and then there's actual historical evidence to where like the name Palestine comes from, and has been considered throughout history to be Palestine, that region, and no evidence that this was like no evidence that like there was a fucking way to like stick it to the Jews there or some shit and call it Palestine.
No, there's no evidence for that. And like what this guy's letter to the editor shows, and I liked it because he's just a high school classics teacher, is just that it's like, yeah, there's like other evidence that shows that the term was used in different, like there's other uses of the term in context from the preceding period that suggests that like, yeah, this idea that it was some sort of like, punishment or insult is not really hold water. But it's like part of like the motivated reasoning, at least in my experience, like that sort of makes up a lot of this like kind of, like this like Zion, like the, what is ultimately like, the kind of like constituent technology or the core rather, chronology of Zionism. It involves just like a whole bunch of really disastrous wounds from 2,000 years ago that have to be rectified.
Yeah, I mean, here, I'll read the important part of this. Yes, Palestine as an administrative provincial category was afforded as a designation after the Bar Kokhba rebellion. However, more than a century before Bar Kokhba, am I saying that right? Kokhba? No, I don't know how to say it. Okay, I'm not going to fuck it up. But before the Romans had any political use for the term, the Roman poet Ovid wrote that a primordial mythological character sat by the edge of the waters of Palestine, contextually referring to a region west of Mesopotamia. In the 5th century BCE, the Greek historian Herodotus referred by name to Palestine as a land connecting Egypt and what is now known as Lebanon, inhabited by several peoples. So it is wrong about the Palestinian designation being one that was given to that area specifically to like fuck over the Jewish population because they like fought against the Philistine. All right, let's continue.
People say historic Palestine understand that the existence of Palestine was meant as a name, as an insult to the Jews, who were considered the historic inhabitants of the land, and it is first used in 136 CE.
It's just like ridiculous because, like, listen, Jewish history is a target-rich environment for like genuine grievances that are completely understandable and should be covered. So why make up one from 3,000 fucking years ago that is entirely irrelevant? Like, anyway, sorry.
Well, now that he also realizes he has to cover the 1,500 years, like, until it gets like, relevant to him again, it is like, it's pretty funny how much he phones it in here. He's just like, and then this happened, and then this happened, and then this happened. Yeah, it's the man knows how to keep us all entertained.
One thing that I always find really interesting about, like, especially Zionists like Ben Shapiro, who are like more evangelical Christian Zionists than they are like Jewish when they defend this perspective, is that they have this weird proclivity or weird tendency to like kind of lighten the burden of European anti-Semitism and Christian anti-Semitism specifically, which in my opinion is like the most, at least looking at the history of Jewish populations around the planet, is the most important anti-Semitism, like the pogroms and the ethnic cleansing and also the Holocaust.
Well, it only ever can be used as like a crutch, because if you actually explain it, then like it produces, like, things get inconvenient really quickly. Like if you are talking about, like, I mean, in part because I think that, like, people like Ben Shapiro, like, they really stake a lot in this idea of there being some, Western Judeo-Christian bullshit, like, tradition that is worthy of defense, that is some coherent, stable concept that we need to preserve, and blah, 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 blah. And I think that when you look at those sorts of European crimes and so forth, like, you end up at kind of, realizing that, like, Zionism is just another one of them. There's no, like, I don't think that, like, you can only describe the Holocaust, you can only describe these things as like part of a permanent subjugation of Jews that applies everywhere to all Jews in any context, rather than as, like, historically specific, discrete events that you can look at and learn from.
I'm just saying, even if you were to like reduce them to like a singular hatred for Jewish people in times of like material volatility and inequality, then the Christians still, I think, come out on top of like who's significantly more anti-Semitic. I always feel as though like there's this new because of the allegiance that Israel has with their European counterparts. I always feel as though there's this like desperate attempt to hyper focus on, like Germany does, the current anti-Semitism of the Arab world, right? Like over and over again, as though like, come on, guys, forget about our thing. You know, the thing that you need to focus on right now is look at how anti-Semitic the Islamic world is, right? I mean, come on.
Well, and it's exactly. Well, and that's the other thing is that it's like, you know, the by redirecting, and I would say that like a lot, you know, because one of the great crimes and issues that the West faces, you know, if there is such a thing as the West, but you know, really we're talking about like NATO and the EU, you know, is that there's been this, you know, 20 years of some really, you know, like just upheaval in the Arab world and in the Middle East outside of the Gulf monarchies. You know, civil war, mass migrations, refugee crises, multiple revolutions, most of which have gone very badly for the people and for the, you know, and for expanding democracy and so forth. Yeah, I think that there is like a just a kind of it's to me the how to best put it. I guess the way that I would say it is that like Israel wants to make it very clear that it's on the side of the white man here, and so whatever it takes to make the other seem as othery as possible. If it's talking about their Islamophobia, if it's talking about their you know, just like all like their savagery, their beastliness, you know, all of those like really nasty buzzwords that we've been seeing so much of this the last few weeks. You know, like they're going to do that better than anybody ever else did. Gosh darn it. Which is why, I mean, like you see these people giving like fucking slave plantation owners a run for their money in terms of the colorful shit they come up with to say.
Oh yeah. And I think that the other purpose that it serves is also on the side, like the other purpose is to show like Europe, the hordes are coming your way, like the barbarian hordes are coming your way, and we are like the first line of defense, basically. I think that it plays that role as well, just like with Ukraine versus Russia. Like this was an argument presented over and over again that like Ukraine is the first line of defense against Russian incursions back into Europe. And I think like the perspective is to not only like hide the shame of European anti-Semitism and Christian anti-Semitism that have been very devastating throughout history, but also it serves the purpose of saying like universalizing the enemy, an enemy that is, of course, endlessly dehumanized through Orientalism and then also through America's war on terror. And now this enemy is at your doorstep and we will stop them. Like we're bravely stopping them. So you need us. You need us to exist in the way that we do.
Yeah. Yes. And, you know, like we're also, you know, mostly, you know, Israel was like started by and like was led for the bulk of its existence by and actually still continues to be a European descended elite. But like all of the people that basically had to leave their, you know, Arab or Persian country of origin because of the creation of the state of Israel and the subsequent political upheaval. You know, that is like that's actually proof that we are, you know, more authentic. Like it's there's a way in which it always ends up coming to me to have like both ways, or that like Zionists try to have it both ways when you talk about the racialized dimensions of this, because you say that like, well, you know, like Israel clearly wants to, you know, like they want to be on the team of the white man here, but there is also like the fact that you can't erase that like majority of people that live in Israel who are Jewish Israelis are not descended from somebody who came from Europe. Or they are descended rather from somebody who came from outside of Europe, from, you know, from like, you know, likely Morocco, Yemen, Iran, etc. And it does seem that like to me the untenability of that without like, you know, these like you know, like it's not a distinction that you can I guess keep going unless you have, you know, an Arab class of people to constantly kick around. So there is a degree to which this is also like, you know, there's just like an enormous amount of social and class division within Israeli society that goes unanalyzed and relatively under discussed in a meaningful way, because it is contingent on this, continued ongoing dispossession and oppression of Palestinians or whatever.
Yeah,
like
the permanent outgroup. The permanent outgroup is a necessity for any kind of fascist organization, because if you don't have the Arab population that you constantly are under threat of, an enemy that is both weak and strong that you have to always fight against, then you're inevitably going to move to different subgroups. And I think that obviously the immediate enemy, once let's say the ethnic cleansing campaign is successful and Israel ends up purging violently 5 million Palestinians from this entire land that is historically theirs, then you move on to the Arab population, which is a designation that you and I know is like a ridiculous one, because it's supposed to be Palestinian citizens of Israel, because like there are Arab Jews, but those are actually technically considered Jews in the population. So I think that they would move on to turn the crosshairs to the Palestinian citizens of Israel, and then inevitably working their way from like Ethiopian Jews and maybe even like black Jews, albeit marginal, all the way down to the entirety of the Arab Jewish population. If they were successful, it would consistently snowball into a smaller and smaller shrinking in-group, because that's just how fascism operates.
And in this case, they've also got like a it's part of what makes the if the Jews are consider themselves unique protagonists, then they have, the Zionist movement has made for itself a unique enemy, in that there is, even though like Arab people in Arab countries and places are not interchangeable, there is a shared identity and a shared affiliation. And so that means that Israel has an other that it doesn't just dispossess and oppress, on its in the West Bank and in the Gaza Strip. It also has these people surrounding them completely: Lebanon, Syria, Jordan, Egypt, etc. And we'll talk a bit more about this as the video advances, because then those nations, as nations, become relevant.
Yeah.
But that's another part of the story that was actually through Nasserism the real life question for Israel, which was, how the hell does this country get along with its neighbors?
Yeah. All right.
A solid 1,200 years after the Jews first enter the land at a minimum. Now, finally, we get to the founding of Islam. So Islam finally is founded around the 7th century CE.
He hates that.
Arabs take over this land in about 630.
He's like, he hates that. You can tell. Finally, Islam comes into
He
play.
hates that. He's like, it's not canon. It came after everything else happened. It's not cool.
Yeah.
36 CE. In 1099, the Crusaders decide that they are going to take back the land. And from 1099 to 1291, the Crusaders are fighting battles with the Islamic world and establish rule inside Jerusalem and inside Israel. In 1291, the Crusaders are defeated, and a Muslim group called the Mamluks take over. They rule for a couple of hundred years.
Rise up.
In 1517, the Ottoman Empire, another Muslim empire,
there it
takes
is.
over the entire area. Now, understand, since the destruction of...
Rise up, baby. Rise up.
Oh yeah, now here's where he says the annoying thing about how like there was never a state of Palestine in any other time. And it's like, yeah, the thing that didn't exist as a concept then. States.
I mean, I don't know if he'll mention this, probably not, but like I wonder if he'll talk about like Jewish migration and evacuation into the Ottoman Empire and historically through like Arab areas as well, as they escaped pogroms and the like. I mean, this is like right-wing, ultra-Zionist, what's the Jerusalem Post? Is that the far-right one?
I mean, it was always right-wing. Now it's cuckoo.
There was one, like, it was like a British paper, I think. But anyway, like even authors there recognize that like the Ottoman Empire was considered to be infinitely more tolerant to Jewish people in comparison to their European counterparts.
You'll see, he has a different false gripe to bring up.
But he won't say it because it's like it's a Muslim empire. But like I think that's important to recognize always, because like it goes heavily against the narrative of like Muslims and the Islamic world hated the Jews. Like it's just ahistorical.
The Kingdom of Judea. There has not been a single independent state called Palestine set up any time in here. It has always just been a territory of an outlying empire. and pretty sparsely populated, actually, because there wasn't a lot there, as it turns out. The Ottoman Empire, this entire time from 1517 to 1918, till the end of World War I, during that time, they really didn't want Jews settling in the land, and so they had barred Jewish land purchase. You actually could not buy land.
Lie.
People, foreigners, others didn't. Like, this is, like, I went to double check this because I thought it was pretty brazen. But, like, you know, there may have been, like, specific or certain incidences, but, like, Jews were buying land in the Ottoman period. They changed the rules in the 19th century at some point because, I don't know, I guess it was probably, I mean, it was the, you know, the declining years of the...
Even before.
It was that, well, really? I mean, either, so then, but it's just, yeah, it's like
No,
he's
100%. I will.
He's just making it up.
I hope I'm not. Look, I mean, I'm not doing like Ottoman. I'm not doing like Ottoman defense here. Maybe a little bit, but like legitimately, as far as I understand it, under the Ottoman Empire, Jewish people had rights that were not officially recognized as equivalent to everyone until, like you said, I think the 18th century. However, before then, Jews were under the same exact umbrella of like non-Muslims. They had to pay an additional tax, but they didn't serve in the military. But they had the capacity to get to the highest administrative duties in the land. They could own land as well. They did not, like, there was they were not like relegated to mercantilism, but you know, if they wanted to, they could do that as well. So as far as I understand it, beyond like internal commotion, specifically with Greek Orthodox communities who felt like there was like a pecking order that Jews were carving a space outside of for themselves. Beyond that, it was, and of course there was still, I'm not saying that there was no like ethnic plight or anything like that. There was no ethnic tensions. Of course there were, but in comparison to their European counterparts, the Ottoman Empire was a place where Jewish people, on their own volition, by their own admission, was a place that they could own land and have and be able to prosper. It says, someone said, highest Ottoman Jew to serve, Hakim Yakub Pasha, Mehmet II's Minister of Finance. But this is consistent. This is consistent with all non-Muslim populations.
Yeah, exactly. That was the thing that just felt like so disingenuous and like very obvious, which is that it's like he's trying to make this about like Jews getting specifically picked on and prevented from coming back here, when the reality is that like the period that he is talking about, like this, you know, let's call it like a 1500, 1700 year stretch of time. The only Jews who made really big hay out of trying to do a movement to go back to Israel were false messiahs. The most famous of which was a guy named Shabtai Tzvi, who his failed messiah tenure came in, I think 1666 is the year that he's traditionally credited with. And so it's also like, you know, Zionism, like what changes? Well, it wasn't that like the Ottomans just, you know, like they suddenly said, actually, we're you know, these Jews, we're going to let them do it now. It was because the it was because nationalism, like Zionism, is a concept, like the whole thing for the first time in 2,000 years, like had any sort of, you know, it like had legs. And as history proceeded, especially over the course of the 20s and 30s, it became even more useful, first as a colonial instrument, and then secondly, afterward, for solving, you know, much of the Jewish problem of Europe, or what was remaining of the Jewish problem in Europe for them, by taking in Jews from there, and then later from the Arab world.
So the thing I was going to say is, and Chatter brought this up as well, something I talk about all the time. If Jews were not able to purchase land in the Ottoman Empire, then why the fuck did Theodor Herzl first go to the Ottoman Empire to purchase Israel in its entirety, with hopes that they could start the Zionist project before collaborating with the British eventually? Like the idea that like Jewish people were not treated well is, I think, diminished at that moment. When you realize that like anything that predates the post-colonial movements, like movements towards nationalist emancipation in the Arab world, Jewish people were able to exist alongside Christians, and I think that is another point to basically prove that as well. Of course, the Ottoman Empire said no, obviously, but it still was favorable enough that they could ask.
In this area, if you were Jewish, Jews started to make sort of backdoor deals with local Arabs to buy their land, and so you start seeing Jews trying to escape various places from which they've been exiled for thousands of years, back to the Holy Land. There was a constant Jewish presence here. Throughout all of these exiles, there's never no presence of Jews in, for example, Hebron or in Jerusalem.
I like that, again, he's just simply stating, like, there's Jews here, discounting the notion that, like, the people that he would have considered Jews in the 2,000-year process probably fucking converted. So, like, even from a blood and soil perspective, not that it fucking matters, because I think it's so stupid to, like, in the 21st fucking century, make a blood and soil argument. But he's unironically, like, if we busted out the fucking CalPERS and, like, started looking at people's haplogroups, you would come to that conclusion very quickly that those very same people that you're slaughtering as, like, Palestinian Muslims are literally your ancestors that you're claiming had the legitimate claim to that land, right? Sorry. Anyway. It's not just the Palestinian Jews that, kept up the Israeli Zionist project historically.
Well, I mean, this is, and like the Zionism is also, there's like a rich subfield within it of people trying to develop explanations for how the Jews are different from the Palestinians, even though supposedly they both lived in this land together for 2,000 years. You know what I mean? Like, there's like an enormous amount of energy that goes into trying to say how different we are from them, in spite of the fact that, like, people are just fucking people, man.
Yeah. It almost feels like there's no way to develop an ethno-state and maintain an apartheid regime without being incredibly racist. Like, insanely bigoted. Fucking insane.
Or in various areas of the Holy Land. But the first major aliyah, which is termed the aliyah in Hebrew, that means to go up, right? Because there's a spiritual rising that takes place when you go to the Holy Land. The first aliyah is around 1882, it's late 19th century, and it's mostly Russians attempting to escape pogroms that are happening in Russia. By 1897, the Zionist movement begins, and this is the idea that there's going to be an independent Jewish state in Israel. It is launched by Theodor Herzl. He's the founder of the World Zionist Organization. He is not a particularly religious Jew. He launches this after the Dreyfus Affair. The Dreyfus Affair was this famous affair in France in which there was a member of the French...
He went to Harvard Law, and he says Dreyfus. It's Dreyfus. Dreyfus. Okay, continue, sorry.
Army, who was Jewish, he was falsely accused of spying for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It unleashed this giant wave of anti-Semitism. He was basically condemned despite evidence because of the anti-Semitism, and Herzl decided, well, anti-Semitism is too strong a threat. The Jews need some homeland to call their own. In 1917, Britain declares the Balfour Declaration. This says there will be a Jewish homeland.
Good guy. Good guy, Balfour, famously.
Not at all a gigantic anti-Semite.
Yeah. Like, such a good guy. Definitely don't look into his opinion on Jewish people in general or why this happened to begin with. Like, every step of the way, these guys were like, "Oh, dude, it's so sick. Let's put the Jews in the desert. What a sick idea."
And listen, what if we just have a bunch of fucking Arabs around them, and we'll just get them really mad at each other so that they can't challenge our authority?
Yeah, great. So sick.
The area of Israel, the amount of land that was promised to the Jews was actually not just what is labeled Israel, but also Jordan.
He's doing Transjordan. Oh, it's my favorite. This is like, I do legitimately believe, maybe I'm being ridiculous, but I do legitimately believe that, like, if this project comes to a hold, like, if this project comes to a conclusion, like, Jordan is next. Looking at, like,
well, I mean, because Jordan only exists because, like, it's an aid state. Like, it has no native industry, no anything. Like, it exists to have, like, an army, you know?
Yeah. It's common.
Which at this time was called Transjordan, which makes some sense in the sense that the Arab states around it were going to be Egypt, it was going to be Saudi Arabia, it was going to be Syria.
I love this. I'm sorry. I gotta mention this. This is my favorite. There's two different points where I love like the Zionist propaganda, like historical propaganda, where this point is one of them, and the second one is the giving back Sinai to Egypt, where like look, I'm giving the land back. It's like, this was supposed to be mine. Transjordan was supposed to be mine too. And it's like, what are you saying? Like, I don't know if this is like important to even mention, unless you're talking about what you just brought up, the historical reference. I feel like he's just saying that to be like, this was what was given to us, but then, you know, we didn't even take it because we're magnanimous and nice and not like looking for as much land as possible as you suggest, right?
Yeah. He also, wait, sorry, I lost you for the last second there.
Tune me out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. It's fine. Let's just move on. We have fucking, this is a 40-minute video and we've only gone through 6 minutes. We've only got through 6 minutes. We're continuing.
There are a bevy of Arab states that surround this entire region. In 1920, there are Arab pogroms against Jews in Jerusalem. So when people say,
all right, pause it here. Actually, I made a note on this.
Oh my God. Okay. Let's
so this is, well, so he's basically talking about a specific set of riots that took place in Jerusalem. And like, I don't think we need to say more than this. Just like, I invite somebody to go look at the fucking Wikipedia and tell me that just straightforward that this was a pogrom against the Jews. Like it seems really clear, if anything, it was like a lot of British mishandling, and that the historical record actually exonerates a lot of Palestinian leaders who for many years have been criticized as, you know, bloodthirstily cheering on Arabs to go after Jews, etc. But it's, yeah, it's just, he's saying something, and it's simply, I think, because he decided they need to put a little dot on the chronology to say another thing, because this was not, you know, he's picking one event out of many that are going on during this period that are like this.
He's making it seem like, well, he has to tie back like the Jewish people feeling unsafe in other Arab nations back to the Palestinians somehow. So I think that's why he's saying this part and not looking at it as though the native population there recognized that their supposed allies that were going to offer them Palestine was more interested in actually putting an entirely different non-native population in that area and engaging in this settler colonial project, which is what Zionism is. And and obviously that was the there was going to be a reaction to that is not, you know, that's not going to be positive, and because they're not seeing this as like a peaceful immigration from their perspective.
No, it's for them it's very hostile.
Yeah, from their perspective, understandably, it's the British that were supposed to offer Palestinians this land in collaboration for their collaboration against the Ottoman Empire. And instead of giving them this land, now all of a sudden they're like, oh yeah, we're just going to keep, we're just going to keep bringing in people in here and forcibly displace you inevitably. And to say that is simply just like anti-Semitic, and it was like anti-Semitic sentiment that caused them to feel angry at this, and not necessarily a byproduct of like colonial occupation and false promises that the British gave to the Palestinian population there, is ridiculous. Here, the 1920 Nebi Musa riots took place in the British-controlled part of occupied enemy territory administration. And in the around the old city of Jerusalem, 5 Jews and 4 Arabs were killed and several hundred were injured. The riots coincided with and are named after the Nebi Musa festival, which was held every year on Easter Sunday, following the rising tensions in Arab-Jewish relations. The events came shortly after the Battle of Tel Hai and the increasing pressure on Arab nationalists in Syria in the course of the Franco-Syrian War. Anyway, all right, let's continue.
Conflict between Arabs and Jews until the creation of the State of Israel. That's just a lie. It's not true at all. There were major Arab pogroms against Jews in Jerusalem because Jews wanted to commit the great sin of praying at the Western Wall. This, of course, was not allowed. In 1922, this is post-World War I now, the British are given a mandate over the area of Palestine. They start walking back the promises of the Balfour Declaration. The Brits separate off Transjordan, and they call it Jordan, and they say that's going to go to the Arabs. In 1929, there's another major riot. Another major anti-Jewish riot in Hebron. The British, in response to all of this violence and all of this rioting, they decide they're going to just continually attempt to appease the Arab population.
Ben Shapiro he should like Google what people should like. Hebron today is like basically like it's a prison for Palestinians. There's a ghetto that they're tightly policed in. There are Palestinians who are trapped in their homes, literally not allowed to leave and go outside, and haven't been for many, many years. And there's a group of hardcore, some of the most fanatic settlers in the entire country who are protected, effectively given, army protection in the middle of the city, and have complete freedom of movement. So it's like, and they have shrines to all of these crimes visited upon the Jews there. Like, this is, these are like these atrocities from this period are like a major part of the DNA of the Israeli right wing.
Yeah. He is, he's again tying the civilian population fighting back against a colonial, like their colonial occupiers, going back on their historic promises to be like, oh, they're just anti-Semitic, and not necessarily responding to the situation unfolding in front of them. That they just, like, at this point are simply, they're just like, oh, we hate Jewish people.
In British Mandate Palestine. So they begin restricting land transfers to Jews. In 1937, the Peel Commission
it got to a point where wait, is he going to talk about the terrorism or no?
Oh, he goes in.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, so it got to a point where even the British had to respond in this way, and there was still immigration happening, if I'm not mistaken, just illegally, right?
Correct.
Like, they were doing it without the go-ahead of the British at this point.
And like there was, there's like a rich tradition of like there were these rules about like how the British couldn't destroy a Jewish settlement if it wasn't, if it had these things, because that would mean it was an established settlement, but the Jews couldn't make new settlements. So you would, like the stories go of like, like Jews running in the middle of the night trying to like set up, communities to just to basically, like create new homes, because the whole issue was that there was an enormous, the economic privation. Remember, this is a global depression that was taking place in the 30s. There was an enormous amount of anxiety, particularly among the Arabs, about whether or not they would be able to continue feeding themselves, which is why, a lot of the early the early Jewish settlements were so agriculturally minded. They didn't just go in and immediately put up cities.
Yeah. Despite the fact that, as far as I understand, the areas that they were able to purchase through more peaceful means were not necessarily arable lands that were suited for any kind of like agricultural production, which becomes a major point of contention right around this point in history that Ben is going to get to, which he's not going to fucking mention because he's a piece of shit. But as far as I understand it, that was also the reason why the 1947 boundaries were seen as like unacceptable, given the population density, given the demographics of the land at the time.
Suggests a partition plan with control by the British retained of Tel Aviv and Jaffa and Jerusalem, and there would be like a small sliver of land Israel would get.
The Peel Commission partition plan, Jewish state, Arab state under British rule.
But it would be pretty divided. It'd be like this little land here, maybe a little bit up here, and then most of the Negev, which is basically just an empty desert.
Oh, by the way, pause that. Yeah. That is the view from David Ben-Gurion's grave.
Wait, really?
Yeah. It's a place called Sde-Boker. There's actually a military base not far from it, and his home was nearby. But Ben-Gurion, toward the end of his life, he made this whole argument about how, I think it was a way of partly sublimating all of his whatever stuff he had for all the dispossession of 48 further north. But he was like, if Israel is a future, it's going to be in the south. And so there's this beautiful view. What you're looking at is where he died, which is very funny because the reason that they show this picture is because Shapiro is saying something about how the desert sucks, and that was all Israel got.
Yeah.
At this point, Jews have been moving to Palestine in increasing numbers because anti-Semitism in Europe is getting worse, but also because there's this nascent labor and Zionist movement, and they're really making the agricultural areas flourish again. Economic growth in this region at this time is because Jews were moving in and they were bringing their resources with them, they were bringing their know-how with them, and they were working the land. And this was...
Wait, I thought that... Is this correct? I thought that like a lot of the Jews early on relied heavily on the agricultural techniques that they learned from the Arabs, but maybe I'm learning it from like a more maybe I know this from a way more biased perspective, but he's making it seem like the guys that were coming in were like all farmers and shit, and not necessarily.
They were like exactly, and like it's a. They also had like they wanted. I mean, this was like a huge problem for Israel because like the aspiration was to have a system of Jewish labor and not Arab labor, but the reality was that was very that they weren't positioned to do that. They had a lot of people who looked like David Ben-Gurion coming, who weren't necessarily equipped to do all that kind of intensive farm work, to say the least. And Israel is not like an agricultural breadbasket, so this was also difficult work to deliver yields that were not especially impressive. Like in general, like what he's describing is like very I'm sure it was like cribbed from Startup Nation or whatever.
Driving more Arab immigration to the land also, because economic activity always drives population movements. In 1939, under Arab pressure, the Brits restrict Jewish immigration to 75,000 Jews per year. The Jews are saying, listen, we have like millions of people who want to move here. And the Brits...
Yeah, also, make no mistake, this is another part of the process where I get really frustrated, maybe because of my own personal biases being Turkish, but it's like, yeah, but you're making it seem like the fucking Arabs are at fault for the Holocaust. You know what I mean? Like, bro, there's no, like, why aren't you more mad at America? This is what I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you be so endlessly frustrated with other European nations that, like, did not, under any circumstance whatsoever, want Jewish people to come to their fucking countries? And they were like, yeah, fucking put them in the goddamn desert.
I mean, this is this is where it's like why the blood and soil people and the like blood and soil Jews and anti-Semites love each other, because they fulfill each other's needs.
Like, think about it. Like, these are European Jewish people, right? They're escaping another, what they foresee as like another possible pogrom from another European country. There's plenty of Jewish people living in America. America says, fuck off. You can't come here. Sends them back. Why? Like, it just doesn't make any sense to me that in the myth-making process here, like, am I sympathetic to people who were escaping what they foresaw as like the Holocaust? Absolutely, absolutely. And I'm glad that they had somewhere to go. I think Rashida Tlaib actually has talked about this before, like that was misquoted, where she says like, I'm glad that my ancestors were able to like offer land to those who escaped the Holocaust. Like, no matter how bad this cost was for my people, she says something like, it gives me great comfort when thinking about that. And then they like clipped her out of context to be like, Rashida Tlaib said the Holocaust gives her great comfort. Anyway, disgusting. But the point is, I don't know why, I don't understand why you would look at the situation and be like, and try to desperately almost always turn the argument into like anti-Arab bullshit. Does that make sense?
I mean,
like even the Holocaust is somehow the fucking Arabs' fault. Like, which is
that's like, I mean, there's a very good essay in N+1 that that just came out that I think is definitely like I gotta find. Was it? No.
It's in functionally, it's no different. While you're looking for that, I'll just say this: functionally, it's no different than Benjamin Netanyahu lying and or engaging in the most egregious act of Holocaust revisionism by saying that like Hitler didn't want to actually do the final solution to the Jews and kill them. He just wanted to simply expel them peacefully. But then the Grand Mufti in Palestine, which was a fucking British Grand Mufti anyway, like the British mandate Grand Mufti, gave him the idea of like killing the Jews, actually, as a matter of fact, as though there wasn't enough historical literature at the time that definitely showed that he wanted to kill the Jews.
Believe me, wait till he gets to the Mufti, because I got some shit for you.
Oh, he's going to talk about the Mufti?
Yes, he talks about the Mufti.
Oh, that's my favorite. That's my favorite. This is, again, severe anti-Arab and severe Islamophobia that like, where you're desperately trying to, because you know that like the current threat to your nation making your apartheid state existing in the way that it does is Muslims, is Arabs. So you are engaging in this act of like trying to say that like Islam has always been the worst enemy. Islam has always been the worst enemy. That's why desperately you have to make the stick by being like, actually the Palestinians are the reason why the Holocaust happened. It's fucking disgusting. It's gross. It's disgusting. It blows my fucking mind. Was there anything you wanted to show, by the way?
Oh, not until he gets to the Mufti.
Okay.
Brits say, we're not doing that. 75,000 per year because we have to get along with the Arab population. This is just before the Holocaust, obviously. And the Arabs reject this. The Arabs are very angry about this.
There, because I will say, he says, this is just before the Holocaust, obviously. Not to them, it was obvious. That's the whole fucking point.
Yeah.
Like, I wanted to interrupt to say that because that kind of floored me when I watched this the first time. It's like, could you believe those people for not, letting the Jews in on the eve of the Holocaust? And it's like, buddy, do you think the Jews in Poland had any idea that it was coming? Come on. Like, that's just not serious.
Not only that, but also, but also, you can literally make that argument against Europe and it would be a better point. Like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Like, it's so ridiculous. It's the fucking British that are sending Jewish people there. Like, what the fuck? Why won't they keep the Jews safe in England? Like, what the fuck is going on here? How is this all? It's always a double bind. No matter what happens, it's like the Arabs' fault. It's the Arabs' fault.
Continue to launch low-level attacks on the British. They continue to attack Jewish populations. World War II breaks out. The Jews, including Jews who were heavily pushing the British to establish a Jewish state and to lift restrictions on Jewish immigration into British Mandate Palestine, they side with the Brits, right? They form their own divisions. They're trying to help the British. What they say is that we fight for Jewish immigration to Palestine as though there were no Germans, and we fight the Germans as if there were no British, right? That's the way the Jews see it in British Mandate Palestine. They're attempting to negotiate. The Arabs side with Hitler. Okay, during World War II, you have Hashmin al-Husseini. He's the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem.
Yep.
The
got
Mufti.
him and everything. And I just sent you a link. Basically, the Zionists also tried to recruit the Nazis. Eichmann visited Israel.
Oh, are you going to talk about Leahy?
Yeah, there's so there's no real I don't to be clear, the majority of the Zionist movement did not want to get in bed with Hitler necessarily, but for the people who were most involved and for the people who were strategic actors here, they had a broader they took a broader perspective, I think. And especially
these guys were the fucking freaks, though. Like the Stern
exactly,
gang.
And they're the freaks, but they're also the freaks whose children are sort of and who's among them their leader Menachem Begin, not their children, just a guy who was one of them. They become the first they're the first next generation of Israeli political leaders after the labor Zionists of the first couple decades.
Oh yeah. But you're absolutely correct, and I'm glad that you showed this. Yes, once again, you had the Haganah fighters, you had Leahy, and you had Irgun as far as like the three most prominent Zionist brigades, right? Am I getting this right? I don't want to fuck it up.
Yep.
And out of them, the Leahy and am I saying it right?
Lehi.
Lehi. The Lehi and the Irgun brigades were. Like the Haganah was like basically the standing army, like what became a standing army. Whereas like I feel like as far as everything I've read about it, like Lehi and Irgun were more. Lehi openly called themselves terrorists, where like that was a declaration that they adopted personally, and they were significantly more violent as well, in comparison to the other brigades. Not to say that the other brigades weren't, but the reason why this is also important, in my opinion, is because like Deir Yassin, like they participated in the Deir Yassin slaughter and massacre that plays a really important role in the Nakba in general, in getting Palestinians to hear the brutality and the cruelty. The reason why I'm personally mentioning it though is because one of those motherfuckers is still alive. That 97-year-old shitbag Nazi fuck that the IDF rolls around to, I guess, instill morale in the troops. Like that dude fucking that committed atrocities, openly committed atrocities, is still the oldest IDF reservist to understand the mentality and the mythos, like the mythos of fascism here and how you make it stick. Like you got to go back not that long ago in history and recognize the cruelty, which I would say Israelis do and celebrate. Yeah.
The Mufti lost all of his power after he approached the Nazis and continuously tried to get back in the good graces of the British.
The Palestinian leaders at the time, the Arab leaders at the time, and he was literally meeting with
British didn't
Hitler,
rule where he
attempting to
lived.
encourage Hitler to establish a final solution in the Holy Land should the Germans be able to.
I can't believe he just did that. I can't, dude. He did the same fucking shit that Benjamin Netanyahu did that got him so much criticism. This is what is really frustrating to me, dude. I don't understand. Like, how are you going to say anti-Semitism is a crime, right, in half of these fucking countries, and then, like, not have any issue with, like, doing an anti-Semitic Holocaust revisionist take that literally takes away responsibility of the Holocaust away from the Nazis?
Object permanence is tough with these people. The only thing they give a shit about is the enemy that's right in front of them. And for him, it's, it's the Arabs.
It's oh man, it makes me so fucking mad.
Conquer that area, which the Germans came pretty close. I mean, you had Rommel literally in Egypt, right? Rommel was over here. Okay, so fast forward, you're now after World War II. Still, the British mandate is limiting the amount of Jewish immigration into British Mandate Palestine because they're attempting to keep this conflict between the Jews and the Arabs simmering at a lower level. Okay, 1947, there's a UN partition plan because now the British mandate in Palestine, they want to end it. They want to withdraw. They don't want to be there anymore. So the UN says, okay, we're going to vote on a partition plan. It retains Jerusalem as internationally governed. Okay, so it would not have been Jewish territory or Arab territory. It would have been internationally governed. It's just this fragmented, ridiculous.
This part is pretty
the state for the Jews would have been like a slice here, a little bit of a slice of the coastal area here, and then the Negev desert down here. The Jews are like,
wait, did we just skip? Wait, I'm crazy. We did UN partition. I kind of like spaced out after the Mufti. He ran into the UN partition, completely skipped the part, I feel like, where the Jewish population at the time is, what, 33%? But they get 50% of the land, or 55% of the land, I think.
He doesn't. You're not supposed to look too closely at the details of the partition plan and why Arabs might have rejected it, why they were the proposals that the UN ended up voting on. You're not supposed to look at that. You're simply supposed to hear the phrase, the Arabs were presented with plans and they rejected them. And that's it. And you're not supposed to, there's no further inquiry. There's no further assignation of responsibility. You're not going to hear about any of that.
This is literally like, you cannot fucking explain this story in this way. This is a lie by omission, which is not as bad as like the Holocaust revisionism he engaged in with the Mufti situation that was roundly criticized when Benjamin Netanyahu did it. But, still pretty fucking abhorrent and still pretty morally repugnant. And then he skipped over the Nakba, which is, again, like, I want to stop at these points and criticize it because, like, it's really important to understand the formation, like the inception of the Israeli nation state, because if you skip these ruthless details and act like they're simply minor details that nobody cares about, no one will understand the actual history behind it. That's why I'm stopping here, even though we're 9 minutes in so far. The UN partition plan was unjustifiable and understandably unjustifiable. As I said, a lot of the land that Jewish people had set villages on top of that had been able to settle in was not necessarily arable land. It was not good for agricultural production in general, and ultimately the additional land that they got here was considered to be unacceptable by the Arab population for understandable reasons, to which there was obviously anger and frustration.
Lower level,
but at this point, the brigades that had already started forcibly ethnically displacing Palestinian villages and like pushing Palestinians out, pushing Arabs out of their villages. At this point, Haganah, Irgun, and also the Lehi brigades were militarized. They had experience. Some of them had fucking fought in World War II. Like they had British mandate police equipment. They had tanks. They had a fucking plane at a certain point. Like the idea that this was like anything but a standing army, ruthlessly and efficiently and deliberately ethnically displacing 700,000 Arabs from their ancestral homes. Anyone that doesn't recognize that is
lying. They are engaging in, I would say, genocide denial, something akin to, I don't know if it would be genocide denial, but something akin to genocide denial.
I think it is genocide denial. I mean, I think that it's like, because it's describing one half of the thing without describing any of the any of what could be very kind of like ghoulishly called like like negative externalities, any of the consequences, any of the the actual like bad stuff, and not just the, oh, we got to make a state, like, oh, we it was like, well, that, like, it was all about the process by which the Jews got history redeemed for them, or redeemed it for themselves, but not at whose expense it came. Sort of the whole story summed up right there.
It's a weird. It's weird because it's kind of like what Americans say about like Native Americans and how barbaric they were or whatever. But like this happened in 1948, so you can't really like. There are still people that were alive back then, so you can't really fucking lie about it in the same way that like Americans can, right?
I mean, in Israel, they definitely did their best. Like in like Tel Aviv, the village of Tantura, or the village that's like where like Ben Gurion Airport, the international airport in Israel, where it's located. They used to be a village. Like those were variously covered up or lied about. Or people were represented to say that people were told like, listen, you can't. Like there was a very famous case, in fact, regarding the Tantura case, where a master's student wrote his thesis about it, and it was like his professor ended up being forced essentially to leave the country, even though ultimately IDF veterans, I think may have been Haganah veterans, excuse me.
Yeah, Haganah veterans.
They said that we did the massacre at Tantura. That was us.
Yeah, this is really important for a lot of people. Because there's two different waves of historians in the short period that Israel has existed, I would say. I don't know, Noah, you know a lot more than I do on this issue, but I feel like, what is it called? The new historians wave that comes from declassified material and literally going and asking the fucking Haganah and Irgun and Lehi veterans themselves personally the atrocities that they committed, some of which openly talk about it in a positive manner, by the way. Not all the fucking veterans are like, oh shit, we really fucked up. Some of them
not
do.
Not even all the historians. Benny Morris is sort of the famous one, and I'm sure Shapiro relies on him for a bunch of this, but
yeah, exactly.
He comes away by saying like, actually it's good that we did all that. Yeah. Whereas the other ones from that period, Tom Segev, Avi Shlaim, and Ilan Pape, are much more critical. And some of and are to varying degrees or not ostracized from Israeli life.
Yeah, that's the funny part about the material, where like you can use Benny Morris, who is a Zionist, and his material to talk about the atrocities, which then he will reflect back on and say you're a fucking charlatan or whatever. But ultimately, like you wrote it, you said it was good. Like what the fuck?
And he also believes that what Morris believes is that like what the Arabs wanted was to kill us all. And so that there's like, if you accept that as a premise, then it's really not such a bad idea to talk about, or to, like, it's, like we're like, if we believe that we were legitimate, what do we have to hide from? And I think that that's a very popular attitude within Israel these days.
Yeah. For those of you who want more information on this, by the way, obviously there's a lot of writing on it. But also one thing that you can watch is, I think there's one on Tantura as well. But specifically, the documentary I really like is 1948 Creation and Catastrophe, where they go straight up and ask the veterans on both sides. I guess like you call the Arabs and Palestinians veterans in that situation. I don't know. I mean, they were armed, some of them, but like most of them were civilians, right? That were being ruthlessly slaughtered and running away. But there are people who survived these massacres, and they reflect back on their time. And
I mean, look, also, if people want to read about the massacres from a different angle, look up the memoir by Menachem Begin and start reading from the first chapter. He literally opens with his account of Deir Yassin from the side of the victor.
Yeah.
And it's really disturbing.
That's what I mean. It's like, that's why it's such a fucking weird thing to try and deny when like people are conflicted on whether or not it happened at all, but like not really. There's people that were there that openly state that they did those things and it was fucking awesome. Like, and some that think that it was not awesome and unacceptable. Like the one guy, the intelligence guy, Mordecai, from specifically the one that testified that his intelligence led to the Deir Yassin massacre. Anyway, we're getting into the weeds of things here, even though, like, obviously there's a long history of atrocities committed here that Ben Shapiro, of course, ignored because he's a gigantic piece of shit. And
also, I am going to have to jump in a moment, but I do want to come back to this video another time because this is so dense. Because I realize that, like, we've only made this little progress because, like, this is Ben Shapiro speed running through, like, the dumbest guy, like a dumb guy's version of, like this, like a very, like it's like people say, oh, it's a complicated history to like excuse themselves from having to think something, tough or whatever. But this is a complicated, like it is a lot. And he's, sort of operating at like a mile a minute to.
I don't think it's complicated. I think it's dense, but like the morality, in my opinion, is very clear in one direction.
That's totally. I think it's just like on a fact basis. There's a lot to take in and a lot that's particularly unfamiliar to Americans, or that like is, because the default mode in American culture and in public life is so pro-Israel that it is, it's you can just kind of I can sympathize for people for how it feels like overwhelming or whatever. But in the case of somebody like Shapiro, this video is a pretty great example of just like how many different like dumb ideas and lies and myths you can package into sequence,
Yeah. Okay. You got to go right now. Is that what you said?
Yep.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Noah Colvin, for coming on. This is our first part of the series. We spent 3 hours on the first 9 minutes of Ben Shapiro's idiotic video. Here's the truth about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, a comprehensive history, which is riddled with lies.
Yeah, a comprehensive history that's getting a comprehensive debunking. I got more notes to go through, so I'm holding you to this. I'll be back soon.
Okay, I won't watch the rest of this without you then. I'll wait.
Good.
All right.
Alrighty. See you, man. Take care.
Bye. All right, that was Noah Colwyn. We are reaching new records at the HasanAbi broadcast with how long it takes me to go through a motherfucking Ben Shapiro video. God damn. Hassan barely reacts. Could you please provide guidance on the most reliable place to donate to Palestine? Pretty please. You're on the front page of Reddit by accident? Wait, what? Why? How am I on the front page of Reddit? Don't worry, you've done worse. I mean, this is a thing that I've read so much about, and it's so fucking dense. It's literally in the corner of a screenshot as usual. Oh, nice. Dude doesn't even acknowledge the fact that Israel didn't have any Air Force in the 48 war and that the British Air Force was the one that repelled the Arab Egyptian Air Force mainly. Yeah, I mean, it was everything that... Bro, they had tanks. How'd they get tanks? How did the Zionist brigades get fucking armored personnel carriers and tanks? Much to consider here. How the fuck did that happen? Who knows? How did they have, like, military equipment? How did that happen? Oh, man, I'm in the front page of Reddit with this one. Dude, this is so funny. This is the Jewish versus Palestine refugees. Now, without Noah, we can watch that, I think. The Jewish versus Palestine refugees. Confuse me with facts. You guys want to watch that? I can do this. I mean, I enjoy doing this. I enjoy doing this all day because I have a brain issue that makes it impossible for me to let go when I see like this level of gross historical distortions. But I know I'm a 60-month sub, but I still don't get quite why this can't be discussed without anti-Semitism accusations. Why can't be this? No, this can absolutely be discussed without anti-Semitism accusations. Most of the scholars that both Noah and I rely on or have relied on throughout this time are Jewish scholars. Both ones that favor the atrocities, like Benny Morris, he responded to, or he mentioned, and those who are extremely critical. And the idea that this is like inherently anti-Semitic is just a bad faith accusation. This doesn't, of course, mean that there aren't anti-Semites in the anti-Zionist movement. Of course there are. There are some opportunist neo-Nazis who don't give a shit about anti-Zionism at all. And then there are actually people who have developed anti-Semitic perspectives and are genuinely anti-Semitic, but also anti-Zionist, like actually anti-Zionist, but also anti-Semitic as well. Ultimately, what you have to do is look to the situation and go, is this morally permissible? Does any of this justify the maintenance of an apartheid state? A Zionist will tell you, yes, that is precisely the reason why there needs to be an apartheid state. Because if we don't do this, they will kill us all. They will genocide us all. Okay? I do not believe that. I think that's fucking disgusting. That is a disgusting way to try and justify the existence of an incredibly cruel and incredibly violent state apparatus, ruthlessly humiliating, subjugating, and destroying the lives of millions of Palestinians. Okay? It took me about 0.5 seconds to figure out the bad guys were not the Palestinians. Yes, but people will take what you said and will go, that's it, you're fucking idiot. You didn't read like Wikipedia pages like I did to arrive at the same fucking conclusion. And it's like, no, I read way more than just Wikipedia pages to arrive at this conclusion. Like, but I don't necessarily think you need to read all too much to say, for example, that blowing up a hospital or blowing up fucking ambulances next to a hospital or bombing ruthlessly for 3 days in a row a refugee camp of a population that you have literally locked in to a tiny part of this land that belonged to them is unacceptable. You don't need to do that much reading to go, nah, that's fucked up, actually. You can and should take a moral position against an apartheid. Okay? What is this? It's not an occupation. They have their own separate state where they voted for Hamas. You must have been a pain in the neck for your mother growing up. Can't let us slide anything past you. Not an occupation. They have their own separate state where they voted for Hamas. Yeah, totally. Yeah. That's why Gaza has a fucking airport still, right? And a port even. It's so sad, man. I think it was Camp David 1 where like the fucking Palestinians were asking for a fucking port, dude. Like a port. Or was it 2? I don't know. Well, listen, it's just throughout the negotiation process, like the Palestinian side was asking for like the most reasonable shit. It makes me so fucking sad. It makes me so fucking sad to think about. New Republican House bill to expel Palestinians in the area. Republican Congressman Ryan Zinke has introduced a bill to expel Palestinians from the United States and ban Palestinians from entering the country. What the fuck? What the fuck? Wait, what the fuck? There's no way this passes, but that is... 10 Republicans have already co-sponsored it? What the fuck? Bro, the SAFE Act would render Palestinian Authority passport holders, covered aliens, inadmissible in the U.S., bar DHS Secretary from granting immigration non-immigrant visas to covered aliens, revoke visas issued to covered aliens on or October 1st. It's like it's like the Chinese Exclusion Act. This is like a dark period. Yo, it's kind of cool that like Americans are like, oh, dude, Israel is really racist. Guess what? It's our time to shine. Like, what's happening here? Like, you're not even in Israel. Why do you have this position? Why are you so racist? Like, albeit it's not permissible when the Israeli Knesset has psychotic opinions like this as well. That's also bloodthirsty, monstrous racism. But like, leave it up to the fucking American Republican Party to be like, oh, dude, we can't let those guys get fucking horny with their fascism. We will do Hitlerian-style exclusions right now, actually. It's crazy. American Republicans, when given the opportunity to be racist, just like literally are like, oh, dude, Adolf Hitler time, straight up. Forrest Hermit and Joey Keyboard, thank you for the 20 and 10 gifted subs. Yeah, it's I could be way more racist than you, dog. You don't even fucking... Dude, just let me at him, dude. Oh, yeah? You guys want to do settlements? You guys want to do pogroms? How about we fucking do pogroms here? Republicans push for a bill and create like a settler activist community to fucking resettle Dearborn, Michigan. No, dog, you don't understand right now. We have to take Dearborn back. It is my God-given right. Representative Zinke wants Congress to shut down Palestinian immigration. Enough is enough.
All right, shocking video at our southern border. Texas DPS drones showing Mexican drug cartels hurling explosives.
What the fuck does this have to do with anything? What the fuck? Bro, you can't look like this, dude. It's not allowed. I'm sorry. What the fuck? And check out this Instagram about it. Wait, really? Zinke for Montana. First of all, fuck ass. Ain't nobody trying to go to your bitch ass state. Suck my dick, dude. Fuck you, okay? Also, secondly, why the fuck's he constantly posting this photo? Stupid fuck. That's not true. I just wrote the legislation that is more anti-Hamas. Montana is actually beautiful. Yeah, sure. But also, you know, my point stands. Did you see Trump's most recent border wall commercial where he talks about immigrants poisoning the blood of the U.S.? He's a Nazi and it's influencing people to be more bold with the racism. Is scary time. Palestinians' greatest plight. Cannot visit Kalispell, Montana. Oh, Jesus. John Oliver did a quick piece on Ryan Zinke.
Of the Interior, a man doing a job that Trump definitely fully understands.
I have to pee, I'll be back.
I have to really talk about a very special guy that I made Secretary of...
Bro, it sounds like AI, don't it? Doesn't it sound like AI?
The Interior. Does he know the Interior? He knows it. He loves it. He loves seeing it and writing on it.
What the fuck are you talking about? You sound less like a president trying to introduce a member of his cabinet and more like a guy at a yard sale trying to sell a couch that he definitely fucked. Oh, do I know this couch? I love this couch. I love seeing it and riding on it. And you know what? I just decided she's not for sale. Leave us alone. Get out of here. Give us some privacy. Zinke's job is to serve as a steward of America's public lands, although so far he's overseen the largest reduction of federal land protection in the nation's history, including reducing the size of the Bears Ears Monument in Utah, which included land sacred to local Native American tribes, by more than 3/4. And while many said that that was a favor to oil and gas industries, Zinke used his qualifications to push back hard.
I'm a geologist. I can assure you that oil and gas in Bears Ears was not part of my decision matrix. A geologist will tell you there is little, if any, oil and gas. Now, the geology is clear on that.
Now, you might have caught Zinke there mentioning that he was a geologist. It's something that he suggested at least 40 times in public, including under oath before Congress, which makes it a little awkward that this week it emerged that Ryan Zinke is not, in fact, a geologist. He has never been a geologist. What he did do was major in geology in college, which does not make you a geologist. All it does is qualify you to watch the movie San Andreas and whisper to your friend, it wouldn't happen like that. and Zinke actually has a pattern of it.
Dude, he is such a goon, dude. He looks ridiculous. He's got like the perfect ape dome, you know? Like he kind of looks like the fucking IDF guy. The IDF spokesperson. You know what I'm talking about? This is like henchman skull. Thank you. That's exactly, bro. Exactly, dude. He's got like the archetypical villain skull shape. Like you're, but not the main guy. You know what I mean? Like a goon, like a henchman. He has the henchman phenotype, just like the fucking IDF spokesperson that's always like going up on fucking CNN to be like, those children, they had to be killed. Like it's the same. I don't know what it is. I don't know what, like, it's very like, whoa, grug.
Inflating the importance of past glories, no matter how insignificant. For example, when he ran for Congress, he boasted about this.
I was a high school president, and we went undefeated our senior year in football. Won the state championship. America.
What was that? It would have made just as much sense if he'd said, I weighed 6.
Dude, I love a guy from Montana being like, we have to shut down Palestinian immigration. Like, what are you saying? What are they stuck in your butt chin? Like, is that where the Palestinians are going? Are they gonna hide in your fucking butt cheeks ass chin? Is that what you think? You fucking goon? God damn, dude. What chin? You see the fucking chin. Look at his goddamn the cleft chin. Got a booty cheek on his fucking face.
6.5 pounds when I was born, and I once ate a quesadilla burger at Applebee's, Bolivia. And look, all politicians self-mythology.
Trying to say Hamas like Israelis do, like, oh, that's right. I'm Ryan Zinke, and I think Hamas is hiding in my plums. Hamas. Am I saying it right?
Of course, but Zinke has a real flair for creative license.
Am I doing it right?
He served as a Navy SEAL, which is genuinely impressive. But here is how his service was described in an ad for his book.
Zinke rose through the ranks to be a commander at the same SEAL team that killed bin Laden, saved Captain Phillips, and rescued the lone survivor.
Now, to be clear, Zinke retired as a member of that SEAL team 10 years before it saved Captain Phillips and 12 years before it killed bin Laden. But Zinke has actively blurred those lines. He once sent out this congressional campaign fundraising email citing his time as a SEAL with the subject line, "Who killed Osama bin Laden?" Which is only a fair title if the email goes on to say, "Definitely not me. You must be thinking of someone else, but he sounds great and you should probably vote for that guy for Congress."
God, I hate this guy so much. Oh my God. Fuck this guy. God, American politics is such a fucking joke. Dude. Fuck. All right. Anyway, that was like, it's kind of funny when we look at like, it's pretty funny to just like look at one incredibly racist ideology and then be somberly reminded that like America can always outdo you. Okay. Like, the proximity to the situation, in my opinion, somehow makes like a fucking man from Montana come across more racist than some fucking settler dude living in the West Bank doing pogroms. You know what I mean? It's like, why? Why did you take it upon yourself? You live in fucking Montana, butt chin. The hell? Where the fuck are you coming from?
Antony Blinken, the US Secretary of State, you can see these live pictures here, is arriving for those meetings, those discussions. He is here talking to Isaac Herzog, the Israeli president. Let's have a listen.
And of course, as to the inherent right of the Israelis to defend themselves. And we are...
I think like the inherent right to the Israelis to defend themselves should be substituted in the same way that like Confederates do the whole like is heritage not hate the Civil War was fought over states' rights to what? Oh, to own slaves. And in a similar fashion, when someone says like Israel has a right to defend itself, you should ask them like defend themselves to do what? Like Israel has a right to do what? And it's actually not necessarily to defend itself, it's a defensive genocide against children. Israel has a right to defend itself against a 50% child population.
Hearing from the outside the demonstration of the families, our heart goes out to them. We understand it. We want their immediate release. And finally,
oh, by the way, the Israeli hostage families have now officially moved on to the next stage of their protest, where they now have set up tents outside on the streets. Something that they had done in the past as well. Hold on, I'm gonna give you the exact thing that they're doing. Where is it? We've already talked about the slain, murdered hospital workers and all the people around the people around the ambulances that were targeted.
I want to say
anyway,
something
I'll find it
with your respect as to the humanitarian and the international law abiding by the state of Israel. So this is a leaflet.
Bro, if I'm Herzog, I'm not putting up fucking pamphlets, okay? This man does not have the best track record. Every time this dumbass takes a fucking pamphlet or a leaflet and tries to show it to the population, he's just like, he is just universally made fun of. He already fucking did this last time with the Al-Qaeda manual.
Which we are sending by over 1,200,000 leaflets to the citizens of Gaza.
That's so sick. Dude, he's like, look, this is my ethnic cleansing pamphlet. Sick, man. Thank you. Fucking laminated ethnic cleansing pamphlet.
We've carried out 6 million text messages and 4 million phone calls to the citizens of Gaza according to the rules of international law, where we alerted the citizens in advance, including before the Jabalia attack. Please move out, because as we have the right for self-defense, we want you to go out of the premises from where missiles and guns and bombs and mortars are shelled at our people, and from where the horrendous, atrocious attacks went out. So you move out so we can go in according to international law and defend our people. 6 million text messages and 4 million phone calls and 1.2 million pamphlets and phone calls in addition to all of that speaks for itself as we protect the civilians, moving out to safe zone, giving them the right and necessary humanitarian aid, and enabling ourselves to defend ourselves. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Well, thank you.
Against the babies, dude. We got to defend ourselves against the babies. And if they don't know how to fucking read, well, guess what, dude? Sorry. Oh, did your parents die? And you personally don't know how to read yet? Well, I guess you're going to have to die too, you know? Think about it. Think about it. It's probably better off that you die. Your parents are gone. You have no future. We should kill you as well. Good stuff. Cool stuff. Thank you. You should have just simply listened. We are an unstoppable force. There's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. We've watched this. Israel is one of the most racist states on the planet. Yeah. He's like, here it is. This pamphlet shows that we are committing ethnic cleansing in accordance with international law, which is not true. They are not doing that. Anyway, there was another thing I wanted to mention. Oh, okay. One thing to always consider. Whenever Israel says we text these people ahead of time, they're not lying. They do. They actually have an entire they have the numbers to every single person. They have the identification of every single person living in Gaza, which, by the way, very suspicious that, like, I thought the Gazan administration was, like, totally separate and removed from Israel. Weird that they have a population registry and the phone numbers of every single house. And they know who lives in every single address. And they call you ahead of time. The IDF calls you ahead of time to say, hey, we're going to bomb your house. Really interesting. How did that happen? Who knows? Don't think about it too much. But you should think about the fact that if they do know where every single fucking house is, and they call people up ahead of time, well, isn't that a little strange when the entire family of a fucking journalist is slaughtered while they're out there doing coverage? Something to really consider. It feels weird that 32 journalists have been slaughtered in this process, and some of them were killed at their own house with, alongside their families. It feels so odd. How could this have happened? Well, let me tell you how it happened. It's fucking deliberate. It is 100% targeted. Anyone that tells you it's a fucking coincidence is a goddamn liar and a stupid son of a bitch on top of that. Okay? Don't forget that shit. IDF is now suggesting any weapons were hidden before the people began documenting the carnage from Israel's attacks on the ambulance convoy.
Of young men. I don't see weapons. Maybe they were conveniently hidden before TV crews came there to.
Nice, dude. Yeah, no, totally. Dude, definitely.
For this whole orchestrated event. But bottom line, we know that there.
Bro, why do they have the most henchman-skulled motherfucker you could have for this job? I know the IDF has a fucking B team, dog. No shot. No shot. This dude is literally nonstop fucking up. You gotta sub out Andre the Giant. What's happening? Just go let him fucking kill children or whatever the fuck he's doing when he's not doing this PR shit. He is so bad. No, seriously, where is the other, tombstone looking motherfucker? He's been doing this. He's been doing this nonstop. He just like keeps fucking up. He fucked up with Wolf Blitzer. When he fucked up with Wolf Blitzer, an Apex spokesperson, okay? A person that did comms for APAC. When even Wolf Blitzer was like, what do you mean? That's a refugee camp that you just bombed. I thought they would substitute him out. Little did I know, the HEZBOLLAH operations that, like, I have known for my entire life as being, like, very successful, just severely relied on a mainstream media effort that contextualized every single instance of violence and took it up as though it was perfectly permissible. Not the same guy? Wasn't it this guy or was it a Scottish guy? Oh, that was the Scottish guy. Never mind. That dude went, they took that guy out real quick. You're right. That was how could I forget? That was the Scottish guy. No, he wasn't Irish. He's Scottish. Stop. How dare you? Blake Griffin is awesome. Fucked up. He can never wear a hat and return it. Yeah, no, they don't have, the Scottish guy got benched. You're right. This guy said the Hamas has 1,000 liters of fuel. Yeah, that's true.
There were Hamas operatives there.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, man. Thanks, Frankenstein's monster. Fucking loser.
Thank you, Mr. President. And it's always good to be back in Israel. These are difficult days, but we're here as we've been and as we will remain in solidarity with Israel. We stand strongly for the proposition that Israel has not only the right but the obligation to defend itself and to do everything possible to make sure that this October 7th can never happen again. And at the same time, as you've just made clear, how Israel does this matters, and it is very important that when it comes to the protection of civilians who are caught in a crossfire of Hamas's making.
I hope the souls of those dead Palestinian children haunt you for the rest of your life, you fucking freak. Both of you, okay? I hope every time you close your eyes, you see the bloodshed that you participated in, okay? Every fucking time you close your goddamn eyes, you just are haunted by the visions of the thousands of deaths that you contributed to. I hope you never have a moment of peace.
That everything be done to protect them and to bring assistance to those who so desperately need it, and who are not in any way responsible for what happened on October 7th. So we're working on all of that together, but we have a shared determination, and that determination will not wane. We also are thinking every single moment of our hostages. So many Israelis, Americans, other nationals, and we are determined to do everything that we can to bring them back.
Yeah, except ceasefire. Except do a ceasefire, which is what the hostage families are demanding right now from the Israeli government. Except a ceasefire and immediate negotiations process, which is, you know, we can't do that because honestly, sorry, it's just like Israel is currently bloodthirsty, so they have to keep getting a pound of flesh. They have to keep ruthlessly punishing the Palestinian population. Sorry, it's just going to have to happen. And yeah, guess what? Like a lot of the hostages, they're going to die too. They're going to die in the tunnels. They're going to die in the tunnels, and there's not a thing you can fucking say or do about it.
Safely to bring them back to be with their families and loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go. Yeah, sure.
There was some live remarks there. They're shaking hands with the cameras. Doesn't look like they're going to take any questions. No, they're walking away from the cameras now. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken there, and the Israeli President Isaac Herzog. An interesting exchange as well, because of course part of what Antony Blinken is here to do, and he was reflecting on it there, is that tread that delicate line between endorsing Israel's right to self-defense and self-protection, while also ensuring that civilians in Gaza, as Mr. Blinken was saying there, who have no part in this conflict and had no part in the attacks of the 7th of October, are protected while that military action goes on. We know that's right at the heart of the discussions that the US Secretary of State is having with various senior Israeli figures in the next few hours while he is on the ground here in Israel.
All right.
Is a proper way.
At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. I'm going to run it right now. Bro, why are they saying defense and going over a border? Dude, they have to. There is a concerted media effort to constantly try to make these kinds of actions come across like they are morally permissible and legally justifiable. And I think that a lot of people recognize that it's not, right? How can you think this is appropriate? I don't think you can. You're not even trying with this one. Okay, man, we're fucking working here. I'm trying to go through a lot of the news stories that I didn't have time to do. Israel claimed it killed a number of Hamas terrorist operatives in a strike on an ambulance outside of Gaza's biggest hospital today. Videos reviewed by the Post showed women, children, and others in civilian clothes among the dead and wounded. This is from Evan Hill. Video showed more than a dozen people dead and wounded on the ground and damaged vehicles directly outside of the Al Shifa hospital in Gaza City this afternoon. The source of damage was not immediately clear. For the record, I mean, and these are more trusted resources in the media. Anyway, here, do you want to watch Israel's goal was always ethnic cleansing? Here.
Israel's goal has always been ethnic cleansing. I think a lot of people have been watching what Israel's been doing in Gaza and think to themselves, understandably, how could any country do this? But what I'm about to tell you will make it absolutely clear that wiping out the Palestinians has been Israel's goal all along. It starts with the 19th century movement to create the State of Israel, the Zionist movement. While there's nothing wrong in principle with Jews having a homeland, the Zionist movement insisted that a Jewish state had to be in the heart of the Arab world, Palestine. The slogan for the Zionist movement was a land for a people without a land. Of course, Palestine wasn't a land without a people.
Ethnic cleansing
too extreme. You have to understand the tunnels. Lincoln only solidified his top rank. Can we start regurgitating talking points back? Yes, for the first time, general public opinion is all on the same page. I think cleansing is too extreme.
Hundreds of thousands of Arabs already live there. This immediately created a problem for the Zionist movement. Israel couldn't be a Jewish state if the majority of people weren't Jewish. The Zionist movement knew that the only way they could actually have a Jewish state in Palestine was to kick the Arabs out and move Jews in, and they openly wrote about this. Leading Zionist Israel Zangwill wrote, "Palestine is not so much occupied by Arabs as overrun by them. They're nomads, and therefore we must persuade them to trek." Another leading Zionist and future Prime Minister of Israel, David Ben-Gurion, put it more bluntly, saying, "We must expel the Arabs and take their place." The Zionist movement was also completely aware that they'd have to take the land by force. Another Zionist leader, Zev Jabotinsky, wrote, "A voluntary agreement between us and the Arabs of Palestine is inconceivable. Every indigenous people will resist alien settlers as long as they see any hope of ridding themselves of the danger of foreign settlement. This is how the Arabs will behave so long as they possess a gleam of hope that they can prevent Palestine from becoming the land of Israel." This didn't deter the Zionist movement, though. Jabotinsky goes on to write, "Settlement of Palestine can develop behind an iron wall, which the Arabs will be powerless to break down." Zionism is often mistakenly referred to as a movement for Jewish salvation, but Zionism had a distinct colonial character from its inception. Whereas most liberation movements involve a group of people ridding themselves of foreign occupiers on their land, Zionists saw themselves as a Western force that would bring civility to the backwards Arab world. Leader of the Zionist movement Theodor Herzl wrote, "If it's God's will that we return to our historic fatherland, we should like to do so as representatives of Western civilization."
It's hard for Israelis to handle the term ethnic cleansing because they usually associate with the Holocaust. Don't worry, there's a new association with ethnic cleansing that you know, we are all aware of as well. You know, it's just like ridiculous. Ethnic cleansing in its most egregious, like obviously it's unacceptable in every shape and every form, but the current ethnic cleansing campaign is, you know, happening in the hands of Israel against Palestinians.
And bring cleanliness, order, and well-established customs to this plague-ridden, blighted corner of the Orient. For decades, Zionism lacked the support of.
This is from On the Iron Wall by Jabotinsky. I found it on the Haaretz archive from 1925, and he goes on to specify that it is a colonialist movement, not immigration movement, and that the difference was clear. This part isn't translated to English in the versions I read. Oh, thank you, Volodymyr Zelensky.
The vast majority of Jews, and relied mostly on ultra-rich aristocratic European families to finance itself. To gain traction, the Zionist movement also tried to make itself useful to Europe's leading imperialists. In 1902, Theodor Herzl wrote a letter to Cecil Rhodes, the infamous British imperialist who carved the British Empire's path through southern Africa. In the letter, Herzl wrote, "You're being invited to help make history. It doesn't involve Africa, but a piece of Asia Minor. Not Englishmen, but Jews. How then do I happen to turn to you? Because it is something colonial." Let's think about this for a sec. If Zionism really was a liberation movement, why would they seek an alliance with one of the greatest oppressors of humankind in history? Why would they expect to win his support? Almost all of the European imperialists that supported the Zionist movement were.
I can't tell if he's talking about Cecil Rhodes or just the British Empire in general.
Motivated by anti-Semitism. To them, Zionism was a great excuse to get Jews out of their country. The Zionist movement even struck a similar agreement with Nazi Germany. While the worldwide Jewish community was boycotting German businesses in the early 30s, the Zionist movement struck an agreement with the Nazis called the Havara Agreement. It allowed Jews emigrating from Germany to Palestine to exchange their assets for German-made goods, which they then sold and received the proceeds of. While Zionism became hegemonic in Jewish communities following the horrors of the Holocaust, Zionism itself and the notion of a Jewish state in Palestine far predate the Holocaust and were firmly rooted in the idea.
How do I convince my mom the Palestinians won't commit genocide if they have the chance? I mean, look to like how conciliatory the Palestinian leadership has been throughout history, especially recent history. Also, the assumption that like those who are victims of an occupation or victims of colonial violence will turn around and engage in that exact same atrocities, and those exact same atrocities is as old as time itself, and yet it's rarely ever happened throughout history. Unless, I guess, you're looking at like victims, survivors of the Holocaust, but not even necessarily all survivors of the Holocaust, turning around and redirecting violence to an entirely different population. Beyond that, this fear has always been a real fear, but it happened in Reconstruction, in the aftermath, in the abolition of slavery, and then immediately the same racial pecking order was reinstated in the South with Jim Crow laws, and a tremendous amount of violence from roving gangs of Klansmen. It's just pure projection at the end of the day. It was a fear in apartheid South Africa. It's always been a fear.
Idea that Palestine should be ethnically cleansed to make room for Jewish settlement. It's not a coincidence that the day Israelis mark as Israeli Independence Day, May 14th, Palestinians remember as the Nakba, or the catastrophe, a series of massacres that forced 750,000 Palestinians out of their homes. Israel's founding is quite literally synonymous with terror and displacement for Palestinians, just as the Zionists said it would be. In the words of Israeli General Moshe Dayan, Jewish villages were built in the place of Arab villages. You don't even know the names of these Arab villages because these geography books no longer exist. There's not one single place built in this country that didn't have a former Arab population.
Yeah. They did some fucking Genghis Khan ass shit where like a lot of the Arab villages that they purged the Arabs out of, they then turned around and completely reduced the rubble. And the ones that they did not reduce the rubble because they were like cities, they simply changed the names of, in many instances, to go back to like Hebrew, to give it like a name in Judaism or like a biblical name, and then they planted European trees over the Arab villages that they destroyed.
Last week, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave a speech where he described Israel's expanding war in Gaza as Israel's second war of independence. In other words, he's saying that Israel intends to finish what the first war started, the expulsion of all Palestinians from historic Palestine. To Palestinians, it's obvious what this means. A second independence war means a second Nakba. The first Nakba turned 750,000 Palestinians into refugees. But in just the last 4 weeks, Israel has created 1.4 million displaced persons in Gaza. The Zionist movement has been openly stating their genocidal intent for the Palestinians, not just in the last 4 weeks, not just for the last 75 years, but even before that, when the state of Israel was just an idea. We know what their end goal is. The only question that remains is, this time, will the world let it happen?
The answer is yes. But, all right. If the bombs didn't kill us, our living situation will. A young woman describes
to describe what we're going through. Because we barely eat, we barely drink, we barely live.
She fled south to Rafah, but sometimes visits her sister in Gaza City.
I took my certificates, my passport, my favorite perfume, which is a luxury now that I think about it. This is where we sleep, in the kindergarten. The living situation generally is miserable right now. It feels like we're living 50 years ago or something, because we literally fight to get like a few liters of water every now and then. There's no bread. And when I say we have no water, I need people to comprehend that we spend days without drinking a single drop of water. That's how limited it is. Hygiene is absolutely a luxury at this point. There's barely water to wash your hands and to brush your teeth in the morning.
All you need to know about the situation, like when people talk about October 7 and how it like shattered the feeling of a sense of security that Israelis had, okay, without reflecting on the sense of security never existing for Palestinians in Gaza or the West Bank, just look to the situation in Israel right now, okay? This is the experience of the average lucky Palestinian. This is a fortunate Palestinian in comparison to the not so fortunate Palestinians that are still under the rubble and dying, okay? Now compare that to, I don't know, that lady who was fucking yelling at Drake earlier. That lady who was like, oh, I'm so happy. I'm like listening to the bombs fall on top of Gaza right now and killing those monsters.
Yeah, this is the luckiest Palestinian in comparison to the least lucky Israeli citizen right now.
Morning.
Make that comparison, and you'll
I've
understand.
had my share of suffering from all of this because of a food poisoning a few days ago. If the bombs didn't kill us, our living situation will eventually. And so I'm keeping the little bit of energy I have left in me, I'm keeping it to have a conversation with my mother. Because I don't know at any given moment what would happen.
Good morning, everyone.
One of the
this
journalists.
is Lisan from Gaza. It's the day 23 of continuous bombing. I'm smiling because I'm alive, and this is surprising for me because the last couple of nights were really hard, especially after the internet and cellular connections, everything was cut up. I'm at the hospital, Shifa Hospital. I'm evacuating here, living in a tent for almost 3 weeks now.
والحكايات في كل بقاع الأرض. معكم حكواتي زياراته، لأنه أنت رح تروح على ناس إلك زمان. يا رب يا رب they bombed the door of the hospital.
I'll show you now how people are living inside the shelter. So, first thing that people do when they wake up is to go to the bathrooms because there are long lines, but I wake up at 4 a.m. so I can avoid the lines. This is the scene.
What? Oh, notice how where is it? Someone said, notice how she doesn't have a hijab. It's even though people claim Hamas is ISIS. Notice that she doesn't have a hijab on. For all those who say that Hamas is ISIS, throws on non-hijabis and gays off the ceilings. Yeah, exactly. Like it is a obviously ridiculous comparison. Like especially because like Christian Palestinians are there too. You know what I mean? They have churches, and their biggest threat is not Hamas. Their biggest threat is Israel blowing up said fucking churches. But of course, if you're a gross Islamophobic, anti-Arab piece of shit, you know, you just look at that and go, no, that's how this was going on.
Of Shifa Hospital, the emergency. Can you imagine that this is... Ya
Wait,
Allah.
is this
Can you
gonna-
imagine that this is not a market, this is not a street, this is a hospital. People are living here inside the buildings and in corridors and the patients' rooms. So continuous bombing, continuous emergency. People are sleeping and are evacuating to Shifa more and more every day here. I know that I seem to be energetic and يعني smiling, but it's not the truth. We're just trying to be positive because we felt death hundreds of times, so we appreciate that we are alive until now. So Muhammad, Karam, and Maher are cleaning Shifa Hospital, the place that they took as a shelter by themselves. They are volunteering. These are our heroes, our kids. برافو شباب، كملوا كملوا. هلا ألف مبروك. من وين جبت هدول الأغراض؟ زبطت معك تجيب خبز ومية مع بعض؟ يلا مبروك، اسرد اسري يلا. I'm now at the street near to Shifa Hospital, trying to have some water, some bread, or anything else like thousands. For example, I'm now near to Al-Ailat Bakery. Look at the line. So this is the food I got today. I had here some cheese, but I ate the cheese before ending the bread. The bread is very old because there's no bakeries opening since يمكن 3 days. This is the first water I'm drinking since 8 a.m. Now it's 3 p.m. It's only 200 millimeters. People here in Gaza are thirsty more and more every
Oh, I'm muted. I've been muted this entire time. The chatter said, notice how the fucking racist pieces of shit that routinely deny the atrocities shut the fuck up when you're actually, looking at these conditions. And my response to that was going to be, if you could hear me, was no, depending on the level of racism, depending on what level of racism we're operating on, you will have people that come in here and go, this is also Pallywood. You know what I mean? That's it.
3 days. So a group of tents, like tent holders, my new neighbors, agreed to have some electricity, a limited amount of electricity during the night. So during the night, we charge the power banks, the phones, any other stuff we need. As we're living in the garden of the hospital now, making our tent here, these are our shelves. We use the trees to hang our stuff. Let me introduce to you Farah. And she evacuated the home with us to the tent. She's our tent mate.
It's now finally bedtime. Let me take some seconds for your time to let you hear the war plans sounds. Anyways, let me show you, oh my god, they started the bombing early tonight. Let me show you guys, where am I now and the place that I'm sleeping. I used to sleep in a really good, comfortable, beautiful room full of my memories and thoughts and plans and stuff and everything.
احكي لنا شو اسمك؟ عاصم. كم عمرك يا عاصم؟ 11. انقصف بيتكم؟ قديش حكى لكم اطلعوا؟ لا. طب في حدا صار له إشي من العيلة؟ مين؟ أمي وأبويا. استشهدوا؟ She can't open her eyes, but she's alive. No one knows until now her family. No one survived except her. If anyone knows anybody about her, just call us. She's in the Shifa hospital now. We were telling you guys that the nights are hard, but now the days are harder too. Everyone is carrying injuries and murdered people from the streets because the carpet bombings happened in the streets without any warning, and people are killed every single moment. This is a really tough day that Gaza are going through.
They bombed the door of the hospital. They bombed. I've been there before 2 minutes. It could be me.
المستشفيات مش قادرة تتعامل مع أي إصابات ثانية، الطاقة منهك، الوزارة منهكة، المخازن فضيت، الوقود عده خلص، فلازم أكون طاقتنا بحالي.
All this smoke behind me is because of the bombing of a home near to Shifa hospital. So now we have to stay awake to be protected and to avoid any bombing near to us or near to our tent. So this is the situation. Bombing at 11 a.m., at 12 p.m., at 1, 2, 3, 4 p.m., also at 6 p.m., and the bombing increases as well during the night. And basically I don't have any safe place to go. Now we're in danger even inside the Shifa hospital. No one is safe here. We are all afraid.
Imagine if 45% of your houses in your country were destroyed in less than a month. Oh no, that number is higher now. It was like a week or so ago. It was 42%, and I think it must have increased.
إنه نصير دكتورة كبيرة. إن أكون مدرسة. أصير مهندس ونعمل بلدنا. الجامعة يكون عندي ايباد ويكون يوتيوبر. حلمي يصير عندي سيارة رونالدو. أنا بعرف ألعب كورة. روح حط الكورة فرزي لعب فيها.
عن جد؟
والله.
دكتورة؟ ليش حابة تصيري دكتورة؟
عشان أعالج الناس.
ليش بدك تعالجي الناس؟
بدي أصير طيار وأسافر وأحرر القدس وأجيب الناس وأخليها تروح أمريكا تسافر وتشم هوا وتكيف كل شيء. أنا أكون مهندسة.
ليش؟
عشان الاحتلال اليهود لما يقصفوا البيوت أروح أبني البيوت وأبني البلد وأعمرها وأشوف البلد على إيدي إن شاء الله تكون روعة. أكون أميرة بأصير بين غيوم أو مدينة حلوى وشوكولاتة مارشميلو. أعيش أنا وأطفال غزة بخير والقدس بدلها لنا وغزة انتصرت. ما إنه يقصفوا بيوت وبروش ويخافونا كده ويطلعوا ناس من بيوتهم. يا رب كنا نضل عايشين.
نرجع الأقصى، نرجع أرضنا وديوننا وبيتنا وعبيت جد القديم نشوف إيش في غادة.
إيش كمان؟
خلص هو في حلم غير أن نرجع على الأرض وكل واحد نرجع على أرضنا وخلص.
إننا هنا ضحايا شهداء مع فرق التوقيت فقط. نحن نمضي واحدا تلو الآخر.
This is the moment a Palestine TV journalist reports on his colleague's death.
لا تحمينا هذه الدروع ولا تحمينا هذه القبعات. إنها مجرد شعارات نرتديها فقط. هي لا تحمي أي.
When you see stuff like this and your immediate reaction isn't like, we have to stop this, we have to stop this, this is so completely and utterly unacceptable. I don't know what to tell you, especially like those who are journalists who consider themselves to be journalists. Like the fact that they have nothing to say about their colleagues being ruthlessly slaughtered by a violent machine. Like, it's just, I don't know what to say. We owe so much to the Palestinians, straight up, so much.
صحفي على الإطلاق لا تحمينا هذه الدروع ولا هذه ما نرتديها فقط هي شعارات فقط. نحن هنا ضحايا على الهواء مباشرة. نفقد الأرواح واحدا تلو الآخر بلا أي ثمن.
Mohammed Abu Hatab, a Palestine TV correspondent, was killed along with 11 members of his family Thursday night, according to a statement from the Palestinian Authority-run television network.
تلو الآخر. زميلنا محمد أبو حطب كان هنا منذ نصف ساعة فقط.
Hatab's last on.
Yeah, he did his last coverage, went back to his family, and Israel killed him.
Their report was about Israeli airstrikes on neighborhoods in Khan Yunis and the number of casualties, according to a Palestine TV video.
You think it's possible to discuss with someone who defends Israel? Does it make sense? Yeah, I think so. I think you should not stop trying to show the humanity of Palestinians to your friends, depending on like how brainwashed they are. But
the Israeli military had no immediate comment on the incident, and CNN could not independently confirm the source of the blast.
Oh shit. Here is the other side of the. And then this is the other side of the story, okay? The other side of the story, which is the West Bank. What is this? FaZe Apex check DM? Is that what you said? I don't know who FaZe Apex is, but I followed him back. A chatter sent me this. Oh yeah, Israel is also expelling the Palestinian workers, the day laborers that they gave permission to. Zipics a Palestinian living in the U.S. All right, I followed him back. They were already fucking, what do you call it? They were already, here it is. They numbered us like cattle. Palestinian workers held captive by Israel since October 7th were released today back to Gaza with number tags in their wrists. These are Palestinian workers that went through they went through a verification process to be able to get these work visas to be able to work. I saw Reddit frame the story as Israel allowing Palestinian workers to return to Gaza. They were detained. They were unlawfully detained. They were rounded up and unlawfully detained. In the beginning of October 7th, hundreds of Palestinian workers from Gaza who carry Israeli work permits were abducted by the Israeli occupation forces and held hostage. Many of them were released today on what seems to be a whim. Here are their testimonies. This is what happened to you. They took our clothes. They did not leave us anything. No money, no nothing. They were detained for 22, 25 days. How do you know Israel does not have a law to detain them? Because I'm a human being and not a fucking subhuman animal, psychopathic, bloodthirsty monster who thinks that unconditionally everything an apartheid state does is actually good because their enemies are somehow, Palestinians who are less than human. Okay? That's why. That's why I know that Israel does not have a law to detain them. I don't give a fuck what law it is. Hey, I don't know if you know this, but it was also illegal to be fucking Jewish in Nazi Germany. So did you actually do that? Did you actually consider that to be a part of the law? Would you have defended the concentration camps by being like, well, Hitler was following the law, you fucking idiot? A law under an apartheid regime against those who are subjugated is not a real law at all. You can never fucking defend that. Dumb bitch. Chill? No, fuck you. What do you mean chill? The fuck do you mean chill? Goddamn idiot came in here and is like, oh, well, how do you know that it was an unlawful detainment? No, I'm sorry. I can't chill out with fucking baby-killing genocidal freaks in here who are justifying this from a lawful perspective. Nothing that Israel has done so far has been legal, okay? It's also morally repugnant. Not only is it also illegal, okay, but it's also morally repugnant. Yeah, administrative detention with no charges and trials is a massive fucking illegal thing that Israel does, and it's been a huge point of contention in every single negotiation that Palestinian authorities have had with Israel, and they have refused to give up on it. So shut the fuck up about this, okay? Administrative detention just means like they can fucking round you up and put you in a concentration camp and keep you there for as much as they want to, for as long as they want to.
وين الانفاق وين دعم حماس مين بتعرف مين بتعرفش زي هيك اذا كان طبعا كله احنا عمال لا بنعرف هذا وين ولا انفاق ولا غيره. Tell them we're workers. We don't know anything about tunnels. We don't deliver rockets or anything like that. حطونا على كرسي الكهرباء هذا. They beat us. They put us in the electric chair. الله بنلاقيهم بخير سلامة وربنا.
I love law Andes. It was also illegal to run away as a slave in America. Well, have you thought about the law? Excuse me, sir. Have you thought about the law before breaking free of your conditions as a slave? Breaking free of your shackles? Hello? Yeah, dude. They fucking, they mark these dudes like they're fucking cattle. Like, if you watch this and feel chill, you're a fucking sociopath. Yeah, I mean, dude. It's pretty fucking wild. It's also legal for us to use money to pay for settlement building companies. Local construction firm for secret U.S. base in Israel also built an illegal settlement. Yeah. Brother, every single guy who asks that in here knows this. Israelis knows this. Zionists knows this. They just act obtuse for the sake of a Western audience. I genuinely hope everybody at Cringe Lord's basement gets flooded and they drown in their own piss bottles. Yeah. Okay, let me tell you something, okay? In a weird way, I understand the racist vitriol that like someone who's living in Israel feels, right? They've been conditioned their entire lives to feel this way. Like, I actually find it
like I think it's tremendously difficult not to be that fucking racist if you're living in Israel. So I always applaud those who are unconditionally leftists in Israel who say like, no, these are human beings. It's fucking ridiculous. All 12 of them. Okay. Tremendous respect for them. But what I do not understand, what I will never understand, is the fucking conflict perverts who watch from afar and go, that's good. That's good, actually. Like, they don't even have the closeness to the circumstance. Like, they don't even have the closeness to that. They haven't received any of the backlash. They haven't, like, there's no reason for them to believe in the Zionist project being good. Especially if you didn't go to, like, I don't know, like Jewish camp or something, or you didn't go on fucking Birthright. Like, where is this coming from? How? At that point, I unironically believe that you are just that way because you don't even care about Israel, maintaining its like Jewish supremacy or anything. You just care that way because like these are Muslims and Christians, but mostly Muslim presenting Christians because they're fucking brown and Arab, and you've been conditioned into fucking hating them your whole life. So you're like, oh, it's great. Yeah. Enemy of my enemy is my friend. Who gives a shit type beat, Like, how the fuck do you find yourself in a situation when you're like, I don't know, when you're living in like fucking Montana, you're like a white Christian guy in Montana, and you're just like, man, I found out about this conflict this past week on Reddit, and like, I love it. I love what Israel's doing. It's so sick. And now I'm going to defend it with like the stupidest talking points that you've ever heard. How did this happen? The amount of fucking Reddit posts I read is just like, I feel like it's giving me a lobotomy. Like, so many people being like, oh, I'm black-pilled on the left because they love Hamas. Wow, it seems like the left loves Hamas. I'm so black-pilled, guys. I'm so black-pilled on the left, and I'm like, what are you saying? Like, that's your takeaway from the situation? Like, you just, I don't even know where you found this level of propaganda to just, like, fucking, to suck on it. And make it such a permanent part of your goddamn existence where you're like, wow, I really lost my faith in the left. I used to be a socialist before this. But man, it sure seems like the left loves Hamas. Like, how do you just close your eyes and ears and categorically defend an apartheid and then immediately start and take it one step further and immediately start like attacking those who are criticizing the apartheid and go, that's, those are my enemies. It's so insane. It's so narcissistic. It's so weird. I swear people like that are just looking for a reason. I hope that's the case. They're not leftists. They just think healthcare is for everyone. Law, zero class consciousness. Yeah, but they don't understand that, like, I mean, here, I'll tie it back to that as well. I'll tie it back to that. Oh, you like healthcare? Great. We are in the process of writing off $14 billion out of nowhere. We immediately found funds out of nowhere to give $14 billion worth of weapons to Israel. So why can't we give $14 billion worth of funds to, I don't know, fund a healthcare structure? Even more than that, as a matter of fact. How does that happen? How does that happen? If you want healthcare, you have to understand that like American militancy, American imperialism is genuinely a major setback towards that project as well. So if your priorities are simply on a selfish one where you just want fucking healthcare, then I can make an argument as to why you can't get it. What are we supposed to do in the U.S.? Our politicians are nowhere near what we need, but I don't know how anything's supposed to improve domestically. We can't vote against them because the other side murders trans people as a hobby. What the fuck is the move here? You just got to keep pushing. There's not anything else you can do. Oh, this is a funny dude. This guy's some fucking random guy named Robert Martin. I don't know. I don't know if he's like a fucking Nazi or whatever, but apparently he just like goes up. Like they let this fucking guy into Israel, as a white guy from Australia, and all he does is just like yell at settlers in the West Bank.
And I've just been told about a wall, so this gate locks about 40 Palestinian families in, and it actually locks at certain times where they can't come out. And this actual side of the road that I'm walking on, Palestinians can't come. There's actually a bus stop over behind me, and the Palestinians aren't allowed to take it. I can take it. The Palestinians can't take it. It's complete racism at the heart. And if I walk over here at the bus stop, you'll see.
Nazis in every base. I don't know. I don't know what this guy's deal is. I don't know anything about him. I've just seen this. I've seen this video before.
How you doing? You can see the heavily guarded stuff for the Palestinians. So I wonder who's protecting who. They all seem so worried about the Palestinians. There's nothing to worry about. It's terrible. Do you like the racism?
I like racism.
Yeah. What do you think about the Palestinians not being able to walk along here?
I don't really think too much about it.
It's because you don't think about other people, or?
Of course I do.
And then how can you not think when they can't walk here and they can't get the bus? I can't get.
Anyway, I want to look at this guy up. I don't know shit about this dude. Aussie right-wingers are bizarrely pro-Palestinian, even though they're more anti-Semitic than anti-Zionist. They're weird, lol. That's what I mean. Like, I don't know anything about this fucking guy. I don't want to, like, hype him up. Anyone against apartheid Israel is a target for violence. This is genocide. Free Palestine. Oh, he's an anti-war activist. He's an Australian historian. Wait, is this the guy? I don't know if this is the same guy. Probably not. I don't know if this is the same guy. Time for the world to wake up. Free Palestine. Let's stop the stigma of mental health and criticism of Israel. Okay. I love this part. Why would a Nazi be talking about racism? No, look, sometimes you got to listen, there's some white guys out there that you got to be careful of, okay? I'm not saying this guy is one of them, but, you know, I don't want to get fucking caught in like a Lucas Cage thing, okay? I got to do my background research before I fucking promote somebody like that, all right? Seems like he's a good dude, though. But when I see someone who's like even subtly conservative, let me tell you something. I don't know if this guy is. It doesn't seem like he is. But when I see even a fucking like slightly conservative guy say Free Palestine, I'm like, fucking say? Where'd that come from? Like I admit, I am immediately like, yeah. Because like I feel as though if it doesn't go along with their fucking worldview, the rest of their stop the criticism of Israel, is that ironic? No. In my mind, I have to just be like, wait a minute, where's this coming from? Because if it doesn't conflict with their overarching worldview, if they're like a fucking peace activist, then I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense. Does that make sense? But if they're like randomly fucking just weirdly very into Palestinian emancipation and nothing else, but like on other issues they're like far right or right wing. Fair. I'm Aussie. My progressive left friend said Gaza should be flattened. Yeah, Australians are so weird with their opinion on Palestine. I don't know why. Maybe like fucking Murdoch media is just like incredibly right wing. Is that what it is? Australians are fucking weird on Palestine, dude. Especially because like I feel like I don't understand it. I mean, obviously not my friends. They're fucking awesome. My Australian friends are based. But it's very odd. It's very odd how like upside down colonist friends. I'm Aussie and I've been telling my normal friends about how fucked the apartheid is. All right, here's the Aussie man.
I can't do anything. What do you think? Okay.
You don't have to read up that.
You don't have to read up. You're living here, man. They're not allowed over here. You're on the bus.
I live in America. I come here a few times.
American dollars paying, huh? Fantastic. Hey, can I ask you what you think of the racism here? What do you think? What do you think about the Palestinians not being able to walk here? Don't care?
What?
You don't care? So
I
see the
don't
arrogance.
understand
You see the arrogance about it. It's very arrogant that they're racist right to the heart. It's disgusting. You should be really ashamed of yourself. Say hi, huh? You're looking for peace? Just want to steal all of Palestine? You should be ashamed of yourselves.
Dude, the deference they have for white people is kind of wild too. Like, dude, a black person would not be able to pull that shit off under the suspicions that they might be, fucking Muslim. You know what I mean? Like, Ta-Nehisi Coates didn't get to pull this shit off. Like, he would not be able to pull this shit off.
I just wondered if I could ask you a couple of questions. You want to tell me about you want to talk to me about why the Palestinians can't walk down here? You don't care?
I don't know. I know as much as you know.
No, you don't, because you live here.
I don't live here.
So that you just use, ignorance with a big smile on you. You should all be ashamed of yourselves. You can laugh. You don't know what's going on over here. You don't care.
Hi, guys.
Because you're all protected by this. Yeah, I'm recording.
Are you?
Because you're racist. It's disgusting. You're all protected by all the armed services. You don't care because you think it's God's will.
God should give you good life.
Yeah, why do you tell everyone why you're living here? And what you're doing, occupying someone else's land?
It's our land.
Okay, you tell us. I want to know.
Yes, it's our land.
It's yours?
It's written in the Bible and is written in the Bible in very many places.
So he says that it's racist and Palestinians shouldn't be able to walk here?
They live here best in the whole Middle East.
Then why can't they walk across? Tell me why they can't walk across. Tell everybody.
Because they shot Jews on every place here.
Who shot 28 Palestinians here? Tell me.
Because they killed Jews here.
Who? Who killed the 28? Huh? Defending yourselves. You know, just say, fuck the Palestinians.
Oh, excuse me. Please talk nicely.
I won't talk nicely because you're a bunch of animals.
No cursing. No cursing.
No cursing.
I didn't curse
This is what the
anyone.
world should do. Wake up, world.
Speak.
This guy is insane. Why is he there? I don't understand. He's just, what does he do? I really hope he has his energy when it comes to the treatment of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in Australia. I mean, the please stop cursing moment is pretty funny because it's like when Alex Jones talks about how like there's psychotic pedophile vampires in the Democratic Party and then like will apologize for saying fuck right after. It's like, bro, how, like, what do you mean? Did you just hear what you said? For these guys, like the people that he's talking to, they are straight up doing an act of terrorism. Like their existence in that area is deliberate. It is by design an act of terrorism. It is supposed to forcibly expel people, and this is happening right in front of our fucking eyes. He has anti-Australia Day posts, so he seems good on Aboriginal Australians. What the fuck? He's followed by Bitselem. He seems solid. Yeah, no, I looked at his stuff. I looked at his background. He seems like a chill dude. I mean, he's like real aggro, but he seems like a chill dude. It is kind of funny just seeing, I don't know, some fucking bogan, using his bogan powers for good.
It's at sunset that they start mounting guard, overlooking the rolling hills south of Hebron, and wondering from which side danger will come on this night.
It's because of attacks by settlers and soldiers. They come, they search our homes.
Oh my God, yesterday they blew up a fucking bulldozer in Jenin. I don't know if you guys saw that. Which, by the way, once again, I have to repeat myself. Jenin is a refugee camp in the West Bank. It is controlled by the Jenin Brigade. Totally fucking legal, totally valid. Illegal to put a bulldozer there by the IDF. Totally legal to blow up the bulldozer according to international law. What the fuck are you doing? What are you doing? Not allowed. Stop doing that. Straight up.
Beat the young, so we have to stay up. They wanted us to leave before the war. Now they're more aggressive.
Several communities in the occupied West Bank, like this one in nearby Wadi Sikh, have been forcibly removed by Israeli settlers with the full support of the army, while much of the focus is on Gaza.
I presume that their plan is, after they finish with the Shepherds community, to start and attack the villages and, to clean all the West Bank from non-Jewish people. This is their...
No, the Jenin Brigades are not a part of the Palestinian Authority. They're separate. Actually, the Palestinian Authority fucks them over. And as far as I understand, has like... where's Kaya for real? Kaya is at boarding school right now. And she literally started heat.
Following Hamas's assault on southern Israel, far-right Minister of National Security Itamar Ben-Gvir has distributed thousands of weapons to Israelis. We were on our way to Kalkilia, a city further north, to meet up with a family whose shop has been bulldozed in retaliation of a post on social media that angered the military. But they just called us because settlers are attacking their Sharaf, a village nearby, and now they are afraid to speak publicly. The settlers began their attacks.
Jenin is a city, and the Jenin refugee camp is in Jenin. Is that what you want me to clarify? I think someone wanted to...
After the killing of a soldier while driving his car, setting ablaze houses and businesses.
Oh, here, in case people missed it, if you want to see.
يلا يلا يا كوار.
That's valid. 100% perfectly legal. 100% perfectly legal. What the other guy, the dude in the bulldozer, doing something illegal. That bulldozer, illegal activity. It's not only perfectly legal, but it's also perfectly moral to do that. That shit goes off too. It's crazy. But what is a bulldozer doing in an active war zone? I mean, yeah. What do Caterpillar 9s, Caterpillar IDF 9s doing in a fucking active war zone? They claim it's to like scour the territory to ensure that there's no improvised explosive devices. But no, I know what they're doing. They're fucking tearing up the roads. Pieces of shit, scumbag motherfuckers.
يلا يلا يا كوار بس يلا يلا يا كوار.
Yeah, they dig up all the roads to find IEDs. The IED appears to find it first, though. Yeah. Just saying, don't fucking bulldoze the roads in a refugee camp that you're not supposed to be bulldozing the roads in. Yeah, seems to me like you found the fucking IED real quick. Fun fact for anyone out there wondering, all Caterpillar keys work on all their machines. If you get one, you have access to them all. Wait, really? 2 killed as IDF raids Jenin, bulldozes streets. Yeah, they've been doing this all fucking week. Why are they doing this? I thought that they were committed to like the security of Israelis, and that's why they had to, I don't know, eradicate Hamas or something. So I just can't find it in my heart or in my mind why they would do such a thing in an area where there is no Hamas. I just don't get it. Why, oh, why do they go and blow up shit in the West Bank then? It's just odd. The official Palestinian Wafa news site reports that the 2 were killed when some 100 military vehicles entered the city along with bulldozers. Hamas's Al-Qassam brigade said it was fighting Israeli forces entering the city, including by deploying explosive devices, in the Palestinian Shabab news site reports. 2 Palestinians were reported to have been killed in the Israeli forces carrying out raids in the West Bank city of Jenin. No, there are militants there as well. There's Islamic Jihad guys that they catch every now and then. But it's not controlled by Hamas. It's controlled by the Jenin Brigade. You're not supposed to be there. Why are you there? What are you doing? Why are you tearing up the streets? You're not allowed. What the fuck you doing? It's also worth noting that Israel didn't buy these bulldozers. We literally paid for them and sent them there. American-made and paid bulldozers killed Rachel Corrie in 2003. They are widening roads for an offensive later. Hamas is a terrorist and should be destroyed by Israel. Hamas is not Palestine. Thanks, man. You're right. Watch out. There might be Hamas under your bed. Yeah. At a certain point, you got to realize, like, everything is Hamas, you know? Maybe everything is Hamas. What about these guys? Are they Hamas? No, you want to know who the real fucking terrorists are? The Israeli settlers here, okay? 2015, 60,000 Americans in the 2015 census lived in the West Bank. 60,000 Americans in 2015. That number has only grown since then. What's going on? The fuck you doing? You living in the fucking West Bank? That's not your home. That's someone else's home. The fuck are you doing there? Get the fuck out of there.
Active punishment on an entire community. This video shows a soldier beating and taunting a man in the Aida Palestinian refugee camp near Bethlehem. Good morning, you.
Sorry, there's more.
And then spits
on him. I've shown you this.
New video appears nearly on a
daily
daily basis, all showing Palestinians being...
Here, I'll show you this. They also then take all their clothes off and humiliate them as well.
Being humiliated. Here, another Palestinian is being asked to swear allegiance to the Israeli flag. But the intimidation can also turn violent. A Telegram channel singled out a growing list of Palestinians. Some are Hamas members or supporters, but there are also activists, artists or journalists like 26-year-old Mohammed Turkman, a freelancer who also works for Al Jazeera.
It's not a joke. Some people named on...
Bro, I gotta repeat this over and over again. I don't think a lot of you understand how fucking racist this shit is. Like how racist this shit, like how the racism well is deep, dog.
In that chat have already been detained. Others attacked and beaten. One guy was killed in an Israeli prison, and they wrote on his picture, "Mission accomplished."
Back in Hebron, Zakaria Al-Adra is recovering from his wounds. A settler shot him in the lower abdomen for simply not wanting to move out of his way. Israel's internal security agency, the Shin Bet, and several Western powers have called on the Israeli government to rein in its settlers before the occupied West Bank implodes. Hud Abdelhamid, Al Jazeera, in the occupied West Bank.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest.
It's so racist that I don't understand the liberal perspective. I understand the right-wing POV, though. Oh, it's the same. Yeah, it's because liberals are also just as racist when push comes to shove. Here, I'll solve the problem for you. Liberals that look at the situation and think that this is still somehow morally or legally permissible are fucking racist. That's it. You cannot look at the situation and go, yeah, no, that's appropriate. Once you are burdened with the truth, once you realize what is going on, if you're still inside of your mind, if you still have this like inner working going, actually, as a matter of fact, this is somehow still justifiable. This is somehow still moral. This is somehow still legal. Why? Because I'm afraid. I'm afraid of those guys. You have to consider why you're afraid of those guys, and that's racism. There's nothing else there. You are a fascist piece of shit.
In the streets of Dearborn, Michigan, overwhelming support for President Joe Biden has turned to anger.
When we voted for Joe Biden, when I worked on his campaign, I thought he would be somebody that could lead with humanity and compassion. Clearly, I was wrong. So I definitely feel betrayed.
More than half of Dearborn's...
I'm going to be honest, like, I didn't ever think that Joe Biden was going to be, a peace-loving guy at all. I know his background. I know he's, like, racist as fuck for throughout different points in his history and his career. But having said that, I'll keep it $150. I'll keep it a stack. I did not think he was going to be this bad. I could not have foreseen how devastatingly bloodthirsty he was going to be about this fucking Israel-Palestine shit. I'm telling you, chat, if you look to American involvement in Israeli affairs, specifically as it pertains to the Palestinian plight, George H.W. Bush, who was literally, brother, every single president would be like this, not just Joe. I'm telling you, George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan look better than motherfucking Joe Biden, specifically on this issue. Yeah, but every president will still be bloodthirsty. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. But, I mean, we know how previous American presidents reacted in different times. And this level of violence has never existed, obviously, in one singular instance. But, like, there was a point in time where at least there was an attempt to rein the violence a little bit. Not to live out, but Trump would almost certainly be way worse. I 100% agree with you. That is actually my biggest frustration with the Brandon administration, is that this is the continuation of Trump's legacy. This is the Abraham Accords. This is finally taking the fucking embassy and putting it in Jerusalem. Like, this is a continuation of the very same things that liberals supposedly got mad at when Trump did it, but then when Biden continued it, they have no problem with it because they're fucking dumbasses.
Residents are of Arab descent, and 70% of them voted for Biden in 2020. But since Biden...
To be fair, though, I don't know how much worse it could be. I'll be honest. I don't know how much worse it could be. Like, what could Trump do that would be worse than Biden? I guess, like, would he put troops on the ground? Maybe. But aren't there possibly troops already on the ground? Oh, you aren't serious? No, I'm serious. I'm saying, like, we're at max. We're at maximum ultra violence. And the only thing I will say is, well, first of all, Trump would be worse than Joe Biden, of course. Make no mistake. On every other issue, I'm simply stating when it comes to this one, I don't know. Would he, like, attack Iran? I guess maybe. Like, he'd probably try to attack Iran or something. Why would Reagan or especially Bush be better? George H.W. Bush and Ronald Reagan, I don't know if you know this, but also dealt with Israel. And they weren't great by any means. These are not great people at all. But even both of them in different points have actually scaled back Israeli settlements, or demanded to scale back Israeli settlements, demanded to stop violence. So technically, we do know how they would react in a situation like this. That's why I said that, like, there were points in time in American history where at least like there was some condemnation that came for Israel. There has never been Barack Obama, but especially Donald Trump, okay, really just took this to the maximum degree that you could take it to. And now Joe Biden, instead of like scaling it back, has only ramped it up. That's what I'm stating. I said this already, but like by today's standards, by the way, Joe Biden was there back then, and he was still absolutely an ultra-Zionist back then. But I'm stating that at the same time frame when Joe Biden was like, if there wasn't a Jewish state in the name of Israel, we would have created one, Jack. Like when he was saying that in like fucking 1988, like American presidents and American leadership at the time had a more reserved, more tempered approach to Israel. Do you understand? Bush was busy killing Iraqis. That's why you think he's better? No, I don't. Oh my God, you guys are so weird, man. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, I'm not talking about President George W. Bush. I'm talking about President George H.W. Bush, okay? And even President George W. Bush also personally thought he could like deal with Palestinians, and he fucked it up way worse. But you're wrong. I'm talking about George H.W. Bush and his dealings with George Bush Sr. and Ronald Reagan were significantly more critical and more tempered in like stopping Israel from reacting in the ways that they want to than our current administration here.
That's a loose translation of the Hebrew posters in this Jerusalem rally, but the bums these Jewish settlers refer to are not Israeli politicians, but President Bush and James Baker. Settlers are conservative by most political standards, but if they could vote in the American elections, Bill Clinton would carry the West Bank in a landslide. And Palestinian leaders...
Well, they could. Back then, there weren't that many, but now a lot of people in the West Bank can vote in the American elections.
There's supporters of that radical national liberation movement called the PLO confess that these days their hearts are true blue Republican.
Mr. Bush knows the area, knows the parties, and probably will do more to get this conflict resolved quicker than Mr. Clinton or Perot.
It's not even a joke. Previous admins were a little bit more optic Andes, but Brandon don't give a fuck. They aren't even trying to hide it. Yeah. Clinton attacked Bush from the right on the Palestine issue. Bush Sr. said he would refuse to guarantee Israeli loans if settlements continue. I know. That was a major fucking point of contention for Israeli politics. Trump policy with ISIS was quite literally bomb the shit out of them, so I don't know why he'd do anything different with Hamas. None of these guys have their own personal opinions on the matter, and none of that gets reflected. You think Ronald Reagan, outside of George H.W. Bush, who, being the CIA Andy that he was, most of these presidents didn't really care about it personally. They just had people around them that cared about it personally, and their advisors were the ones who were leading the charge. But there was a point in time, in my opinion, where American policy was like, we got to fucking scale this back a little bit. We have to give Palestinians something. And we're aligned, at the very least, with the Palestinian Authority, the Palestinian leadership, and even Yasser Arafat. Like Dahlan, a commander of Arafat's, was directly like he was considered to be like a CIA asset. Like these are people that would come to the United States of America. They had a long and extensive relationship with the U.S. intelligence community. The CIA literally offered them training and gave them a internal police force that they could utilize against Hamas, which they did time and time again at the behest of the Israeli government. The reason why people hate the PA, the reason why people hate the Palestinian Authority and think Fatah is like, is because for the past 3-4 decades almost, every single thing that the PLO has done since they rose to power originally has been ruthlessly shot down by the Israeli administration, as people basically Palestinians basically saw that like they were not getting anything.
Biden embraced Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's war in Gaza. That support has largely evaporated.
We worked very hard to elect him in 2020, and now we don't feel seen, we don't feel heard, and we don't feel safe in our communities because of the rhetoric coming from the Biden administration.
It's a popular topic of conversation in establishments like Haraz Coffee House amid the mingled sense of the Middle East and North Africa. The loss of Arab American and Muslim American support could prove costly for Biden. Donald Trump won in the state of Michigan by 10,000 votes in 2016, and in 2020, Biden won by 155,000. There are 200,000.
You just said that Israel shot down agreements. PLO rejected every border proposal since 1948. Love that, dude. Thank you for the Hosborough talking point. You're absolutely and completely and utterly incorrect, okay? Every single condition that was put forward was, one, unimaginably cruel, and two, was simply used as a way to extend the time frame to keep Americans at bay while you acted like you actually gave a shit. Also ridiculous that you're saying this because, like, Palestinians weren't even brought to the fucking equation until this goddamn century. So, I mean, not this century, but until like 30 fucking years ago. So, no, throughout that 75-year-long process, you're absolutely incorrect. There were, like, Palestinians barely had a voice in the conversation in general. But also on top of that, the conditions that were put forward were also gross and completely and utterly unacceptable. And not only that, but also, and they still said no, explain what Israel rejected. Suck my dick. I'm not done yet. In every single, in the last like 4 deals that occurred, they always said no to a right to return. Israel is the one who rejected those fucking deals. Arafat said yes to those deals, and especially in the last 2, and yet it didn't matter. They still blew those deals up. Why would you fucking say that when in the last round, the parties that were actually fucking dealing were completely removed from positions of power due to the fact that they were trying to even deal with the PLO to begin with. So you're completely wrong. How can you say it was actually the Palestinians that said no when the first time Palestinians were brought to the fucking table, the guy that made this mistake was murdered, and the dudes who called for his assassination have been voted into office ever since? What a ridiculous notion. What planet are you fucking living on? And throughout this entire process, they still kept pumping settlements in the West Bank. First, the PLO were not brought to the table, and when they were brought to the table, the conditions were fucking god-awful and were shot down by Israel every single time. Suck my dick. And in the entire time frame, they simply were using the deal-making process to just keep fucking biding time as they kept fucking building settlements. So they said, no, gotcha, thanks. No, you're a fucking baboon. I didn't say that. I said Israel said no. Suck my dick. They had all the fucking cards. They had all the cards. They had all the fucking power. And they said no time and time again. You're a fucking bitch. And you're stupid. And you don't know the fucking history. Suck my dick. What do you mean, gotcha, thanks? So odd that the conditions keep getting worse and worse, deal after deal. And even then, they were like, just kidding. We don't want this, actually. The worst part about it is Bill Clinton literally lied to the entire planet, both when he said he didn't have sex with that woman, but also when he said that it was the PLO's fault that the deals fell apart. And Arafat at that point was so completely humiliated and so powerless in the eyes of the Palestinians that, of course, while Hamas was also gaining way more momentum as a consequence of Israel routinely shooting down anyone who was foolish enough to try and fucking negotiate with them. So guess what, dude? When people say October 7 is on the hands of Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli administration, this is what they mean, okay? This is what they fucking mean. Every single time, the Palestinians who were stupid enough to fucking deal with Israel, instead of violently trying to seize back their territories, they were shot down. They were made to be a fool, and every single Palestinian saw that. That's why they fucking hated Arafat. He came into power with 85% of the vote. He left with barely eking out 35%. Every single person fucking spits on his grave now because Israel did that shit. And guess what Israel also ended up contributing to? The rise of powers that were violently seeking to emancipate their peoples, okay? Lamau Dude said they should have violently resisted. Yeah, you know who else violently resisted? Lebanon. Guess what, dude? What the fuck did the Hezbollah do? Suck my dick. That's what you fucking deserve, really. That's what you deserve. If you don't treat people like they're fucking people, of course they're going to fucking fight back. Suck my dick, you dumb bitch. There is no justification for this endless bloodshed. You can't turn around and keep fucking people over and then not expect the other groups to literally turn around and go, okay, well, what the fuck? I see Lebanon right there. They're free. Why are they free? Well, because they're fighting back. The fuck are they supposed to do? What the fuck are the Palestinian people supposed to do? You dumb bitch. You don't know anything about the history. And you're just in here to go, they should have violently resisted. You are necessitating the violence of that resistance. On the one hand, there are people who are trying to fucking deal with this government. On the other hand, the government keeps ruining the conditions over and over again. What do you expect? What the fuck do you expect? Yeah, this is the Netanyahu openly admitting that he just like fucking deceived the U.S. to destroy the Oslo Accords. The funniest part is like, you deserve Netanyahu. Really, you do. You do. Everybody fucking acts like they hate him, including Bill Clinton, who called him fucking gross and a piece of shit and a liar, because he is. Okay? But you deserve him. You deserve a fucking scumbag like this, okay? He's a manifestation of your fucking evil, the rot that you have in your heart. This fucking Philadelphia prick. It's not an accident he was able to fucking eke out victories over and over again and seize control of the government. You know? You want Israel to die? What are you saying? Is there a two-state solution? Is there no two-state agreement? Then one state doesn't get destroyed? Dog eat dog? I'm done. I'm done talking to fucking schizophrenic perverts in here, dude. The fuck are you saying? Stop envisioning or imagining what I'm saying and just listen to the words that are coming out of my fucking mouth. How do you fight this type of treatment with peace talks? You got to expect resistance and radicalization. I know I would do the exact same thing if my family was dealt this way. For 30 fucking years, every single time there was a fucking peace conversation at the table, they humiliated the Palestinians that were stupid enough to go and fucking talk to the Israelis who put their arms down, who literally went and actually killed militants within their own, other Palestinian militants at the behest of Israel. What you see with what the Palestinian Authority does today is a continuation of that exact same policy for 30 fucking years, under not just the Benjamin Netanyahu administration, but every single administration before and after. The Palestinian Authority is seen as a part of the Israeli security apparatus by Palestinians because they are supposedly in power in the West Bank. But what good has that done for the Palestinians? There's pogroms happening right now. 124 Palestinians have been killed by both settlers in their endless pogroms and also by the IDF. Why do you think that? Do you think the Palestinians are stupid? Do you think they don't see that? They see that. They're like, well, what the fuck are we supposed to do? We have no standing army, and like what semblance of like security apparatus that we're supposed to have works at the behest of the IDF.
מערכה את משנתו המדינית, בלי מרכאות, בלי מסכות.
מתחילים עכשיו להבין את פירוש הסיסמה יש לזה כאן. יש לזה כאן, יש לזה כל מקום. מה ההבדל? מה ערפאת רוצה? הוא רוצה התנחלות אחת גדולה, קוראים לה תל אביב. כן, זה מה שקראתי.
Anyway, the two-state solution is Israel being like, oh yeah, we'll definitely give you guys something. We'll definitely give you guys land, while they fucking, over the course of the past 30 years, consistently add more settlements, even though everyone is like, don't do that. That's illegal. So it's really funny whenever American authorities are like, we got to go back to the 67 boundaries. Like, you think Israel is going to remove 500,000 settlers in the West Bank? Like, are you out of your fucking mind? In 1977, there were 4,000 people in the West Bank, 4,000 Israelis in the West Bank, 4,000 settlers. In 2023, there are 447,000. It's like almost 500,000. What do you do? In 2005, when Israel forcibly pulled their own settlers, it's not 750,000. I don't know where you're getting that number from. I hear that all the time, but I think it's 450,000. Israel's doing Russia shit, moving in all these people. Ironically, they did move a lot of Russians to the West Bank. Oh, 750K is East Jerusalem and West Bank combined. Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe unlike the Palestinians, I wasn't even considering that. Under the Oslo Accords, Israel was to transfer administrative control of areas ceded to the Palestinian Authority over a period of 18 months, concluding in 1998. More than 25 years on, however, the transfer has not happened. Yeah. You know who pushed it? You know who's the last guy who fucking pushed it to the brink past the 1998 mark? This fucking piece of shit. He's talking about it right here, actually. That's like the entire point of this video that he's referencing. So anyone that fucking says that, like, Israel, as always, brought forward good deals to the fucking table... No, 700,000 is from, I think, East Jerusalem as well. Elent. See, yeah, East Jerusalem. East Jerusalem has like 200,000 plus. What I'm talking about is specifically the West Bank. Anyway, anyone that fucking, where is that dipshit? Is that fucking ultra Zionist, racist, fucking filthy cocksucking motherfucker? Is he still in here? Where'd he go? Where did he fucking go? Is he still in here? Did we ban him? The fuck was his name? No, we got his clip. Yeah, he's called Sniper Expert. I'm willing to bet if I looked at my clips right now, I'm sure he already fucking clipped me to be like, look, Hasan is so violent and so aggro. Wait, what the fuck? Was that actually his username? No shot. He was immediately banned. They already got their clip. You're being hunted, Lamau. Fucking loser, dude. Fucking absolute baboon. Okay, there should be more violent resistance. Okay, there should be more violent resistance. I unbanned him so he can keep talking, keep yapping, dude. Fucking dumbass. No, I want to hear from him. I want to hear more from this fucking idiot. Anyway, what does ending the apartheid look like? What would the process be? I've already talked about this a lot. It's just equal rights and equal representation for all with international community there to both punish the worst actors on either side, most of them being on the Israeli side, and allow a peaceful democratic process to exist with equal rights and equal representation and reparations for the Palestinians and a right to return.
And registered Muslim voters in the state of Michigan. Wayne County Commissioner Sam Beydoun, a Democrat who came from Lebanon in 1978, says there's only one way Biden will regain support here.
The President of the United States, the most powerful nation on the face of this planet, has to step up to the podium and he calls on an immediate and unconditional ceasefire. Stop this genocidal war.
The mayor says people here have long memories.
We have individuals here who live knowing the scars and the trauma because they have the first-hand accounts of what it's like to live under an oppressive Israeli occupation.
As Chefs for Palestine raise funds for humanitarian aid to
RFK's at 22%. I don't know where the fuck that's coming from. I don't know what's happening there, honestly. Blood is speaking Japanese. Okay, he's back. The dumb bitch is back. Go ahead, Sniper Expert. You got some more? I saw the GOP bill to expel Palestinians. I did. Are you voting for RFK? Fuck no. No. Do you think current Israeli leaders and military officials should undergo an international trial for their crimes like the Nuremberg ones? Yes. Absolutely. Members of Israeli politicians. Yes, absolutely. If there was any justice in this world, that would 100,000% happen. It won't happen, but that should happen. Just that, like, I feel like if I watch Ben Shapiro takes on University of Cambridge students, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. You condemn the demon rat vaccine? Yes, I condemn it. I should have never taken that vaccine. Yeah, the logic of the humanitarian pause explained here. Buy time and fend off to dilute pressure from below. Blinken's message, according to one U.S. and two Israeli officials, we don't want to stop you, but help us help you get more time. Dude, I'm telling you, Israel is getting in its own way. I don't think people understand this. I don't think the Israeli government understands this. I don't think there's enough appetite in Israel for a fucking for anything that strays away from the bloodlust. But the entire world is seeing what the fuck is going on and understandably losing their shit because it's completely unjustifiable. Like, there is no justification for it. The Znipper dude you unbanned wrote more. Yeah, I don't care. I'm moving on to greener pastures right now, okay? Sick and tired of dealing with fuckheads. Yeah, it's gaming time. And by that I mean G-A-Y-ming. It's gaming time, okay?
Looks like Yuri took off. I thought she'd just need some time after what happened with Hammerhead. But coming back with that suit and a name like Wraith? I should keep an eye on her. And the other on these cultists. I need more eyes.
That's crazy that was just like a fire, like a random fire fighting mission that created all of that, you know? I've been playing this game too. Nice. I have not. I haven't had enough time to be fucking playing a lot, unfortunately. I need to upgrade this shit. Can I upgrade more? Rejuvenating parry. Oh, honey, we know you told me Sunday, but you didn't. What? Why can't I unlock? Okay, eventually we'll. That one seems sick. Rescue Tombstone
Hey, Spiders.
from the hunter.
Got something for you. Head to this location.
Felicia? Hey, Felicia.
Heard some chatter about the steel foundry in Williamsburg off a radio I swiped from those hunters. Sounds like tombstones there. We could use your help.
Thanks. Glad you're all right. Did you make it to Paris in time?
Yeah, I did. Figured I owed you one. Both of you. Even if the other Spider-Man couldn't be bothered to make an appearance.
Yeah. About...
You can save the explanation. We've both moved on. He's a good one, by the way.
He really is. Well, thanks for the tip. Not sure I'd be able to find Tombstone in time without you. Yeah, thanks. Take care of yourself.
Those fashion school rejects won't be getting the drop on me again. Ta-ta, Spiders.
Miles, let me take this one. You're gonna miss your essay deadline. What if... If Lee's there, I'll take care of him. Spider-Man can wait. Miles can't.
All right. Just keep in touch.
Hope Felicia's lead was right. Gotta get to Tombstone before Craven crosses him off his list, too.
Oh, fuck. Ah! Almost got. I mean, I'm fine. That was a clear recovery, chat. That was a good. This quick recovery.
Hey, Yuri.
I tracked the followers of the Flame to an abandoned clinic in Chinatown. We go together, maybe we'll find their boss.
So you can leave them to die too?
Not unless I have to. Look, this cult needs to be stopped. You want to come along, it'd make things easier, but I don't need you.
Damn, she's
If I
a
went,
bad
I could keep
bitch.
an eye on her.
I'm not trying to do that right now. I'm trying to do this shit, dude. Chill with the flame nonsense. Bro, can we skip the main quest and just get it on with Harry? No, chatter.
We're an abandoned
Stop.
foundry. This place
Stop
sure
asking
is
to
active.
fuck Harry. I'm sick and tired of how much we fucked Harry so
Extra
far.
precautions. Tombstone has proven challenging.
Constantly fucking Harry.
Stay ready.
Hunt to live.
Live to hunt.
Oh my god, how am I gonna fucking deal with it? I gotta pee. Fuck. Okay.
Need to clear these rooftops and find a way in. It's lousy with hunters. It's all for me, I'm honored.
Hey, finally finished with my dad. Still no clue where Dr. Connors is. I haven't seen Dad look this stressed in a while.
We'll find Connors. Why don't you call MJ and ask her to go swing by his house?
Yeah, good idea.
I'll meet you back at the Foundation once I'm done here.
What are you up to? Need a hand?
In Williamsburg, at the old steel foundry. Sounds like they're holding Tombstone here.
Sounds like a job for the Spider Pals.
That is not what we're calling ourselves.
Well, what do you and the other guy go by?
I don't know. Spider-Men? Spider-Mans?
That's confusing.
I should go. This place is crawling with hunters.
So you do need help?
No, do not come here.
Yes,
These
come
people
here.
are deadly. Can't risk you getting hurt.
That'd be
Talk
fucking
soon.
sick if he came here, dude.
We must not fail Craven again. Keep your guard up. No one gets inside.
No one gets inside. Fucking hell, no one gets inside. Purge takedowns. Fucking purge takedowns. Fucking hell. I love me some purge takedowns. Fucking Harry, get over here and fucking show your worth. Prove your fucking worth for me, Harry. He's safe, is he? No, he's not. He's not fucking safe. What happened? What happened? What happened? Here we go. Another one. Turkish Spider-Man just murdered 2 Americans on a water tower. You don't fucking know the front end of it. Or neither do you know the back end of it. Where's he at? What's he looking at, yeah? What's he looking at then? What's wrong then, huh? Yeah, come here then. Come here then. Shakedown for you too. I'm splooging all over. Look at this. I love taking him and fucking slinging him then. It's no not November, but not for me and not for Harry. Oh shit. Oops.
This smokestack looks like my ticket in.
I guess I cleared it. Oh, he's dead. Oh yeah. Goonerman.
Just got off the phone with MJ. She says she'll head over to Connors soon.
That's great news.
Yeah, just making sure. You said the steel foundry, right?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Cardio.
Get back to your workout. I have to find Tombstone quick before he ends up like Scorpion.
The fuck?
We lost communication outside. Tighten security around Tombstone.
Oh shit.
Reinforcements.
Wait.
Better play this quietly.
Ah! Get up back there!
Give him to me!
What is happening? Okay, there it is. Wait, why can't I keep going? Fuck. Oh, fuck. Wait, what? Why am I stuck here?
The spider will make a fine trophy.
The lamp is not in the way. I'm a fucking spider, dog. I'm a motherfucking spider, homie. What do you mean the lamp is in the way? That's crazy. Why can't I perch him? Perch him up. Uh-oh, is he safe or is he not safe?
Another one down.
There's something weird in this area where I can't, for some fucking weird reason, do my perches. Get the perch. Perch up. All right, you know what? Fuck you, bitch. Dude, these are blonde ass entrymen. Oh fuck! It's a danger. I caught him. I caught him while they were looking. Oh wait, never mind. I guess they weren't looking. Caught him slipping though. Perch. Safe.
Perimeter is a little quiet. Status update.
Oh, they're starting to notice things.
Hunters, swarm!
You're feeling sleepy.
Here, I'll do one perch and then the rest
Look up! I see the spider!
I think that's the last of them.
Oh shit! Big boy!
You guys just can't make it easy.
Big boy. A big boy. Oh my god, it's that pink venom, dude. Get him, get him, get him.
Harry? What are you doing here?
Helping you out, Spider-Man. You're welcome, by the way.
I was hoping to do this quietly. Is this my fault? You go left, I go right.
19 inches, baby. Give it to me.
Watch this!
Yeah, I made a fucking
I
Black
know
Pink
you said
reference.
you had this, but come on, look at us.
Honestly, kinda hope to start you off with something easier.
What better way to learn than on-the-job training? Never felt so strong.
Don't let it get to your head. We're not invincible.
Feel like this all the time?
It's not all punching bad guys. I've had to make some hard choices too.
That's the gig.
Back down the distance!
Here I come.
Woo! Bitch. Get over here. Oh, he's dead. Never mind. Oh my god. Bounced him. Bounced him off the homie's dick, dude. What? I love the double takedowns. They're sick. They're very aesthetically pleasing. Spooderman absolutely does not give a fuck. I feel like I'll take...
Unfortunately,
I'm not even kidding. I feel like
find another way to shut it down.
I feel like he is more violent than fucking Batman at this point, dude.
Watch out.
We used to joke about Batman just beating the living shit out of people. Oh.
Stay out of the line of fire and thin out these hunters. You think this
Oh fuck, that didn't do shit.
Now is not the time to find out.
What's the plan then?
I'm working on it. Get to that back balcony.
Fuck.
Coming!
Double take. No, don't. He's fucking. Oh shit! Wait, am I out?
No way I can web that flamethrower.
Ray in my sight. Incoming! Volley on the way!
Opening fire!
Wait, how do I beat that flamethrower?
Harry, I've got an idea on how to take that thing down.
I'm all ears.
Up there, the back. I'll distract it. Get up there.
Seeing Hasan happy makes me happy. I am. It helps me. Video games help me fucking forget about the ongoing issues.
That was fun. Now let's go rescue a supervillain.
2 Spider-Mans? Now there's 3 actually.
Reformed supervillain.
But still a guy who's tried to kill you a few times.
He's trying to change. I want to help him.
Man, you really do believe in the best of everyone.
All right, let's.
Come on! Gotta hit them before they hit us!
Oh, what the fuck?
Here we go again.
What happened to... What the fuck, dude? What happened to our fucking...
What's the matter? We got this. We do until we don't.
Understood. I won't let you down.
You okay with all this fire?
Yeah, actually. Not even breaking a sweat.
Obama. This is what I call the Obambe.
This escalating quickly.
It always does.
Here, boy. Got something for you.
Wait, what? Oh, there's no one here? Wait, where'd they go?
New position. Getting a little hairy here.
Don't shoot forward.
Oof. God damn. What is that? What the fuck is all that? What the fuck?
There's too many of them.
Hang on.
Oh.
I don't even know how I'm doing this.
That suit is wild.
I think I'm getting the hang of this. You should teach a class.
Maybe I can get my job back. Get out of the way.
I hate those fuckers, dude. I hate the guys that throw you nets.
Out of the way.
Come over here.
Watch out! No!
I hate the dogs. I hate the guys that throw nets. I hate it all. But I hate the top of the hour ad break the most. And if you also hate it, then all you need to do is subscribe to avoid the top of the hour ad break. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I did not watch the Gen V finale yet.
Stuck!
Very confused MV. Thank you for the 10 gift the subs.
My head! We need to move now!
bro. I'm stuck.
Maybe if we don't move, it won't see us. Well, that was wishful thinking. They're here!
Why would that be the case?
What was that thing with your suit?
I don't know. That alarm really messed with my head.
Just glad you're all right.
Arrows, machetes, rockets, now robot birds.
Don't forget the robot dogs.
What's gonna try to kill us next?
Give him twice what you received.
Damn, Venom, chill. Oh fuck! Bro, what the fuck? These insurgents have no interest in their own lives, dude. He just yeeted that thing at me right in front of my face. You can't beat a population of people who are not afraid to die like that. What the fuck? He domed me point blank with that thing.
More rocket guys incoming.
Stay calm. Take them out one at a time.
Right. One at a time. You got it, Teach. This is getting intense. Where is this guy already?
Something tells me we're close.
Let's do this.
Get out of the way.
Come back here. Get back here. Oh my god, I love that. I love bouncing him off my homie's dick. It's my favorite thing to do with these guys.
Starting to feel out of my depth here. Sure we can do this? Of course. We're the Spider Pals. All right.
Spider-Man beats women, Batman doesn't? Yeah, equal opportunity. What do you mean? It's right.
Whoa! There's our guy. What's the plan?
I think we should get him.
That's called feminism. Equal rights and equal lefts.
I'll run a distraction. See if you can break him free.
On it.
They grow up so fast.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna break you out of here, okay?
You can't. They rigged this whole thing.
And I'll de-rig it.
Wow, way to de-rig it, Harry. I thought you were a fucking scientist, dog. What the hell is this shit?
What did I just tell you?
Sorry, it's my first day.
Gonna need a hand here.
His suit sucks, by the way. I'll be honest. Like, I feel like the Venom suit is not great.
Are they getting bigger? One more time into the fire.
You're making jokes at a time like this?
Part of the job.
Ironic. The spider fucking saved me.
Hey, you owe me one.
Let's see if we make it out.
Firing. Where do they
Get
keep
over
coming
here,
from?
fucker.
Some sort of booking agency?
Fucking ass.
We have to turn off this furnace. There.
Get down
if we
here.
can overload the machine with a coolant.
Get
it
up.
should shut down.
Fuck off.
Are they gone?
Just in time to shut down the furnace.
Yeah, I tossed his ass in lava.
All right, this should...
You trying to kill everyone here?
Wasn't the plan, sorry.
I like that in order to save one
They don't
reform
quit.
criminal, I have doused I have tossed in like at least 25 criminals, current active criminals, into the lava pit.
Do we? Getting hot in here.
This is like Joe Biden math at this point. You know what I mean? When he's like, oh, for one fucking child that we save in Palestine with humanitarian aid, 10,000 need to die.
Punch faster. That I can do. We gotta get Tombstone out. Maybe we can weaken the cage. There. Pull out those supports.
Don't call me crazy. This might be one of the best days of my life.
We really need to get you out more.
What are you looking at, bird bitch? Fucking bird brain bitch. Fuck you.
Only 2 left. What's this thing made of?
I don't know, but this place is falling apart.
Keep trying.
Bird ass bitch.
Just hang on. We need to pull those supports down. Yeah. This whole place is going down.
I can't break through the cage. Maybe we go through the furnace.
No, it's too hot in there.
You got any better ideas? Hard choices, right?
To save one guy.
What are you doing?
The dedication we have to reform criminals is incredible.
Now what?
Let's move! Back through here!
Get out of there!
He just ate it. His spine is crushed.
Let's go!
Spider-Man only reforms successful criminals. Doesn't it mean you're unsuccessful if you are a reformed criminal because you literally had to have been arrested?
Is this job always so stressful?
Yoga's done wonders for my mental health.
You trying to die here? Move it!
No, 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 no! We lost him!
Don't panic! Quick, this way! Harry! Harry! Gotta keep moving.
Oh, we're just leaving Tombstone behind, huh? We are just leaving Tombstone behind, which is really fucked up in my... Oh no, he's in front of me. How the fuck did he get... How did that even happen? Bro, hell no. Did his fat ass... How did his fat ass get in front of me while I was swinging my fucking soul away, okay?
On it.
Only downside to going straight. The game keeps you in shape.
Glad we got to you in time. Some of the others weren't so lucky.
Yeah, like 100 criminals just died in there.
Besides, they were waiting for their boss to do the deed.
This is John Fetterman's body double, dude.
Yeah. They come for me again, I'll be ready. Tell your friend thanks for looking out for me.
This is the real John Fetterman.
See you around, Spider.
They swapped him out because he was too pro-Palestine. You know what I mean? John Better Man.
We should too. Yeah.
John Betterman.
Good job back there.
Really? I was pretty sure I was just messing everything up.
You were, but in the best possible way.
Dude, they are... Just kiss. Just fucking kiss.
What are you... Hold on.
What the fuck?
Sorry. I'm still figuring out how this thing works.
Nice design.
What do you mean?
They did kiss.
Didn't you just...
I guess I did. Would you look at that? I guess we really are spider pals now. I think I'm gonna head back to the lab, see if Dr. Connors has showed up yet.
Good call.
His dick wants dick, bro. No, he wants the dog. They touched hips. Dude, canonically, the reason why Venom the symbiote wants Spooderman is not even because he wants Spooderman as an alien or whatever. It's actually because it's a manifestation of Harry's gay feelings for Peter, and vice versa.
Ma, this better not be because you saw a millipede again. Better check in with Pete first.
Hey, Miles.
Yo, man. been a minute. You need any spider help?
Actually, we're all good. We managed to rescue Tombstone before Craven could get his hands on him.
We?
Oh, long story short, my buddy Harry, he has some sort of power suit. Kicked all kinds of butt with it. He's gonna be a big help with these hunters, that's for sure.
Wait, is he one of us now?
Sort of? It's all happening fast, but we'll talk later. Gotta
That's
run.
weird, bro. That's weird.
Talk
Like,
later.
look how stoked he is. Like,
Says that
that's
a lot.
weird.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's
Better see
weird that
what's
he's
going on
like,
with Ma.
he's just stoked like that.
Let's go, Spider-Bot.
Have you tried disabling swing assistance? No, but I have seen videos of people who do that, and I'm good with that, I think. My friend, even without swing assistance, I still fuck up. You should have a chat sometime. What? Why?
This is always a handy place to change.
Using swing assistance is worse than using summons in Elden Ring? No, using swing assistance is so totally valid. Completely valid. You're
This will make
wrong.
such a difference for the community. Thank you so much for your support. Okay. Bye-bye. Miles.
Hey, Ma.
Bien. Bien, Tati. Just wanted to check in. See how you're doing. Todo bien?
Fine. Everything's good. Okay. It's just a lot right now. So much to take care of in the city. Super stressed about my college essay. Pete's busy doing other stuff. And Lee's still out there. Doesn't that bother you?
Of course it bothers me. But I'm committed to making this community better. I've got to let go of things that don't serve me and focus on where I want to go, not where I've been. ¿Entiendes lo que te digo?
Yeah, but Lee? Can't just let him go.
Angela, I'm gonna have to call you back. Oh, how can you be locked out? You have a key. Oh. No, I understand the urgency. Let me make some calls.
Mom, do you need me to go?
You just finished telling me how busy you are.
Yeah, but I always have time for my community. Okay, Ma, where am I headed?
Harlem Cultural Center, 116th and Convent. That was my friend Angela on the phone. She's the curator, and she's trying to give a prospective donor a private tour. But the security system locked her out.
Whoops! Awkward!
Angela lined up a bunch of items for a new music exhibit, but funding fell through. And if this donor doesn't cover the costs, the museum might have to close.
I'll make sure they get
Swinging
in.
in Harlem is not Harlem. This is actually this is not Harlem, right? This is I think this is Brooklyn, right? Swinging around in Brooklyn is like way harder. I don't know why I said Harlem. I think she was saying Harlem. But it's just like, wait, is this Harlem?
Now you know I'm passionate about
she said
preserving
Harlem.
the
It is
musical
Harlem.
heritage of this community. But how can I donate to a museum where the security system isn't even functional?
Darren, I hear your concerns, but I assure you this museum will be...
Spider-Man.
Oh, thank God. The system's locked us out and it's not responding to any input at all.
Let's see if I can figure out what's wrong with it. Need to find the control panel.
Damn, bro. What the fuck is this goddamn control panel so far?
There we go. Control panel.
Ow. Dip to the wall.
Relays are overloaded. Gotta get inside the walls to fix them.
Spider-Man, help, my
Let's
password
patch
needs to be
things up
reset.
so
Yeah.
Angela can give that
This
tour.
doesn't... Dude. I love this game, but also one mission is like, hey, there is 11 9/11s happening in a row with like a superhero that is like just catatonic. It's just destroying the city. And then the next mission is like, Spider-Man, I spilled my coffee all over my shirt. Can you swing downtown and grab me a new shirt? And then the next episode is followed by like Peter and Harry just kissing each other for 15 minutes straight. Just like longest QTE makeout session of all time. And then back to like, hey, Spider-Man, it's 25 9/11s happening in a row. Please help us. How is this possible? How can they put us on this fucking roller coaster? Sometimes literally putting us on a roller coaster.
Who are these guys?
You sure the alarm won't go off?
Oh, shit.
Just break this padlock and we're in.
So that's how Angela got locked out. Better reset the system so I can get in.
I
there and stop these guys.
love the criminals that also always say exactly what they're gonna do.
Not too bad. Let me fix it up real quick. Got it. But the system's still down.
They're always like,
Find out
yeah,
boxes.
I can't wait to do crimes. I'm so glad we locked that lady out.
Hey, Miles. I checked in with all the feast shelters. No one has seen Martin leave.
I love doing crimes.
Can't believe I let him get away when I could have.
Doing crimes is my favorite thing.
Made sure he didn't hurt
Especially at the Harlem Art Center.
Well,
can't wait to steal all the art here.
Keep following that wiring.
Sure hope there's no Spider-Man around to stop me from doing the crimes that I like doing. Yeah, in the Spider-Verse, criminals do crimes like the IDF claims Hamas is doing them. Yeah, I'm Hamas.
System's still down.
And I love blowing up my own hospitals.
And drum are already in the truck, right? Yeah. But we got time. And a lot more room in the trucks.
Gotta get past these guys without being spotted. How about a distraction in the key of C?
What was that?
Where am I going?
You playing some kind of joke on me?
Where am I supposed to be
Out of sight
going?
as much as I can through here.
Oh. Sure hope there's no Spider-Man around.
Don't you punk out on me. You could do this.
Another vent above that guy.
How do I get up there? Oh.
Who's that?
Who's pooping in there?
Better be you.
Who's pooping in the bathroom? Why, I oughta. I'd hate to see if someone was pooping in the bathroom while I'm thinking of doing crimes. Oh, shit. Oh, man, I sure am getting psyched out over here.
Miles, everything okay?
I ran into a snag, but I'm
This is how the
handling it.
comics are written,
While
dude.
you're
I
there,
know,
check
I'm
out some of the
enjoying it.
instruments. Get you ready for college.
Ma, I'm going into music tech. Computers are my instruments.
Music starts with a human, their instrument and their soul. When you're mixing or sampling, you have to listen close and capture that soul. Computers can't do that.
You know how old you sound right now?
Old and wise, you mean?
How the fuck do I get up here?
That's cool.
Yeah, jump up there, Spider-Man. Splooging everywhere.
Getting a stronger signal now. Looks like there's one more relay to bring back online.
I mean, what's gonna happen? There's like criminals everywhere, right?
Oh man, gotta get all the way across the room.
How much time? Is someone bumping into things?
Splooging over here.
Who's playing music?
Ooh, there better not be anybody
Last
over
relay
there.
online, then head to the loading dock. Make sure these guys don't get away with any of this stuff.
There better not be anybody over there.
Abort! Let's roll!
Nice
Abort!
work, Splatterbot. Now it's my turn.
I heard a noise. Now look for that for 30 minutes. Yeah.
Spider-Man, the front door's finally
Like-
open.
Like, who would steal from a fucking Harlem music nonprofit? Okay? Like, such comical levels of depravity. It's like, yeah, I can't wait to steal from the Harvard nonprofit. I mean, the Harlem nonprofit over here. I fucking love that. I hate jazz
There's
music.
a bunch of stuff missing.
It's all up back in the loading docks. And I'll make sure it stays there.
Let's get out of here, quick! Go, go, go!
I feel like this haircut has a slimming quality. Hey.
I'm out of here. I mean, there's not a single guy I can fuck up over here.
I saw Spider-Man! Get Spider-Man! Boss said this would be an in-and-out job. Now Spider-Man's here! Whatever! Take him out! I'll get you!
Tell your boss, don't go messing with my neighborhood.
Oh, it's Spider-Man! Oh, fuck! He's fucking Spider-Man! That guy just has a chain in his hand to punch people with. Dude, what an operation. What an operation. You're moving tubas and clarinets for $12 a pop. The motherfucking guns and like the logistics required to fucking steal a cello from the Harlem nonprofit for like disenfranchised black children is insane to me.
Hold him here.
He's got a Kevlar vest on.
Not today.
Not today.
Gotta
Like
stop those trucks.
Dude, I'm literally destroying the city. Like I am going to destroy this entire city to go on a high-speed pursuit to fucking catch.
Give it up, guys. You're not getting away.
Like we are gonna do $8 million worth of damage to get fucking 8 cellos that are worth $10,000 max, okay? How do I get there? I don't understand. These guys like RPGs and shit.
Look at him. Anything. Go play with this.
Oh! Don't throw the fucking Don't do it to
You
me!
wanna do this the hard way? Okay by me.
Wait, what am I doing? All right, get in there. What are you doing? Am I not allowed to hit this guy or what? Oh, there it is. This is literally at least $8 million worth of damage so far to the city.
Funky drummer.
Isn't there another truck? Wait, what? He just grabbed one drum.
They only recovered items from one truck? What a mess. Sorry, Angela. This is a deal breaker.
No! No! The deal breaker of the century!
There goes our best hope for a big donor.
Also, what a piece of shit this guy is. Like, his big donation hinged upon ensuring that, what? This place doesn't get tackled by a criminal franchise? Perhaps one of the best well-oiled machines this city has ever seen? Really? Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to give you $7 million, and it turns out these fucking goons stole a tuba, and therefore I can't do that.
Amazing Gala? If we don't find that second truck, there is no exhibit. Without an exhibit, there is no gala. Without a gala, the museum will have to close.
That won't happen. I promise.
Just ask Harry for a spare $50 million right now.
This belonged to Clyde Stubblefield. Ooh, the original funky drummer.
Wow, she's so excited to get that one drum back.
How often his rhythms were sampled? He was so influential. A direct line from funk to hip hop. Thank you.
And don't worry, I'll find the rest of those items.
Thank you.
Wow, music cheered her up immediately. Thinking about Clyde Stubblefield immediately cheered her up. She forgot that like her life's work is in ruin. Harry had his best friend struggling to pay the rent in New York City, and his father is the leader of Oscorp and the mayor of New York. I love the way that these stories are, they make you think, oh, these guys are just like us.
Hey, bro, you have a sec?
Of course. Actually, Harry's calling. I have to take this.
Damn, it's kind of fucked.
Oh, sure, man. Later.
Hey, Pete. I'm at EMF. No sign of Doc Connors yet, but I could use an extra set of eyes.
On my way. Have you heard anything from MJ? You said she's stopping by his house, right?
Nothing yet. She told me she'd call when she got there.
Let's hope he's just taking a sick day.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna check her office. Just come by when you can.
That is crazy. Who's the better mayor, Green Goblin or Eric Adams? Excuse me, did the Green Goblin get busted for getting illicit donations from the Turkish government? Because if your answer is yes, then Green Goblin wins Eric Adams. But Eric Adams has been busted busted for getting illicit donations from the Turkish government. So Eric Adams on top for the time being. Wait, what? Why? What is that? Why are my spidey senses tingling? Oh, it's this shit.
Hey, welcome to the party. Oh, you started without me.
Welcome to the park. Wait, is Harry over here? Wait, can I fuck this up? No, I can't, right? Can I throw this? Wait, what the fuck? What am I supposed to do with this thing? Oh shit. I'm getting cooked over here.
I have a shot!
There's a problem with your VTOL. Let me take care of it.
Bitch.
Still can't believe we get to do this. Are you kidding? I love it.
God, just give me a fucking kiss, dude. Come on. Come on. Just kiss me, you fucking fool. Kiss me, you fucking idiot. I've already forgotten about MJ. MJ's probably swinging from like a fucking bridge or something somewhere. Abe Hornish in this 100%.
Any sign of Connors?
If they fucked, it would be straighter.
It's MJ.
Bad news. Connors' house is crawling with hunters and the doctor's MIA. Good news. I think I know where to find him. Somewhere across the river. Maybe around.
Uh-oh.
Let's move. He's waiting.
MJ's always, dude, MJ's always ruining the bro moment, you know? The bro moment. Those Webster are the only rules being shot tonight. At least she's gadded up. MJ stays with a piece. She always has that thing on her. Always. She's gadded up. No, I'm not saying that. I've never said gad. I said gat. Wait, is this an MJ mission? If it is, oh no. What?
Training with Sable paid off sooner than I'd hoped.
Bro, there's no fucking shot. She's like,
Connors has to be around here somewhere.
she's one-tapping fools faster than Spooter.
Hey, where is that man?
Bro, I'm one-tapping motherfuckers, dude.
Genome readout. They're trying to reactivate his reptile genes.
Listen for, bro, she has Spooter intuition too. How far into the game are you?
Looks like
I
they've
don't
set
know.
up shop here.
Hello. You know I don't like being snuck up on.
Oh, who likes being snuck up on? About 30%? Really? Only 30%? That's crazy. I feel like I'd be at least 50.
Might get a better view from the roof.
Oh, shit. Well. Dude, MJ is so good.
You are in the wrong place.
That's crazy that I'm so fucking good. I'm so goated. I take it back. MJ is one tapping motherfuckers left and right. It's not even funny. This is nobody's business. Never mind. MJ don't need no man.
Gotta split him up.
So many have tried to kill him. Human and beast. I don't believe it's possible.
You're right. Buried alive beneath rubble. Grabbed in the jaws of a lion.
I know he...
Stand by. I'm investigating.
Good thing. These are the best hunters, dude. They're the best hunters in the game, dog. Best hunters in the game. They're getting fucking slaughtered by Emily Joseph.
Oh my god. Vulture. Did they... I need to find Connors.
Another night tainted by the silence of death. I wasn't sure I could clip his wings. Perhaps that would be my weakness, but... no. Not even that could save him.
He's dead. Phone. Connor's cell phone. Oh, please don't die. Harry, it's MJ. I'm at an abandoned zoo in Jersey. It's...
Please, don't.
So perfect. The phone just died and they didn't even hear her say, tell Harry all that.
Please.
Harry's about to be like, I'm not going to New Jersey. That's what I would do. I'd be like, you ain't getting my ass in New Jersey. No man or woman. Was this what it was like for you in Jersey? Yeah, there's so many abandoned zoos in New Jersey.
Let's get you out of there, Doc.
Is this where you grew up? Yeah, this is my ancestral home.
I used a code to get in the cage. Connor's shackles need that key. Just have to find them.
Isn't New Jersey literally one of the most densely populated states? Oh my
All right,
god.
MJ. Learn a code. Steal some keys.
Yeah, easy peasy.
You've done worse.
Time. Craven is nearly ready.
Let's go to the air.
I can.
I'm scoping it out.
What's up, dumbass? Yeah, that's what I thought. You dumb bitch. Stupid dumb idiot. You too. Population density of 1,259 per mile. Nice. Oh no, how the fuck am I gonna deal with those dogs though? Them dogs, they be barking, dude. They are gonna be barking. Wait, what the fuck is this?
The girl.
Oh shit! Ah! Damn, two tapped.
I used a code to get in the cage. Connor's...
Okay, that's a good point for me to end it on this wonderful journey on this wonderful day. We will be back tomorrow, as you already know. Okay. Don't get mad at me for for ending it.
All the shadows trickling in.
Tired.
Has people
Short little half-day, 8-hour stream as always. It's a long mission, good choice. Really? It's a long mission. Anyway, love you guys, and RII punching up hard. Do a service to humanity to shut down this hate. What? I don't even know what you're saying. Anyway, love you guys. Peace in the Middle East. See you tomorrow, all right? Peace.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Starting Discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. All left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming, Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream.